What's going on? Stobe Attack here and Wingman getting prepared to depart Klamath Falls. It is the 8th of August. And it sure is hot out here. It's going to be interesting. We've got the haze basically of just forest fires everywhere because it is like ultra hot. Zooming in here on it's about 105 out here. So basically, right over here, it's the Walmart in town. We got the BN train yard, which we're going to be leaving from. We're going to be featuring the Keddy Y area north to Bend. So we're basically going to start walking over here to the rail yard under that bridge, and hopefully things will be acceptable for us. A couple issues we may have here. It's possible we have to get on a moving train. Regardless, we're going to risk this 30 pack. We've also got a cooler for it, a decent amount of food that could create a complication in the daytime here, but you know, we'll do what we can to overcome it because it's a long ride with no civilization down to Keddy, and then we're going to come back through here north to Bend, and there's just not a lot of civilization or ability to be hydrated. That's why we're bringing a 30 pack. Should be enough for 2 days, we're hoping.
Getting on the train, if it's moving, if we put everything loaded down into this cooler and we can't get the cooler on, then we've just forfeited our ice and our beer. If we split it up into bags and half rack it, then we might actually be able to guarantee getting some of the stuff on.
So here's the main yard. This is pointing like northwest right here. So you can see we got a right here. That's a train, 2 sections waiting to go south. I don't know when he's going to go. It could be tomorrow morning. So we're already down to 20 beers. We started with a 30 pack, and the ice is starting to melt in there too. So it's kind of annoying. We've only been here about 4 hours, and already this is what's going on. I'm thinking the cooler idea is romantic as it is. You know, traveling with a cooler full of beer, like it's obviously ain't gonna stay cold that long, especially in the heat. All right, well, we got a southbound pulling in right here. There's the units. I'm hoping he's going to stop. It looks like he will. Yeah, we got the cooler.
It's got 2 DPUs and various rides on the far back.
DPUs meaning like engines on the back, pushers. So that's, so far we haven't seen any ride. There's a couple up there. We just got to be sure he's going to stop here.
That was a good time, man.
This here is a very nice kind of, basically in that little hole, there's a lot of room. Is that it? That cannot be it. We can't, we got a problem if that was the crew change. You see any rides coming?
No.
I don't know what's going on here, folks. It stopped for 2 seconds, literally about 10 seconds.
I hope that wasn't it.
I really hope that wasn't it. You want to get ready to go here? Well, we're stopped here again. It's about 2 minutes later. We're not sure what's going on, but we're not getting on this thing because now he may cut the train. I'm not sure what's going on. Well, there they go. They're just cutting it off, cutting the front half off. Gonna park the whole thing. And it means the train's gonna be here probably all night.
Okay, I got a nice.
This is why you don't want a deadline with this. This is why if you can make, if you can, yeah, we got a guy driving. I don't really care about him. This is why, basically, you want to somehow know someone who works here who will tell you when the damn thing's leaving because we've been here 6 hours.
If it's night,
And yeah.
would this be that bad to get into?
So we got 2 southbounds here now and a northbound just pulled in. We got these guys. they're looking to get one as well. They might be getting on the same train. You know, I've been here like 7 hours. It's a lot of waiting. The cooler situation is, it's still okay, but we're gonna run out. I mean, I don't know, maybe before you leave, if the thing ever leaves. So this closest train to us here is probably what we're gonna get on if it ever moves, on that white greener. That's the closest ride right there. I mean, I've kind of just assumed we're not gonna hang out with other people on this trip. We've got, you know, a cooler of beer, which takes effort. Those guys have dogs, which is a hassle. And I'm just assuming, you know, we made the effort to fill this cooler with beer that we don't really feel like sharing it with everybody. They seem like nice guys, but you know, this is ingenuity here. This is not for everybody. So I think we're just gonna stay on our side of the bridge. Well, the train, we're on it. Come on, focus. It's just about dark here. Stobie Jim Kenobi pulling out of William Stobie on Burlington Northern, heading south. I guess we'll just catch the scenery on the way back tomorrow. It's a long ride to the darkest hours of the night. Now the train is almost at the famous Keddy Y. Alright, so basically we are stopped in the, I'm not sure what canyon this is. Kind of very close to the Feather River. That is the crew putting a new crew on. So one thing about this line is you're not going to know if you're there at night. This isn't even really where the actual spot is supposed to be. So it was a fairly reasonable ride to the darkest hours of the night. I think we both got some rest. Looking like a complication here is we're not sure where the ones going this way to go back are going to stop, because we're not at the place, which is the Keddy Y, where basically this is going to join another set of tracks further down where these trains will branch off towards Stockton. So I guess we're just going to walk in from here. I definitely don't see any reason to hang out here. There's nothing going on. So, not that there's a town or anything. This is totally out. Very far. All right. So this is the Keddy Y here, which is basically what a Y is like kind of a little triangle shape place where trains can go in 3 different directions. And the reason this one's interesting is all 3 legs of the triangle are interesting. We've got 2 are trestles coming right out of that tunnel, and then back here the 3rd one is going through this rock in the form of a tunnel. So basically any train crossing this, it's going to be doing something interesting. This is the Burlington Northern line, which goes north of Klamath Falls. That's Union Pacific over there, and you know, that goes to Elko, first Portola, California, then to Elko. Very interesting spot for watching trains. And there's a lot of guys who just hang out here just for the purpose of watching trains. So here to the left is the Burlington Northern. Then to the right, going east, is the Union Pacific. I believe both of these were originally Western Pacific. So you can see that tunnel says it's from 1925. This nice creek down below is definitely pleasant in the high temperatures. There's some kind of little path along there too. Right down here at the bottom of the Y, again we have the UP, Union Pacific. east-west line, and then you got the Burlington Northern over there in the background. So a very interesting spot. It's about a 95 degrees above the water. The surface of the water, but there is probably about 65. So this is the Keddy Resort, which surprisingly is completely dilapidated and shut down. You can see all the bunkhouses and stuff, as well as the big central dining facility. Our history looks like they've been that way for a while. You can see it's a real value. Oh, I think this has it's got to be 20 years old. All this gourmet stuff for under $10. John here's got to make a quick call. Yeah, it's just 7 miles that way to Quincy. We're gonna try to hitchhike in. The train is like right down there, and we're not gonna leave the train because if one shows up going the other way, we'll probably just get out of here. Yeah, so I mean, one dilemma anyway, which is kind of why we're just gonna try hitchhiking into town to delay things. Is, we've got foamers. I don't know if you can see them over my shoulder. Foamers are rail fans. They're guys who just watch trains all day and take pictures of them. So basically these foamers are just perched up here with a total direct view of that trestle down here. And what's going on is that we're going to need to walk back across that trestle in order to get on the train when it pulls in. So right now we're kind of just hoping they'll leave, because I don't think there'd be anything to make them happier than calling in 2 guys trespassing on the railroad.
So we've decided we're going to go into Quincy so we can get a burger and fries. Sometimes it's just worth it to stick your thumb out. Give it a shot.
So we are pulling in to Quincy right now. We got a nice ride. So we're pulling in. We got a little bit. We got a ride from what's your
name's Vanessa.
Yes, and she's a very nice example of Northern California kindness to drop us off here. We're gonna try to find the burgers, fries, and beer location. Then when we head back, we're hoping those foamers won't be there. Here we are.
So this is the pub, and I'm gonna drop you guys off over here in this corner.
Awesome. This cheeseburger with tomatillo cilantro dressing and local microbrew here at the Pangea in Quincy. Just what the doctor ordered. What's going on? Basically, it's starting to get late in the day, and there's been 0 trains going north. We're hoping not to miss too much of the scenery. It's supposed to be pretty nice. We're starting to run low on beer. Obviously, all the ice in the cooler has melted, and that's kind of annoying. Additionally, yeah, we're just kind of, it's one of those frustrating moments of when is this thing going to show up? Because there's supposed to be 3 a day. We passed a bunch coming down here. And there was a bunch going north when we were up there. But right now, there's nothing. There has not been one going north since we've been here today. So it's kind of frustrating. We're debating what to do. We're running low on supplies. And especially beer. This is warm now. And it's kind of a bummer.
We still got some rail fan.
Yeah, the rail fans, the foamers are still up there with their camera on. We're starting to not really care. We're considering that we'll just get on a moving train right here at the tunnel and try to get out of sight before they show up. Ooh, that's it. There was 30 in there yesterday. What the F? Well, approaching dark here at the other side of the Y. And basically, it's, I don't know. I was hoping we'd see some scenery on the way north, but a good chance it's going to be in the dark. There's been absolutely nothing. Pretty much absolutely zilch going north all day, which is surprising. Seems like these delays always coincide with me trying to get on a train going that direction. So it's starting to get pretty gloomy out here. This is the deep woods. This is not a joke. All kinds of twigs snapping in these woods and different creatures starting to emerge from their holes. So things should be okay. We got 2 guys here, but a little disappointed it's going to be another night trip. Basically, we got on pretty late. Now we're about to arrive back in Klamath Falls with this large boxcar. John's considering making a run to get some food. We're kind of debating that right now. I think it seems like a better idea to stay on the train, being that we're trying to go past. So, we'll see what happens here. I don't even know if I can see it. Nope. Way back. So we switched cars. We got some supplies in Klamath Falls. I'm right here. 1075 means liquefied petroleum gas. So let's hope this thing doesn't get hit with a bazooka. The train is coming to a stop right in the yard. I'm really hoping nobody spotted us get on. It's kind of a little bit spooky because there's like no escape at this point. All in. About to join the Union Pacific Main Line at Klamath Falls here. Guys like this worker here are definitely questionable. Why is he there? Why are we slowing down? I'm officially on the Union Pacific Main Line towards Chemult. Why we're stopping again. I need to point out that Klamath Falls is a hot yard. Cool here, not one of those. Down here. Yeah. So we're stopped here in the Klamath Falls, place where BN track joins Union Pacific. It's always a little stressful because of the fact this has got a bull problem. Like an overload of rail police here. This is the Amtrak station, so I think we're good. I think we are out of here, hopefully. So I mean, it's kind of problematic that this is what we got in Klamath Falls to get us to Bend. We're like 40 miles out of town. We're not even close to halfway. The 30 pack was gone a while ago, and I don't know. Things are looking a little more grim. It's starting to get very hot out here. We're kind of in the desert almost. As you can see, there's a lot of scrub, and probably rains here like 2 times every summer, you know, but we've got some water. I don't know what's gonna happen here.
Well, here we are. Basically ran out of wine. It's supposed to be enough to get us to Tumult. We're about a fifth of the way to Tumult. We could have used close to
Don't
5 more
mention
of these.
fifth. That's makes me want something right now.
Probably should have got a bottle of Kessler. Something that would last a while. But
I'm thinking one of those 4 liters of Carlo Rossi or a space bag is what is required at this point. And oh yeah, why are we stopped again? This is the 3rd stop out of Klamath Falls. I have no idea what's going on. It's starting to get really annoying. Not a big train yard here, just kind of a crew change for trains passing through. Definitely going to get off, check out the river, go jump in there, a couple other odds and ends. It's pretty hot out, and we're definitely looking to cool off.
alright, so we're going to go to the Deschutes Brewery. It's downtown Bend, right on the Deschutes River. Grab a couple of pints of cream ale and maybe a burger and fries.
So we got this engine right here watching us. Gotta get out of here. I think we're just gonna make a break for it. You wanna just go for it?
Yeah, let's do it.
Alright. Yeah, we gotta just go for it. Ready?
Okay. You ready?
Yeah,
Let's
go. You first. Let's get off the property. Time to get in this water. I think it's just a ditch, but.
We could have gone to the cart spot.
Alright, so this is Bend, and what we've got going on here is like an antique car rally or whatever, which is very exciting. Senior citizens and that crap, but we're kind of disappointed because, you know, they're not drag racing, they're not doing anything exciting. In addition, it kind of looks like a, basically it's just a town for rich snobs. I hate to say it, but that's what all these sidewalk cafes kind of indicate. So we're bored. We're bored that a Jeep here is in a car rally. I don't understand how that guy got in there. And we're probably gonna head back to the train tracks and leave. But this is what it looks like if you've ever wanted to see Bend, because you're probably not ever gonna come. I mean, you got a couple decent looking rigs here. There's a lot of them. Yeah. That's nice. But it's just geezers driving these things. They're driving around the block. Where are the drag races? The racing for slips and all that stuff? I don't know. Not here. Something tells me these guys' kids are not going to get an inheritance because of their dad spending so much money on their car. What is that, a GMC truck that gets in here? Well, folks, as hobos are, solitary and always doing their own thing and all that, it's time for me and John. He's got to go back to stuff he's got to do. Oregon, I've got to get back to Seattle. Good, man. Good. See you next journey. Next journey. So here's the railroad where the train is going to stop. Really right a ways up here. And then over here, you've got the town graveyard here in Salem, Illinois. So what I'd like to point out is this is a very convenient spot to get run over because it's a very short distance. They carry you off the train and into the grave. Probably one of the bigger businesses in town here is funeral homes, being that most of the population is pretty elderly. I mean, looking at this here and this here, there's definitely nobody moving here. And I think a lot of the people leaving, in addition to anybody over the age of 18 who's able to, is also a lot of people leaving horizontally. You can't really tell by looking at it, but this pizza is seriously about the top quality pizza you can get for $2 a slice. Right here at Casey's General Store, which I would say is probably numero uno in the Midwest. General store, gas station kind of place for food. Got to stop northbound right there. Here's the train. Stobie Jim Kenobi immersed in sweat, trying to get the hell out of this place. Salem, Illinois. I think I'm gonna nap this car here. Are we going? It's barely moving. Look at this thick, incredible jungle of this place. It's really getting old. Got a fairly out of sight car, but I'm not going to feel content until I'm speeding up and out of this place. Additionally, there's a junction ahead where the train is either going to go to Indianapolis or to Chicago. I'm kind of just thinking it is going to go to Indy, but I'm not positive. It's a nice pond right there. That's the one to Chicago, and we're taking the one to Indianapolis. So it's all the same thing. It's all cornfield, boring stupid. I wouldn't mind going to Chicago, but I don't really care. There is not much going on here besides agriculture, pretty much over the entire state. I'd like to take the time to kind of showcase one of the more pleasant rail cars that exists out there for traveling on. It's a basic variant of the covered hopper here, and instead of, you know, just like a porch, I mean, look at this. This is totally enclosed, basically making it very easy to stay totally out of sight down in this little section here behind the lip. I don't see how anybody could see you. You know, you might be concerned that there's some kind of hazmat being carried on this, but I don't see a hazmat placard. It'd be pretty tough for a cop to know if anybody's in here or not. So you got tons of room. I mean, that's enough room for 8 people if you really wanted, but I'd say 4 or definitely 2 very comfortably. And you got these little windows here. That's very nice, so you can just stand up and peek out. Look at the scenery. I mean, this is big enough to stand up a very tall guy, and you got all this room here. Very nice. If you're traveling in a storm, this is the front of the car. It's going to be a little difficult. Stay dry still. Might get some water splashing down out of here, but right back here, and it happens that the rear side has got the brake end on it, all the brakes and gear and stuff, but that's not always the case. This could be just as easily the front end, you know. So if you're in a storm, this is going to be pretty much totally dry. Well, you might get some drippage down off of this overhead here. you have here is a more common covered hopper. This is basically on any general manifest freight train these days. It's the East Centerfold. And it's pretty, you know, you got a porch here, you got a little flange to get behind. I mean, the difference in luxury is pretty clear. This is fine, you know, you can lie down here. You're not going to get spotted, most likely. I've never been spotted on one of these rail cars. But this, I mean, this is just so much better. So it's very fortunate that these guys, there's been a lot of these guys out here on the Midwest. These are very rare out west. And what you notice is these exclusively carry like chemicals and powder. The bottom here, this little outflow valve, that's not for grain, that's for, and the whole chute, this car has probably never carried grain. These, it's a different story. These are more versatile. How this thing handles in a storm may be tested out because we've got major looking clouds around here off to the west. And it's kind of that real calm before a possible massive storm feeling out here on this siding in Illinois. So a key element of you know, being out here is these cornfields and corn stalks that you're seeing, and this is definitely a way to survive if you run out of food. However, what I'd like to point out is that this variant here, this is not your sweet corn. No, this is for feeding your cows and whatever, sheep and chickens in the feedlot. As you can see, you're really not going to enjoy eating this stuff, but it is out here. You know, I got one kernel there. Perfectly tasty, not going to hurt you, but it's really not very delicious. This is a major looking storm starting to come in here. You're not going to run out of food. There's all this corn. Water, well, there's going to be rain, but I'm not really excited about this. I'm not sure what's going on here. I'm a little concerned. It's getting dark. This car can provide some shelter from the rain, but this is, we're talking a major storm moving in here. This is not a joke. I can't tell what's going on down here. Can't tell if there's another train coming or what the hell. The weather changes faster. This storm, it isn't raining yet, but if it does, I can tell it's going to be crazy. Well, here comes the rain. So it's getting dark. Lightning flashes, thunder crashing in them. So far dry here in the rail car, but if it comes down, it could be a problem. I don't see that this car is like totally weatherproof if we're not moving. Whoa, there we go. This box car here, I mean, if we're going fast, the box car is going to block all the rain, but if we're not moving at all, the rain can drip right down in here. As you can see, this is starting to get tight in the plains, cornfields. Yeah, so unfortunately, in this day and age, like box cars like this one's pretty empty seeming. They always shut the darn door on it. So, I mean, if that thing was open, I could easily be out of sight, out of the weather and dry. I don't think it's going to happen here. I'm feeling rain starting to come in here. Unfortunately, I don't even have a camera that's waterproof. So what we got going on here is we got a yard office here. And then we got a lot of houses here that could easily spot me trying to get off. I think this is Peru, Indiana. I saw a sign coming in. And basically debating getting off here, hitchhiking to South Bend, or at least taking a break from this train. And the problem you can see is that, I mean, that's a yard office right there. They're going to see me get off. So I don't know. I'm not sure what I'm going to do here. It's about 9 in the morning. Alright, we got a train pulling in on this side, blocking the yard office. Time to make a break, get the hell off of this thing. Well, couldn't be asking for more attention in this tiny ass town with this pack. But I am off the train, and I guess I'm gonna stash this stuff and go look around. I was considering hitchhiking to South Bend, so take this pack off and go ask around, and then take a break from the train. Pretty simple situation, further up the tracks at least, with no fence or nothing if I decide to keep doing the train here. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here in Peru, Indiana. It's just where the train went. This is one of those areas where you can't really tell where the trains are going. And you just end up where it stops pretty much. You could have just as easily gone Indianapolis or Chicago. So this city, among other things, is notable for Cole Porter, born here, and it's the circus capital of the world, I guess. This is a circus-style architecture going on. Additionally, it's also Jim Stobie stopped here and left. So pretty much it's just like another of many, many Midwest towns that used to be cool and now is pretty much totally drying up. Pretty much all the storefronts are like this going on. A lot of overweight, obese people walking around as well. It's a fairly pleasant climate, but I'd say in general there's no reason to move here or come here at all. I'm only here because the train came. It's clearly impossible train to ride right here. As you can see, it's just tractor trailers. One of the annoying things about this route, as far as me, got everything you need to go hang out by the tracks for a while. I'll try out all these 99 flavors. I got 5 bottles. So that's it for Peru. Been here about a couple hours. Probably be here a lot longer waiting for the stupid ass train to show up. But regardless, it's an interesting little town for about 2 hours, and that's about it. So back to the train yard, start drinking, hopefully something will show up. A close look in these portals shows Ford vans heading east. What does that mean? I'm not totally sure, but that's initially to me not an indication that it's going to Detroit, but what do I know? So I decided to get on the stack attack train. This is another case of not knowing where I'm going. What's the date here? It's September 6th. Yeah, I don't know where the train's going. It's going east. I'm trying to get to Detroit. It's so dumb, like, I'm realizing the total absurdity of this trip. Like, I'm trying to go, which is about a 3-hour drive from here. It's probably going to take a couple days. It's really ridiculous. I think that train may have actually been a better choice, but who the hell knows, man? So, this will go at the worst to Columbus, or maybe it'll go to Detroit. There's a junction up ahead at Fort Wayne. We'll see what happens. So it's pretty much the exact same scenery as we were seeing in Illinois. You know, you got soybeans and corn, and that's what I think one of these is. I don't know how much more I'm going to see. Obviously, it's getting dark. The next town to go through is Fort Wayne, which I may or may not get off on. It looks like we're going fast. You're darn right. This train is roaring through another dismal Indiana town. It's the only way you want to see these towns. Blazing right through. I don't know which one this was. Huntington, here we are. Every time you pass one of these three-ways here, one of these three-lighted signal masts, you're always wondering, that basically means you're at a junction. and it's too dark with this camera to see, but it means you may be going the wrong way. And you don't know that. It looks like we're just here to pass another train in the dark in Huntington, but the fact that there's 3 lights means that there's 2 ways this train might go, so I'm not sure what's going to happen up ahead. So, I think this is Fort Wayne. It's like a decent sized town. There's definitely a chance of getting off here. This train is really moving here. It's got to be going about 60 miles an hour. Again, I don't know which direction I'm going. They're went off a whole bunch of tracks that way. So I don't know, maybe I'm going to Detroit. That'd be nice. So as far as what's going on here in Toledo, this downtown is just about totally deserted. Basically, I'm not sure exactly the reasons for all of it. Maybe just the slowdown of the Rust Belt and all that. But basically nothing going on. Vacancies, very cheap apartment rentals available. And a lot of the old brick stuff is kind of just starting to fall into disrepair. There's a nice waterfront here if you got a boat or something. Boat around. Now pointing south with the Norfolk Southern Railroad Bridge right down there. That's about where you'll catch a westbound. So pretty, you know, it's a decent climate. There's a lot of cool architecture, but basically I think this place seems deserted to me. It's kind of depressing. You know, you got this high-end posh apartment building with complete almost vacancy according to the sign posted at the bottom. You got old factories like this all boarded up. You know, one of the few interesting things going on here is probably these docks where you got freighter ships, Laker freighters that travel the Great Lakes. This Adam E. Cornelius routinely travels to Duluth to get iron ore. Might do grain too. That'd be a pretty interesting trip. Right now it's in dry dock. Alright, so it's the darkest hours of the night out here now, and it's kind of the time where you're trying to decide what to do next. Town has been pretty lackluster. Basically nothing going on here. So the next choice, I guess, would be to head down to the train yard and maybe head west again, kind of at the eastern limit of where I felt like going. So maybe back to Chicago. It's another one of those situations where you don't know where the train's going. See, most of them go to Chicago, but there's always that chance of going back to Peru as well, which I'm really hoping doesn't happen. So these are the kind of issues faced when riding through the Midwest. Oh, it's the darkest hours of the night here in Toledo. Little stack train just pulling in. I don't know if he's going to stop. It's pretty dark out here. Kind of in a spot. That's the yard office right there. I definitely wouldn't be hanging out here if it was light. Is he stopping? Not sure. I just boarded this westbound double stack in Toledo. It stopped right here at the yard office, so hopefully it's just because passing eastbound. I'm here and completely sitting back. The whole shows up. It's about the darkest hours of the night, September 8th, 2014. Well, everything's looking under control on the way out of Toledo so far. There was a guy shining a spotlight in my direction, kind of, but speed looks good. Should be out of here for good. Out. Oh, it's a nice Sunrise here, heading into out of Gary, Indiana, right into Chicago. There's definitely going to be a need to get off this train before it pulls into whatever yard it's going to in Chicago. Ultra high security in that area. So I'm about to start packing up. As you can see, we got the lake here. It's kind of nice, pleasant, you know. So I'm gonna put the camera down and try to not get spotted on this high priority double stack. Out. Well, the train has, I wouldn't say it's totally dead-ended, but it stopped out here, still in Indiana. You can actually see a sign that says "Welcome to Indiana" on the nearby I-90, I think it is. So I'm just gonna get off here, and you know, I could just discuss that. You know, one of the non-glorious things about cargo trains is this is often required. I mean, this train eventually is going to make its way towards Chicago, but I don't really want to just sit out in the open on that porch in the daytime here. Who knows when it's going to move? So I'm going to walk and try to find a bus stop or a metro station, which should be close. I've got to say, it's really useful having a smartphone, you know, to find the nearest metro station, which it turns out is 2 miles this way, which will get the rest of the way into town. So that's the end of this train from Toledo into Chicago. So one of the niceties here I found right next to that spot where I got off the train is Calumet Beach. This is like not even a mile walk from that spot. So it's after Labor Day and things have kind of shut down here, but water temperature is still pretty pleasant. Got the heroes of the U.S. Coast Guard run this little base down at the beach. As you can see, this is a nice spot. Got the Lake Michigan, nice freighter ship out there. Who knows where he's going? And then you got Gary over here, which looks good from a distance. Probably the only way the place looks good. And then you got this interesting abandoned mill, steel mill, I think it is. Looks like it's getting demolished right now. Yeah, it might be hard to see because of like sun glare, but I think they're actually bulldozing this steel mill right here. It'd be kind of cool if they just use one big explosive, just blow the whole thing up, watch it collapse, but they're just using dozers. What's going on, folks? Stobe the Hobo here in Dilworth, Minnesota on September 21st. First day of fall. And for today's episode, this week's episode, we're going to be featuring the High Line from Fargo, Dilworth area to Whitefish, Montana. So, as you can see, it's a decent sized train yard here and there's not a lot of cover. We got the main lines where this coal empty is sitting. Those main lines are where the westbounds are going to pull in. So, got a really, not a lot of cover here. I think I'm decent. It's a Sunday, which is good, so there shouldn't be a lot of workers around in there. So there's a junction ahead, right at Fargo, basically, where trains can go either to Billings on the low line, or the High Line, which goes up into North Dakota. Well, they both go to North Dakota, but the High Line goes to Minot and then Glasgow. It kind of goes through that back in oil region. In order to be sure I get the right train out of here, I'm going to need to get a train with double stack containers, because out of here Those only go to Seattle or Portland, meaning they're guaranteed to take the High Line. There's definitely some risk out here hanging out with a pack. There's basically no good reason why you'd be out here. I haven't seen any workers, but you know, you got this tower here, and he's got some kind of a camera apparatus. I don't know if it's on or if they're watching it, but either way, it's probably best done at night. But it's 10 in the morning, and that would mean waiting another, you know, almost 10 hours. So probably just gonna sit here and see what happens. And these trees would be a better spot once I've determined that, I mean, basically anyone seeing me on this road with a pack, I could go through this guy's soy field, but that's not very considerate. And he might see me. So I'm gonna have to go up this road, middle of the daytime, to those trees, and then it should be safe. The main line should be right there, and then access to rail cars when the next westbound pulls in. Hour later here, we've got the second back in oil region empty oil train coming in from the east. It's going on the High Line, but I mean, looking at those tanks, where are you gonna ride? Coincidentally enough, stacks on these rail cars, but they're not stacks, they're tankers. Yeah. Oh well, let's keep waiting. Here you got a stack coming in, but it's behind this train that's got a crew on it. So, means there's going to be some risk of those guys going to have to be in sight of that engine. Down there. Here he comes. So technically, the guys in the front engine might be able to see running across this field over to this car. Wait until the air goes. You hear the air hiss, and it starts moving, and just run over and get on. If they see me now, well, the cops would probably come and bother me, which I don't really got. My hiding place is gone. I really wish those rides had pulled up back by that big tree trunk I was hiding behind. Train's taking a little long to take off, more than I thought, but these soy plants at least have nice ripe beans in them, which is a good food source, being that I'm kind of low on grub. So this is Dilworth still, right to cross the river from Fargo. Nothing too interesting, just strip mall crap going on. Just a second, we'll be crossing the Red River into North Dakota and Fargo, which looks a little more interesting. Fargo, North Dakota. Here's Fargo. Again, it's just, it had that movie named after it and stuff. It's not a terribly interesting town. I thought about coming up here, but it's like an 8-mile walk from the train yard. There's the Red River, not too big a deal. It flooded a couple years ago. And this is now the border into North Dakota. So far we've been going basically due west, and at this junction here we're going to start going a little bit more northwest. Off to the left here, this is where trains to Billings. Actually, scratch that. Junction's further up here. So over here, this is the track into Billings, which we just split off from. The train is now heading northwest, up to Minot. That's the main split. The scenery should get a little different because we're going to be going north. Train's currently stopping here to let this empty grain back off the main line and reload up ahead, I believe, in quite a big silo. It's pretty important. Pretty much, I would not get on an empty grain train anywhere around here, as the chances of being dropped at a silo are pretty good. This is about 40 miles west of Fargo. So as far as crops goes, these are soybeans here. And wow, that's quite a jolt. These are soybeans. There's also corn. That's basically the main crops that are being put in these silos. And often the full trains are then sent to the coast. The entire contents put on a freighter. As you can see, this is a lot of grain, or soybeans or corn that you can put on this train right here, out here in the North Dakota countryside. So it's getting a lot later in the day, and the train is still just very far distance from anything resembling civilization out here. I think the next stop should be Vineyard, and I'm not sure how close it is. Obviously, there's no way to tell from any of this scenery. We're still in soybean country. Just rows after rows after rows. It's getting dark and the train still ain't to the next town. There's been some lame stops going on. So probably be arriving at Minot at some point in the dark. It's always hard to have a specific time or schedule with these trains because you never know when these stupid stops are going to happen. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo. Fast forward a few hours. Out here on the basically the edge of town. Minot, and I'm kind of frustrated. I've been basically walked all the way out here from down by the train tracks looking for any place that sells beer, and there's nothing because it's Sunday or some crap. I mean, why do you think I got off the train? To just come see another, town with a bunch of roughnecks driving huge Dodge Ram trucks around? So, I guess I'll have to wait till tomorrow. It's a major gig against this place. You'd think this rough Dakotas wouldn't, have an issue with me buying a beer at 10:30 on a Sunday. I'm kind of flipping out because I don't really have the money to go to a bar. Yeah, I'm kind of annoyed I don't have the money to go to a bar. I've only got $40 in cash to get back to Montana. So I'm thinking it's just going to be a dry night back at the campsite by the train tracks. So this is Minot, the 22nd of September. It's still pretty nice temperature. It's about 70 degrees. I'm right here at the BNSF yard office. We're doing recruit change right now. This westbound general manifest freight train. As you can see, it's a pretty reasonable yard. I mean, there's no security. Right down there by the end of that bridge kind of thing is a good place to wait. As far as the city goes, it's not terribly unpleasant. It'd be nice if there was a bigger river through here. Got the nice autumn leaves starting up here. Then here to the north, you got some hills, trees, so it's not as barren and desolate as people think of most of North Dakota. We're fairly close to Williston, where basically the back in oil region, the center of it is right there. That's about 100 miles from here. So a lot of people live there, or actually a lot of people, I should say, live here and then commute there. It's kind of a 1 week on, 1 week off kind of a job. So there's a lot of big macho man trucks driving around, roughnecks in them. Right, well that's pretty much Minot for you. It's not a whole lot to see here. Definitely want to point out, if you're enamored by all that oil boom going on and thinking of making your 100 or 150,000 a year, starting out. Just remember, these towns up here, there's nothing going on. And it's going to be a struggle to spend that much money. I mean, you know, if you're into a smaller kind of town, kind of place, no mountains, skiing, lakes, any of that, then might be worth it. Otherwise, I'd say definitely consider carefully. So now we've kind of starting to get into the back end crude oil region here. It's about 15 miles out of Minot. Right here you got a huge tanker train getting refilled at this facility here. It's a lot of construction, a lot of stuff going on in the area. It's important to stay down in the daytime. There's workers everywhere. There's guys like Farmer Ben right here. Even Farmer Ben, he might have a cell phone. So it's kind of hard to like enjoy the quote unquote scenery out here with all these workers. It's the center of all the big back and oil region stuff going on. Yeah, again, if you're thinking of coming out here for the boom, this is where you're gonna live. It's super dry, badlands almost, totally flat. So recreational opportunities and all that pretty much non-existent. Scenery's pretty much the same. Definitely not a big deal. Next stop is going to be Glasgow, I believe. So this is Glasgow or Glasgow or however you say it. And you know, if you don't have the budget to go to Glasgow, Scotland, I guess you could come out here because it's not quite as far and it's definitely a lot less exciting. There's like nothing going on here. I'm kind of wondering why I got off. I did manage to find some beer. There's like a major mosquito infestation going on right now, even in September. I mean, if you look, all these bastards. I've got about 200 bites on my legs from these things over the last couple of days. So it's a pleasant little town. It's too hot in the summer. It's way too cold in the winter. But you've got to ask yourself, what is going on when this setting you're getting swarmed with mosquitoes. Look at my leg. Look at all of them. Go to hell! It's just not worth it, folks. I don't know what's going on, but I cannot recommend getting off the train here. Swarmed. Absolutely mother frickin' swarmed with bugs is what's going on. Additionally, pretty much, what's the point of the town? I don't know. You got this grain elevator. You got this bar. I'd love to show you some more about Glasgow, but, you know, save the time. Go to Glasgow, Scotland. Might actually be exciting. And you won't get incinerated with mosquitoes, hopefully. Out! Oh, thank goodness. Please, God, stop at the depot. I don't care what this train is. I've got to get out of here. It's about 10 p.m. Maybe 9, actually. I should probably duck so he doesn't see me. It's infested with mosquitoes. I got to get out of here. Why is this train not slowing down? No! Well, you know, I was hoping to do a little bit more in Glasgow. A little like Scottish theme, you know, how the middle of the Badlands of Montana somehow got a Scottish name. But the mosquitoes are so out of control. For some reason, it's just time to get out of here. It's 10 p.m. on September 23rd. I'm heading west. Darkest hours of the night. Stobie, Jim Kenobi, out! Is going through Browning, which is on the Flathead Indian Reservation, and now we're headed up into the mountains. So the scenery is going to go from all this flat, boring stuff to Glacier National Park in about 30 miles. Just showing up in the Continental Divide right now. Glacier National Park with these pretty decent peaks up here at the top of the pass, Marias Pass, and now we're starting to head down. Whitefish is about 50 more miles to the woods. So it's a welcome relief from those bugs to be here. Things have really cooled off. Definitely going to need a jacket when I get out of this sleeping bag. West entrance, Glacier National Park. Right there. Nice drive in to Lake McDonald there. Would have been nice to get off the train and stop, but unfortunately, when you're not paying for your ticket, you don't get a lot of options on the stops you're going to make. This is basically the entrance to Whitefish and the end of our episode on the High Line, Fargo to Whitefish. Coming right into the Whitefish yard here. As you can see, this is probably the top. It's probably the top spot, you know, on the whole line to get on and off. We've got beautiful mountains, lake. There's a nice town up here too. So I'm just going to wait a little longer, then bail off and conclude the trip in Whitefish. Yeah, so there's a ski resort and there's a lot of kind of yuppie, nouveau fashion kind of stuff going on here. There's a lot of wealth. I would say Whitefish is probably good as far as the recreational opportunities, and as far as the rest of it, it's a bit expensive for a lot of the stuff, and it's a lot of just kind of white, wealthy yuppies who live here. So you got the Amtrak depot right here, and wow, look at how easy that is. Here's Whitefish Lake, just a short walk from where you get off the train. See right over there, stack train pulling in. Folks, this concludes our episode of Fargo to Whitefish on the High Line. Covered about 1,000 miles on Burlington, northern Santa Fe. We've gone to Badlands, seen a lot of mountains recently in the last day, and just a lot of flatlands and other stuff. So it's an interesting route, but not the most exciting on the entire country. Greetings folks, Stobe the Hobo here on December 6th in Denver. And for this week's episode, we're trying to go east out of Denver to Kansas and then double back and get to El Paso, Texas. So right now I am at the intersection of Brighton and 31st. I'm just barely off the property. But right here, what we've got is a apparent Denver to Kansas general manifest train. So as you can see with this area, I mean, you've got right in here to the departure track, and the rest is fenced off. And then you've got, you know, cars and people. And fortunately, I can just say it's a Saturday, so this guy is closed, and there's not any activity here because it's kind of plain sight what's going on here. The fortunate thing is where I'm standing, there's really no problem right here, just 5 feet off the property. So this is one of the rides I'm looking at. I mean, it's going to be kind of risky to just run and jump on in daylight. What's going on? Half an hour later, just kind of hunkered behind this little electrical box. Seems fairly low-key. I don't think there's anyone really onto what's going on, which is fortunate. The new pot laws in Denver mean people are hopefully more relaxed and chill about this kind of thing than they used to be. I have met the bull right at this spot, the Union Pacific Bull, so if he drives up, that might be an issue. However, I'm not trespassing, so there's nothing grave to worry about, except if the bull drives through and sees me, he's gonna be on the lookout after this, because it's pretty apparent to a bull what's going on here. You know what I'm saying? On board. Hopefully this train will leave soon. I'm in this to win this now. So you can see this is a perfect ride in the element of being able to see if the cops are coming. Look at these. I mean, this is head level right here. Well, it's about an hour and 20 minutes later with no sign of the train moving. So I'm hoping this train is leaving today. It's a Saturday, which can be different than the weekdays for when these trains leave. So I was hoping not to have to pop the alcohol before leaving, but it's probably gonna occur. All right, pulling out. 2 in the afternoon. As soon as it gets dark, I'll probably get in bed. It'll be like a 14-hour sleep, which will be fairly simple because I got this guy. It's already half done. Train is rolling into Salina, Kansas. It's been a super long ride. Left Denver at 2 in the afternoon yesterday. Now it's 10-something-30. So very slow. The train never really went over 30 miles per hour the whole time. I'm also filthy. This gondola here, this dust has just been blowing everywhere. All over the place. Definitely not a ride I would recommend if you can find something else. So anyway, I'm not positive if this train is going to dead end here and continue to KC. So I'm going to sit tight for a bit and see if we move. And if I hear them start taking the train apart, obviously I'll get off and try to figure something else out. Not much going on at this old factory. Well, appears the train is dead ending here in Salina. That figures it would have been nice to go to KC, and I can't see any purpose stopping in this town for any reason. So naturally, Union Pacific has some kind of operation here where trains are made and broken up here rather than just going through to KC. So I'll be marooned here, guaranteed longer than I wish, here in Salina, Kansas. Maybe I'll go check out the town, see what's going on. So this is Salina, Kansas, which is pretty much just out here in the plains. I definitely didn't have any intention of stopping here, but this is where the train broke up, so that's kind of what the deal is. Unfortunately, with traveling on cargo trains, is they don't always stop in the coolest places, and it's not like I really had an option of getting off here. It's totally deserted. There's definitely zero hot chicks here, or hot guys if you're a chick. There's not even a store, there's not even a liquor store. I don't know what to tell you. I just really hope another train shows up soon. I guess there's still enough geezers in town living here to go see this concert, but that's pretty much about it for culture these days during the holiday season. Well, folks, looks like I'm probably going to be marooned here in Salina for quite a long time. The train has broken up. There's absolutely nothing moving through here. And hitchhike, well, as you can see, I'm completely filthy from that nasty gondola. So this is just one of the things you got to deal with on trains. If you're going to ride on a line with minimal traffic, you got to be prepared to be marooned. So I'm just going to go sit somewhere and try to figure out what to do. Hitchhiking is not out of, totally out of possibility, but it would mean having to at least clean this dirty face off. So for now, I'm just going to enjoy this cold beer on this miserable day in this miserable town. Out. This has been a complete bust. Just waking up here the following morning. Evidently, since the last time I've been kind of paying attention to this line, there's been a total drop-off in coal traffic due to some mine closures and the price dropping or whatever of coal to where they couldn't afford to send it on this line anymore. There's been nothing at all. There's been no activity in almost 24 hours here. And I guess the other train I was expecting to get the rest of the way would have been a coal, which is definitely just doesn't happen anymore. So you find that out this way occasionally. So the next step will be to hike to the interstate and hitchhike on I-70. Institutions like this in Salina work hard to prevent kids from turning into people like me and doing things like I'm doing right now. I don't know where the hell the kids are. They should be up doing push-ups outside in t-shirts right now. Some military school this is. It's about 3, and just due to the lack of rides, I'm looking at just going to Harrington and getting the Union Pacific main line to El Paso. From there, that's only 26 miles. I'm here in Junction City, another totally pointless town if you ask me. It's just bleak. It's not that cold, fortunately, in Kansas, but I gotta just say, I left Denver 2+ days ago, and I'm about fried with all this. This place is not interesting. It's not fun. I really just want to get out of here and at least get on a line where the trains run, This is horrible. Waiting hours and hours for a ride to go 26 miles. It's driving me bonkers, folks. I wouldn't recommend ever doing this. Hopefully me doing this and you seeing it will prevent you from doing the same thing. It's one ride closer here. It's out here in a pretty remote area, but it's 9 miles to Harrington. Walking distance, I guess, 9 miles to go to what I believe is a far busier main line with a lot of intermodal trains going towards El Paso. Interesting wildlife specimen here on the side of the road. There's a big ass turtle. Too bad it got smushed. Oh my God, I'm so sick of this! Just rolled into Harrington, another deserted Kansas town like Salina. As you can see, again, not much going on here in Harrington, Kansas. I'd say this town's a little bit better in that at least there's got a hill here, topography. So anyway, at this point, it's kind of time to just get on a train and stay on for a while. It's possible I could be on board this next train to El Paso, Texas. Just probably about a 24-hour ride. So I'm going to stock up here, try to get some beer, something, enough food for the trip at the Heartland's Food and Liquor, right down this hill to the train tracks. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here in Harrington, Kansas, and it's basically the same as Salina, this town. If you want to see the town, actually, you should probably just come here on your own, because I'm here at the train tracks reconning how to get out of here and actually start really moving on this trip. So what it appears is that this train is making it's going straight and therefore south, which is not the direction I'm trying to go. The important thing is they're going slow enough at this junction. The junction's right here. You could bail if it was going the wrong way here in Harrington, Kansas. So the main concern here is going southwest. You've got this junction right at the border of the yard, and you see this track here curving off towards the right. I assume this is the track I want to Dalhart, Texas, and El Paso. And then here, the train that just pieced out of here, I think that goes to Fort Worth, looking at the maps of Union Pacific. So definitely want to go here, not here. So this signal here, I believe, will be green for any train making the right turn. This is just a little south of the yard here. This is the yard office, and all this nonsense is all Union Pacific. So the plan is to hike up a ways past this office, and shouldn't be an easy place to get on a stop train. Hopefully it'll make the right. If it goes the wrong way, it's easy enough to bail off, but we've also got this signal we can look at. Hopefully we can see that from back there and basically know for certain what direction the train is going. December 9th. Been here a little longer than I thought. There's been a lot of trains, but they've been going mostly south. I'm trying to get one that's going west. So I've basically gotten to the point where I've got to start making tracks. And I'm going to climb over these couple cuts of cars and get on one behind that I hope is going west. After almost 24 hours in this frickin' yard, this train looks like it's leaving. I've heard, remember I only heard that all unit grain trains and unit covered hopper trains make the west turn at the end of the yard here. So yeah, it's kind of a gamble. When you ride for free, it's not as certain what's gonna happen, you know. Some might say it's not totally worth it. I ain't jumping off this thing if it's going any faster than this at the junction. So hopefully it's gonna make a right turn. Because if it doesn't, it's just gonna go the wrong way. I've been drinking and not jumping off this train at all. Passing through the fuel pad here, where they gas up all the trains. Woo! It's going the right direction! Yeah! Yes! Peace out, bitches! Alright, so it's now in Pratt, Kansas, and the train, well, another stack just pulled up next to the train, the grain train I was on, and so I'm on the stack now, which is way higher priority than the grain train. Greetings from New Mexico. The train definitely made quite a bit of progress during the night. It was going high speed pretty much the entire time. So you can tell I've arrived in the southwest when you see this sinister fog rolling in here. Well, it's probably rolling out now that it's the morning. Yeah, the southwest is definitely a place with kind of a different vibe to it. You know, you've got Indian burial grounds, evil spirits. There's a lot of things that could make it unnerving, I would say, to be out here. I mean, listen, it is deathly silent out here. I can't hear anything at all. Might as well be in outer space. Additionally, you know, just think at night, this has the vibe of a place where the train would just cruise into one of these fog banks, and when it came out, whatever hobos were on board would have somehow disappeared off the train. No doubt victims to some kind of spiritual force that's definitely still in charge of this land. It's one of those areas where, you know, your cell phone doesn't work. GPS doesn't work. It's like one of those Bermuda Triangle dead zones, pretty much. So hopefully this stop is for a good reason, you know, like letting another train pass and not just because of some other kind of weird problem that can't be explained. And even though you got these cactuses right here, now look at that. Yeah, these things, it's cold. There's ample frost on these railroad ties. One survival tip I'd like to point out here, if you were out of water here, all these rocks, they've got frost all over them. And obviously that's not a lot of water, but if you did this frequently, you know, you would survive. You would get a cup of water maybe from here to here. That's my indication that it's time to get back on the train. New Mexico for the crew change, right where the Burlington Northern Transcon crosses over this Union Pacific. Got a tanker train right here rolling through. Looks like it's ethanol, judging by the markings on the cars. Stobe the Hobo out here in the desert, just about probably 90 miles north of El Paso, Texas. And I'm really glad that I'm not here in, like, you know, August or July, because it's got to be 130, 140 degrees possibly. So right now it's pleasant, although I would say it's still really not habitable for human life. There's not any sign of water around here. Looking around here, there's probably Gila monsters, extremely poisonous, that will bite you. I guess we got a couple people who live around here, but they're probably crazy nutcases who do peyote, is my guess. This is Highway 54, New Mexico. You got this, let's see if we can see, this hawk here. Definitely looking for some corpse with eyes they can just gouge out and feast on. Actually in Texas now. El Paso's got to be close. Into town. Well, the train is stopped pretty close to town. I'm just going to get off here. I'd like to see what the town is about. So this is El Paso, Texas on the 10th of December. Not a whole lot going on here in the downtown area. Still trying to find just a place to get some cheap food, maybe some more beer. Just pretty much expended all my alcohol supplies. I guess this is where you'd go if you get pulled off the train. Very interesting. Looks like something in Salt Lake, the Mormon complex. Very elaborate jail. In the main drag, Wednesday night about 8 p.m. Not much going on. Well, there's a little bit more going on nightlife-wise than there is in Harrington, where we were yesterday. I would still say it's fairly dull. Down here at the border, it kind of looks like BNSF has got a train that crosses the border. It's right here. This is the bridge. I think it's both the auto and the pedestrian bridge right over into Juarez. The other side, folks, right there. Otro lado de la frontera. Juarez. Sitting up here, and we got a train parked here going east, and the border fence and Juarez. Here's the bull right here, that little vehicle. I don't know what he's doing, just, it's good to know what his car looks like. The thing about the bull is he looks tough, but he really, all he does is drive around and not do a whole lot. This is going to do it for El Paso. I'm going to check the town out and get a bus out of here to LA. Institutions like this in Salina work hard to prevent kids from turning into people like me and doing things like I'm doing right now. What's going on, folks? It's January 3rd and another Stobe the Hobo begins. This time it's going to be your two favorite deadbeats from an earlier episode. So this is Dunsmuir, and that's Wingman. This is the Colonel's freight crew.
What's up?
And for this time we've also got a third edition, at least for until she disappears. That's Sarah. Whatever, I don't know if she's interested in being on camera, but she's on there. So anyway, folks, our plan for this episode of Stobe the Hobo is basically ride, it's cold here, it's like freezing and all that in the woods. I'm going to try to get down to where it's warmer. The plan is to go from here into Nevada, Salt Lake City, and finally Las Vegas, hopefully, in the midwinter months. Anyway, we got a lot of territory to cover. This actually may be 2 episodes. So at this point, we're waiting for the next train. Going south. I think we're not wasted enough to get on a train going north by mistake. Yet.
We're in Dunsmuir right now. We've got a nice camp set up. Spent the night. Had a fire going. Got the river nearby to clean off. It's one of the best hobo spots, I think, in North America here. But what we're looking for is, we're hoping for the 1-a-day southbound to be on time. It's starting to cut it a little close.
It is Sunday, so it's always like
that's right.
Can change things.
There could be the chance that there's not going to be the southbound, the regular one today.
So the next stop going south is going to be Roseville, California, which is pretty much just by Sacramento. Just what the doctor ordered. There's no rides yet.
I think he's going through the yard. He's already
Here's
past
the end of
yard.
here's the end of the train, and there's no fucking rides on this thing.
I think he must be going into the yard because he would have stopped by now.
I don't know how many trains there are a day on this line, but this is not a good sign. No rides at all, and he didn't stop. So, as a 7-year veteran of trains, it's still amateur hour out here. Here's the ass end. Absolutely zero rides on this thing, but maybe one of the boxcars is open on the other side? I don't know. They're fucking full!
They're full?
Get up there. Not a bad ride. Sawdust. You can see her. Finally taken off. Dunsmuir. Pretty much totally out of sight underneath this black covering. Looks like it's time to get started. What is it, 10?
Yeah.
It's noon somewhere, you know?
What was a disaster has just been averted to one of the best rides
Ever.
possible.
Yeah. This is nice. We're totally out of, completely out of sight. This black covering, like, very difficult to see in here. And obviously this is pretty comfortable sawdust. Very fragrant. One of the few rides where you'll get off smelling better than when you get on. Not a terribly long train. And almost no rides. If these were empty, game over. Out Shasta, it's covered in this fog or whatever, but that's it. This is the Rainbow Bridge, as it's known with the hobo crowd. Entrance of the yard.
Okay, so we're coming into the Davis yard here. We're coming in from the east, going west, and if you look off to your left over here, that's Dry Creek. And right in there is where there's one of the hobo catch spots. People like to hang out who are riding trains, and that's where a young college student's body was found a couple of years ago.
Yeah, right in here. Dry. It's not dry, but I guess it's Dry Creek. We're not dry either up in here. How much is left in that thing? Yeah, not much.
Not a whole lot.
This yard is monstrous. Look at this. Look at all these tracks in here. I don't know if the camera can tell. You really need an IMAX screen. There's just tracks all the way to the horizon. We're determining that going over the pass, Donner Pass, we're gonna try to get in these middle engines right here. It's freezing up there right now. Well, we're getting on this thing. Everything we need for the trip. 5 minutes after getting on. Speedometer is indicating departure. As soon as we get out of here, I'm going to extinguish these overhead lights so we can sit in the crew seats. 10 minutes later, finally leaving the yard. Next stop, Reno. Going through Colfax. Surprising dearth of snow. None here in January. So a good thing this wasn't intended as a ski trip. Just just gotta say this Coors stuff is awful. All that commercials and garbage for Coors original beer are freaking crap. What a barf. Tastes like club soda with beer concentrate, which is what Coors actually uses in their beer. They send 8 cars of beer concentrate and put club soda in it. And that's exactly what this tastes like.
Take it.
You can fit here. There's our drink getting a hotel room, but it's like 4. So it just doesn't make sense. So we're tough. We're big boys. Gonna wait till check-in time here. It does seem appropriate that they'd have a train yard right next to the casino. It's not unheard of to come in here in a nice car and need to leave in a much cheaper form of transportation. So this is where we camped last night by the train tracks. Now we're going to try to find a hotel because no longer is broke. As we did in some of the other episodes, we got enough room. John is going to see if our budget can possibly permit staying at this place. You can see this is not a joke Motel 6, this is the Nugget. What are we looking at? Did you actually get a room in this place?
Did. It's $47.
$47.
And we got the top,
$47.
we got the top floor
At
on the
this
south
place.
side.
It's right by the train yard. What happened with the Reno economy where the 25th floor is only $32 plus tax and all that. So it is January and it is a Monday, so that's a good time to roll in
25th floor.
to the Nugget in Sparks.
Going up.
Yeah, so we got, this is plate number 3 here.
Actually, the swordfish is pretty good. I recommend it.
Here in the Calumet Casino. It's one of the older style casinos, kind of has that gold rush feel. Look at the exterior. Well, greetings from Reno, Nevada, here on January 5th. And I'm standing here right directly above the trench that was built about 10 years ago to divert freight trains. Freight trains used to come in, they'd come right through town, right here. There was a crossing here. It was about 10 years ago. They put it down here, which is obviously super lame if you're into trains because they're hidden. So this trench right here definitely makes it more difficult to access the train. But I guess the fortunate thing is there's been a lot less guys running out of the casino broke and jumping under the wheels. Anyway, we've kind of, checked out most of the casinos. It's hard to pull the camera out, honestly. And I think Vegas is going to be like the big fish in this whole thing because I'm just not that motivated to spend a lot of money in these places. They're that interesting. It's cold, off season, pretty deserted, honestly. So we're going to head back to the hotel, and in a couple days we'll be in Vegas. So we'll see how that compares to Reno. So anyway, this pretty much sums up Reno. What we've seen here is we've got the Nugget Casino right by the tracks, which is one of the more reasonable lodgings here. It's what is it, $48 with tax. So total cost. You have a nice train yard, and obviously
It's an excellent location, not only for guys like us who prefer to be on trains, but also if you happen to have some kind of worse luck than you're planning here at the tables, you got a very cheap way to get home from here as well. Again, just still by the Nugget Casino waiting. We've been here about 6 hours now. So judging by, you know, the 5 to 6 trains a day going east, something should be showing up fairly soon.
Well, here we are waiting for an eastbound. Bound to show up pretty soon. Who knows when?
Got this train pulling in at 10 p.m., but it appears this worker is switching the train into the yard. I don't think this is going to help her, right? I mean, here's the Nugget. There's our fire. And in here, I'm still just thinking this train ain't going where it's going nowhere but the yard for right now. Any rides on this train that just pulled in?
Yeah, the one ride is the one you saw. The rest of this here, we've got auto racks for about 20. And then it looked like there probably was some more grainers beyond that, but I saw no reason to walk down there right now. It's on the 3rd track over. So we got at least a little bit of time. There's a worker up here, he's cutting something off.
It's going to be here at least 2 hours, so it's hard to leave this on January 6th. There's some guy driving over here. We're off the property. It's a crew van.
No, it's just a fucking crew van.
Chill out. They're cutting cars.
We're gonna do a little loop.
There's some definite ridiculousness going on because of that fire. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know if he's looking for us or what. Is that the bull? This is...
Get over here.
Is this dumb? What is going on here?
Look at this. They're scoping it out.
That hag in the van. Oh my goodness. That is a... Well, I'm going to apologize to Reno. I can't believe this. Folks, America is turning into I don't want to get mad. I'm sad that a hag in a van would think that there's a danger from this. Unbelievable. What's going on? Train is stopped here. Sparks Yard. The hotel parking lot right here. There's an easy road where a bull could show up. That's why we're glad it's 3 in the morning, because this is just not where you want to be in the daytime. And they're definitely doing some work. Banging cars around a couple tracks over. That's our old room. They gave it to someone else. I think that one with the light on it. So I think the train's coming up to the split where we're either going to go to Salt Lake or Ogden. We're definitely hoping for Ogden because that means the train will go over the Great Salt Lake, not around it, right through the middle. Yeah, basically, this is the only way to actually go across the Salt Lake. They actually built kind of a rock causeway, they call it. It actually goes through the middle of the lake. Yeah, any salty dog of the rails will definitely have taken a ride across the Great Salt Lake. Here's Wells, Nevada. Not much going on here. Major length train. 1.5 miles long. starting to see a lot of that salt going on. All this little piles and stuff here. Pretty much sodium chloride, as far as I know, out here on these flats before the Salt Lake. It's pretty dried up. A lot of it. I think as we get further in, we're going to see some water. Starting to see water. There's the water. The Great Salt Lake, finally. The water level has definitely gone down a bit. Coming all the way up to these rocks. Unfortunately, we're not equipped with ingredients for margaritas. This salt here would be fine. Really decent. It's all salt. It's not snow, that's salt. Ogden, here, Ogden, Utah, home of the Golden Spike, I believe, where the Transcontinental Railroad was completed on each side. Peaks, nice historic downtown. It is Mormon, so it's hard to find a liquor store. Train elevator here is generally with the rear end of the west tracks. Yeah, a guy just showed up over here offering to hang out and may or may not take advantage.
I just don't feel like walking down all the way to wherever his camp is that we don't know.
Authentic hobo. Right here.
Oh, I try to abide.
Old man.
Old man or too slim. The hobos call me too slim. Okay, the dirty kids call me old man. The real riders are out here right now.
I know.
Okay?
This is
These are the best months.
I know, and I'm serious. I used to work for SP back in the 80s.
Okay.
But I used to change diesel tires and rebuild trailers. Filmers had felony warrants. So I said, get. And I stayed for the cop. I did the old, hey, what are you doing? Hey, how you doing? And yeah, I took one for the team, you know.
Nice.
And everybody got away except for me, but that was all right.
That's cool.
And
So,
all I got after that was love, you know. I hitchhiked, guy gives me $100 that picks me up, and all I did was get love the whole way out.
Mhm.
Two guys had felony warrants, and we were talking, who's got warrants here? And two of them go, well, we got felony warrants. And it's like, they're going to jail.
Yeah.
You know? And I'm clean. I'll take a ticket.
Mhm.
You know?
it'll work like that too. They have to, like you said, you have to have about 9 cops in order to catch everybody.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, they had
Just one
2.
guy.
I've been riding solid for a year, guys. Okay? I lost my place where I was staying in California. A friend of mine died from cancer. I never even knew he had a daughter. And all of a sudden she got power of attorney and kicked me to the curb. I was riding with some friends in Roseville and happened to go under the bridge and met a couple riders and they said, hey, come with us. And I said, okay. And I haven't stopped since.
nice. You're here working for a bit.
Yeah.
Are you riding out?
As soon as my friend from New York gets here. Yep.
Nice.
And then you're talking about maybe next summer.
Yeah, having
there's
a
gonna be a
gathering.
gathering out here. Would that be like July, September? Summer?
Probably July.
July. Okay.
July.
That sounds like a blast.
Yeah, I mean,
Seriously.
Out here would be a lot of fun.
Just getting beer is the issue.
yeah,
One store in town.
You have to bring it in. Yeah.
yeah. The liquor store is 3 miles that way or 3 miles that way, but there's supposedly a liquor store uptown somewhere.
Well, folks, greetings from Ogden, Utah, January 7th. This is one of the more historic railroad points in the country because it's where the Union Pacific, I think the Western Pacific, met to connect the east and west portions of the country, the Transcontinental Railroad. It's also historic because Stobe Attack and Wingman stopped here on January 7th, had a fire next to the tracks. Basically in Utah, liquor, beer, all that's hard to find. Whatever. This is about it. So next plan, we're gonna show a little bit with Ogden, take the camera into town, and then next is gonna be Salt Lake City, which is about 30 miles south of here, on our way to Las Vegas. This truck is just pulled up in the woods. Let's see what happens. What is the deal? We're trying to be by ourselves. There's a lot of weird dudes in Ogden, if you haven't noticed. I'm hoping he's just cutting wood. Guy with the chainsaw right there. Gloom of midwinter. The original depot here, Ogden. This guy hasn't probably been turned on since before I was born. Aboard! 4 different railroads, I guess just 3 here, that used to run, now just merged into Union Pacific. Well, greetings from Utah, and one of the things you'll notice when you arrive in Utah, via freight train or any other means for that matter, is that some of the architecture definitely is pretty impressive. Right here we have this Mormon palace or cathedral here in Ogden, Utah, and I mean, You do not find this, I don't know anything about architecture, but this look here, magnificent. Truly magnificent. It's not going to be found in Colorado or Nebraska. That's it for that. Yeah, another interesting thing to notice about the building here is a conspicuous lack of liquor store style architecture. So despite only having one liquor store in Ogden, I've got to point out that it's, of all the places we've been with trains, I think it's the most convenient. Right here, you've got trains stopping going east and west. Right here. Amazing. This is probably the first place I've seen where you could jump off a train, grab beer, and get back on the same train. In safety, it's like a 5-minute total process.
Breaking camp here in the morning.
Well, just because it's 5:50 and it's fast, we're going to get this commuter train down to Salt Lake. Anyway, this is Salt Lake. First impression is, well, I've been here a bunch of times, but on this trip, I've never seen more air pollution anywhere in the United States than here. I mean, look over, there's mountains there. I don't know if you can even see them with that camera, you know. We're gonna be here a day. We found a crappy hotel that costs more than the other place, the Econo Lodge. And next, final leg of the trip is gonna be Vegas. Before that though, we're gonna do some of the requisite tourist stuff around here, namely Temple Square, where the basic ultra awesome Mormon architecture exists. So right here in Salt Lake City is actually the ground zero center of command globally for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You can only guess what kind of high-level plans are being concocted by high-level commanders in this room overlooking the square. Another interesting architectural feat, the Jesus Christ Latter-day Saints. Interestingly enough, with a very similar herald to that of Union Pacific, who we've been traveling on for the last 5 days. This monstrous conference center definitely supersedes any best efforts of probably almost every other denomination. Greetings here from the temple at Salt Lake City, Utah. Definitely an interesting spot in all regards. Most interesting is this building here, and then behind us we've got this, I don't know what it's called, but it's the huge amphitheater where the Tabernacle Choir does a weekly Sunday morning broadcast live from here. And definitely the grounds as well. A lot of people walking around, a lot of business going on for the church. Surprising amount of hot girls have been coming up and talking to us, but so far they've all just been missionaries, so I'm not sure what to make of that. Right here, this is the very top of the office facility. To me, I'm pretty sure I would say the tallest building in Utah, definitely dwarfing all these other guys down here, and the view is just ghastly as a result of this air pollution. Out here to the northwest, you got the train yard, and there's like refineries and everything, so kind of disappointing because you'd be able to see the Salt Lake easily if it wasn't for this like LA style smog problem they've got going on here. A rehearsal of the Mormon Tabernacle Choir. This large tabernacle building has often been mistaken for a medieval times.
Depart Salt Lake City. We got a nice, beautiful, clear day here today. For this next segment of our trip, we'll be featuring a couple of fine products, one of which is a Caravella. It's a limoncello. It's a 28%, fifth. And we also have, to complement that, 100 proof peppermint schnapps, which of course is 100 proof.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously the schnapps it's cold, and we're gonna need some major warmth for the rest of the trip down to Vegas. Fortunately, Vegas you can drink on the strip, so if we're not done with these, shouldn't be any problem walking into town. No. Right, I mean, the first gig against Salt Lake, I've got to say, is this pollution. It's not fog. This is air pollution. It's disgusting. Now we got a stack train pulling in here. Is this our train? There's a smell of like whatever it is. There's like 3 refineries around here. This is a UPS train, and I'm not seeing evidence that this is going to stop. Swift intermodal. We're out here in the darkest hours of the night trying to find a ride on this train. There's an open boxcar.
Let's get it.
Open boxcar.
Open boxcar, let's do it. What do you think? What do you think,
Oh, of
folks?
course.
Open boxcar? Is that the hobo? You know,
That's game over.
that's
Let's
like
get it. Again, I believe here's Salt Lake City. That's the downtown. About 3 miles down there. Maybe you can see. Can't tell if the tabernacle and all that crap's down there. But now, darkest hours of the night, we got an open boxcar. Golden West service boxcar. Totally open. We're getting on, going to sleep, and I'm really hoping this is going to wake up far south of here towards Las Vegas. There's Wingman getting on.
Oh! Where is it?
Out in there. We got a problem here, folks. We got a problem. Limoncello, where is it?
After a pleasant ride in a boxcar through the night, we are now arrived at Milford, Utah.
Oh, this is Milford. It's pretty deserted, honestly. I think it's a population of about 1,400 down here in southwest Utah. All evidence shows that the town only exists for the railroad, because just about everything is in a state of pretty serious disrepair. Downtown right here in the depot.
Another train coming. Pretty good right here.
What's going on out here waiting? Basically, this is the third train going the other direction. We need one going that way towards Las Vegas. I like this scenery out here. You got these snowy peaks. This is far southern Utah, but we're still 5,000 feet. And here we are. Going in. Stack attack. Freezing out here, this close to Las Vegas, but the reality is that we are frozen. There's ice on this river here still. About to roll in. Nice break in temperature here. It's like 60. And now we are at the very east end of downtown. So we're, solid 2-mile walk by from the Strip, which is pretty reasonable, I'd say. The very front end of the train is past downtown. Right now we are very east edge of downtown. So it's quite a walk, but not too bad. Probably 3 miles to the other end of the Strip where the Luxor, big pyramid-style casino is. Yeah, I mean, I'm not trying to sound terribly braggadocious here, but there's definitely less badass ways to roll into Vegas here. Golden Nugget, finally a hole in the fence. So here at the live location of another extremely interesting, exciting reality show, Pawn Stars. This is the shop. This is it. John looks thoughtful as he examines some of these statues here.
It's a nice Picasso piece.
Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, we saved so much money on transportation costs getting down here. We had enough for the win of all the places to stay. If you'd like to find out more about Vegas, more about Nevada, I don't know what to tell you. Get your ass on a train and get down here. What's going on, folks? Stobe the Hobo with the first episode of 2016. Hopefully about to get underway. What we're going to be trying to do here is head east out of Denver to Chicago with some possible stops on the way. As maybe you can imagine, this city is being choked out by millennial hipster 420 friendly dreck, which means it's definitely time to get out of here. We've got this apparent Denver-Chicago double stack train, and I don't see a crew on there. Obviously, I'm not excited about the fact that it's day out here. I thought maybe the train might pull out before dawn's really light here on this Memorial Day weekend. But basically what we're looking at, we're gonna have to wait until it starts moving and then go through this hole. Very convenient hole. And look what we have here. Peering safely from my safe vantage point. Got a crew pulling in. The crew is here. It's gonna be time to rock very soon. Hop on cop. And if you notice, you've also got this cop shop through here. Those are all Denver police. All those cars in there. I'm not worried at all about that, but obviously if they call, it's not going to take very long for the cops to get here. That's the main point of that. So I'd like to point out the bull, this is the train. If there's any train they're going to watch, it's going to be this one. This is the hottest train out of Denver. But the fortunate thing is that on this side of the track here, there's no place where the bull can drive his car. Going on board the train. Definitely, I'm very sure the guys in the engine did not see me get on, or anybody else. That said, it's always unnerving when you're creeping through the yard at this speed. See that worker vehicle scanning the train right there. Definitely good to be in this 48. Totally out of sight. There's the yard office right there. Ocean stacks, accompanied by a ton of F&JB Hunt 53 containers. So it's Memorial Day weekend. Just like to pay my respects to all our fallen soldiers. And I think a good way to do that is to remain free. Denver National Western Complex. All the pens are empty. These are only full of animals in January, I'm pretty sure. Things are looking up. I don't see any other obstacles to being out of Denver very soon. Once again, this is a convenient place if you're gonna get run over. They just pull you off the tracks, put you right into the grave. Memorial Day weekend. There you go, that's them. Those are the guys they thank you to. passing through Ray, Colorado. Yeah, so being in eastern Colorado, we still got just mostly grasslands. Once we hit Nebraska and get a little deep into Nebraska, we'll give way to the corn. There you go, the train and myself, along with it, are pulling into McCook, Nebraska, which is the first crew change east of Denver. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to get off, just walk around, see what's going on in town. I've got enough time, I don't need to just go direct to Chicago. It looks pretty pleasant. A lot of horses and cattle and farm animals hanging out. And here we've got the westbound. It's about 1:30 and you've got the westbound Chicago Denver pulled in here ready to rock. So if you're in McCook, mid-afternoon is when these trains show up. Pretty decent spot here next to the tracks. You can definitely camp without any kind of issue, it looks like. So there are some guys who ride trains who basically, they don't mind, and maybe they're even glad if you can see them and smell them from half a mile away. That's fine, whatever, but I mean, I recommend bringing an extra set of clothes so that you can go hang out in the town and not draw any attention to yourself. So this is McCook, Nebraska, and as I imagine, there's not a lot going on here right now, but honestly, not a lot going on is just what I was interested in after being in Denver, where basically every millennial pothead has descended on the state for the weed thing. So it's a nice break out here to just be out in these plains. You got a train yard, you got a couple businesses, you got a lot of ag stuff going on, and that's really nice. Obviously this would become suicidally boring if you were to stay here more than probably 2 days, but I've just been here about an hour. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo is still here in McCook, Nebraska. And I will say it's definitely starting to lose its luster. Definitely starting to get boring. And I could definitely see that this could be one of those places where you really regret getting off the train. So the situation is that tomorrow is Sunday and this is Memorial Day weekend. So those are two factors that can make getting another train east or west, for that matter, extremely difficult out of here. This could be a view that I'm going to be looking at for days, and it's starting to sink in here. But another issue that has to be pointed out is there's only one train on this line that's going to get you to Chicago. You could ride the junk or the general manifest train, but I'm not sure about that past Lincoln. And at Lincoln, there's junctions. So, I mean, you could get on something out of Lincoln going east, but you're not sure that the train is going to go to Chicago, or it may make a north fork. There's a fork there. You know, and I mean, just to add a little bit more about this, I mean, there may be a lot of folks who think this is some glorious lifestyle. I mean, I just got to tell you, it isn't. You got tick-infested woods here where you can camp out. So, okay, you save money on a hotel room, but you get Lyme's disease. You've got the possibility of being marooned in this town for a seriously long time. You've got the fact that nobody in this town ever walks anywhere, which means that you walking around town, no matter how clean cut you try to look, you're going to stand out immediately, because this is one of those places where everybody's got a Dodge Ram and nobody walks anywhere. So guaranteed, I'm already like in the register of the cops and like half the residents here. So our culinary choices for McCook is going to be Casey's Pizza, and I just got a Coors Light because I already drank a heavier styled beer earlier. I'd like to say that Casey's Pizza is really solid quality for pretty much any pizza, and I mean it's Casey's stores, they're just in the Midwest. I mean, this is, if you taste this pizza, you're gonna know what I'm talking about. It's better than Papa John's, Pizza Hut, Domino's. One definite positive attribute is you've got the beer store that also sells pretty good pizza just right here. That's the tracks. Just on the other side of those trees. Well, not surprisingly, there's absolutely zero going on here for nightlife, even though it's Saturday. Well, it appears this is going to do it for McCook. We've got this eastbound General Manifest train has just rolled in. It's sometime in the very darkest hours of the night. Overall, this is definitely a worthwhile stop to get off the train. You've got reliable one-a-day double stacks that come pretty much, in the same time window, mid-afternoon, going each direction. In addition to other trains, you've got pretty close proximity to beer. This is a very, very laid-back setting here. I mean, yeah, so as I suspected, the train is going to go into the Lincoln Yard now. I was hoping this was going to bypass the yard and go to Galesburg. I could just stay on, but basically what that means is shortly I'm going to need to bail off. Even though we're way out here, it doesn't look like there's anything. Lincoln is just around a couple more corners. It's been a nice ride across southern Nebraska for the last 6 hours. Sign that you're almost in the Lincoln Yard. You see I-80 up here. And I think you can see a train leaving the yard on another spur. The track up to Alliance, Nebraska over there. It's a very reasonable area. This is what it looks like just right before the yard. Time to bail. It's the camera case. There's my pack. Climb down. Safely off the train here in Lincoln. Definitely a very quiet day here at the west end of the Lincoln Yard. So I'd like to point out a few things here. First of all, you got this split right here. Anything pulling out and going up that one over there, that's going to Alliance, Nebraska. And if it's a coal empty, it's going to the mines. There's one freight a day that runs up there at least, which is a Kansas City to Pasco train. Basically here, I don't know how to ID any of the trains in the yard as far as the freights. You've got to just wait out here somewhere at this junction, and it looks like they're going slow enough. This coal empty is taking the split to the north, heading up to the mine through Alliance, Nebraska and Chilton. Just gonna walk in. I've never been hassled before walking through here. There's a little road next to the yard that may or may not be private property. We'll find out. Still under here after 3 years on that trip. Some other decent tags in here. It's nice to see that people are respectful. I mean, this looks like you could wipe it off with a washcloth, but people have been nice here. There's the train I came in on right here, this one with the tankers. So just to explain the situation, this is the east edge of the yard. Here, you got this split. So anything going to the left is going either Chicago or Sioux Falls, or sorry, Sioux City. That split is a ways out of town, so you can't really be sure which way you're gonna go at that split. Now here, any of these are going to KC. So if you're trying to get to KC and you see a slow moving train pulling through here, pretty much guaranteed KC. I don't think there's any splits down that direction. So this is Lincoln, and upon arriving here, I mean, maybe there was this day and age where you can show up on a train with your pack and find some kind of scene or something interesting going on in towns like this, like back in the 50s and 60s with all those hitchhiker beatnik guys. But whatever the case is, that's definitely not going on here. There's nothing going on here at all. Maybe it's just because it's the weekend, the Memorial Day weekend, that's possible. But I'm getting fatigued carrying around this pack. It's hot. This place just seems basically deserted and miserable. So I'd say if you don't have to get off in Lincoln, I'd just recommend riding through. Alright, well, adios Lincoln. I just got on this and it like gunned it the second I got on. If I waited another car, I wouldn't have made this. Stobie, Jim Stobie on a bunch of wheels here. On a series of maybe less fortunate events, this train is now going to Sioux City, Iowa, which is really on the way. I have to figure out some way to get from there to Chicago in 24 hours. It's nice scenery at least. Alright, so lots happened since last night. Basically, I got on that train in Lincoln, kind of gambling. I knew there's a fork up ahead where the thing might go to Sioux City, but it was like there's no way to know, and I think the train I want doesn't run on Sunday. So the train did go north, and now we're up here. The train is stopped in Fremont, Nebraska. Not much going on here, and I've happened to know that in Fremont, a different main line runs through Union Pacific. I'm going to switch trains because this is going to Sioux City. Things looking sprightly here in the Fremont graveyard. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if I'm just getting old or just getting tired of doing this. I mean, first I got the wrong train in Lincoln, which is frustrating. And now I've just been walking. I mean, I've had to walk about 2 miles back from where that other train stopped to here, hoping to find where the Union Pacific is going to stop. And, I mean, this pack is heavy. There's mosquitoes. You know, I'm just getting fried out here. And I'm hoping for some luck. I need one train from here to Chicago. I'm supposed to be there tomorrow. And this is at least 500 miles away still. Got this coal load going through here. Supposedly the trains stop here. I don't know what's going on at all. So this is Fremont, Nebraska, which like much of the rest of Nebraska is pretty much deserted and free of anything interesting and new. I mean, you can just see here, this is Memorial Day. There's absolutely nothing going on in this town at all. I don't know how stranded I am right now. I know there's train tracks and I've been hanging out over there. None of the trains are stopping. And it's basically probably impossible to hitchhike out of here right now. Just completely deserted, this town. Although it's nice that they put these flags up. Well, some people 9 a.m. might seem a little early to get started here. I don't know what else to do here. This is becoming grim here in Fremont, Nebraska. The good news, I gotta say, for Nebraska, the beer store is usually pretty close to the train tracks. You got this grain, actually it's a soybean processing facility here. Filling this car up with some kind of, I don't know, processed soy. They're at the ADM Fremont soy processing plant. Currently moving position here. It's a nice route through this leafy neighborhood. What I saw was all the trains, none of them are stopping at that crew office. They're all blitzing through. So what I think is going on is that well east, which is this direction, they're stopping down here. And I saw crew vans going in that direction. So I'm walking down there right now in hopes to board a train going further east. The sun is about to set over the land of the Fremont, Nebraska here on Memorial Day, 1916. And it's looking like there's just nothing, I don't know, nothing doing. I think I'm in the right place. There's been some trains that have stopped, like this one. They're going west. Obviously that doesn't help if you're trying to get to Chicago. There's nothing else to do than just wait. There's no way to hitchhike out of here. There's not a bus. There's not an Amtrak. There's nothing. Interestingly enough, there's a lot of trains coming from the west that are branching off a ways down there. There's a line to Council Bluffs, Iowa, Omaha, Council Bluffs. And there's a lot of trains that are going that way. You just see them zooming past over there. There actually seems to be more going that way, which I'm kind of surprised by, because it's like, that's not the main track. That's kind of like a branch off. I mean, the main line to Chicago is right here. So, what's going on? It's the darkest hours of the night. Stobe the Hobo here in a DPU on a coal train, finally getting out of Fremont. I've been here way longer than I wanted to. I got my smartphone. The cars are marked NORX. They're coal cars, so I used Google, and it says those are Northern Indiana Power Authority, which means this train's going to Chicago, because there's a big junction ahead, and this train should go the right direction. Train is cruising through Iowa. I'm in the rear engine, and it's the kind of situation where you don't want to get too comfortable. I'm super fatigued. I've been on like a, extremely grueling schedule without any real long periods of sleep. But the problem is that in these engines, there's a good chance, well, there's a fact that every day somebody comes in here and checks. And the card, there's an inspection card. Inspection card here, 30th. Today's the 31st. So I mean, if they're gonna come in here probably before Chicago, you know, don't get too comfy here. Regardless, I think I'm gonna have to get some sleep here. Since leaving, I have not slept good at all because of this middle of the night schedule I've been following. If somebody walks in, I'm just gonna may have to deal with it. I'm probably not gonna be able to get it on camera as well if somebody walks in to inspect the locomotive. So, yeah, I mean, it's a little bit of a risk. I've got to sleep though. I cannot stay awake right now. Stobe the Hobo out here in the cornfields. Just popping up little shoots. That's all we have here, but in a couple months, that's gonna be big, tall stalks. This is somewhere in Iowa. It doesn't really matter. I mean, this could be Iowa or Nebraska. This train is super slow. Coal is the lowest priority to get on. I think I've only gone about 100 miles since I got on this train 5 hours ago. Alright, so this is Boone, and I think up here in the yard, they're probably going to check in this engine, so I'm going to be prepared for that. I'm either going to hide in the bathroom. I'd like to get out if there's like a place to hide outside the train, because sometimes they check the bathroom. But I'm looking up here, this is not looking like there's any cover. There's the crew office right there. There's a little suspense here. I mean, if they come in, they find me in the bathroom, and they call the cops, I don't see how you're gonna hide in this town. I just don't see it. Fortunately, the train is past that downtown. If it stopped there, I mean, there'd be no escape. That's guys coming for the inspection. There's no way to even remotely not be to do anything but get in the restroom. Okay, not sure what to do. I don't know if I want the camera on, if the guy's gonna walk in here. This is getting tenser and tenser every time because there's no freaking escape. The guy's in here. The guy is in the engine. Alright. I think the guy's out. They're gone. Yes. Yes. Just checked off. 31st. Just enjoying another pristine Midwest sunset out here. You know, the Midwest, it doesn't get as much credit as it could for scenery. I mean, you got marshes, that's nice. You got woods, there's a lot of woods. It's not just cornfields. All kinds of beautiful trees, wildlife, birds, everything out here. Passing through Clinton, this is some kind of monster processing plant for something. Those standard huge plants you see out in the Midwest. You got the little pleasant town of Clinton here. I mean, whenever I think of Clinton, the name has kind of been besmirched for obvious reasons, but The town's, it's not too bad. I stopped here before. It's pleasant. It's good for one day. There's this smell coming out of this plant. It smells like barley. And it smells like a brewery, and it's really making me want a beer. The beer store and all that stuff right over there. The old depot. Here's Clinton. Board it up. As always. This is it, folks. This is the big one. It's the mighty Mississippi. Oh, us. What's going on, folks? Stobe the Hobo here in Chicago on June 1st, along with your other favorite member of the show, Wingman. And recently, for the last day or two, we've just been hanging out in town, checking things out. But according to the Volunteer Security Patrol, I guess we've been 86th from this campsite here in this park, which is kind of a shame. It's right by the lake and stuff. But pack up this campsite and move down to the train yard. And we've got an interesting voyage planned for this episode. Stobe the Hobo. So you got this nice fountain. You got this lake. You got this, cityscape going on here. That what you've definitely got is time to get out of town right now. We're going to the subway, catching a ride to the train yard, and we're out of here.
Alright, we're done with downtown. We're taking the CTA train to the CSX yard. We're headed out of here. Alright, so we're here at the bar yard, CSX, for southbound. So we're hoping to catch something on the mains that's just going to be going slow or stopped here.
Yeah, so all the CSX traffic leaving for the northeast, as well as just east towards Maryland and Ohio, comes through this spot, I'm pretty sure. Very south side Chicago. And we're hoping we'll stop on these mains here. These are the two main lines. These tracks here lead to multiple possible destinations. We're not really committed to an exact destination, although Cumberland, Maryland would probably be the best. Going this way, you could end up in New Jersey via Buffalo. You could end up in Cleveland, possibly in Detroit, possibly Columbus, possibly Cincinnati. There's a lot of options, but the majority of these are going to the East Coast. It's local Polish sausages here. You're not going to find these out west anywhere.
Nice. The hot variety.
Let's see here. Good. Up here you got this monster steel plant. making these coils here. Let's see behind the fence. That's what they're making, those coils. We're out of Chicago on this 48. We're out of here. Going through some kind of huge junction. There's a lot of these in Chicago. Look at all these different tracks. Look at all this. Got this white vehicle here. You never know who that guy is when you're just coming up. Who the hell is that guy? Not sure if that could be the bull. Homeland Security right there. I don't know what he's doing.
Gary's over there. The lake, Michigan, is over there as well.
Going through Gary, Indiana. Abandoned buildings. Alright, so we got on the train about noon. I think it's about 6 right now, and we're already in Ohio. So the train is going to have a few junctions coming up, and at that point we're going to get a better idea of where the train's going. My rough idea, I'm pretty sure this is going through Maryland, to Baltimore, or Portsmouth, because it's got single stacks. You don't have the double stacks. And that line has a bunch of tunnels and low bridges to where they can't have double stacks. So that means that's most likely where it's going. We'll find out up here, hopefully before it's dark at one of these junctions. So anytime you see one of those triple signal masts, it means you're coming up to a junction somewhere.
One of the possible junctions we've got coming up is in Fostoria, where the trains can go south down to Columbus or even further onto Russell, Kentucky.
What are the two directions we can go in Fostoria?
Well, we're either going to stay on the east-west main line track, or we're going to split off at the junction going to the south. And if we do that, it'll go really slow, so we could be able to jump off if we wanted to there.
There's this monster intermodal terminal way out here in Ohio. There's not another town. We haven't even passed into a town in Ohio yet. This is a major danger riding into this. If you end on one of these intermodal trains, if you end up in here, I don't even know what you do. We're coming to a stop next to this intermodal yard. And I am hoping to God we're not going to get involved with this thing. We're outside the fence. So we can bail right here. But if we back in there, this is going to be game over.
Game over, man. It's game over.
Ever get in this yard is so enormous.
There too.
It's absolutely enormous. We're wondering if they're gonna add these cars onto here. This guy's pulling these out. Hard to figure out. This is something to remember if you're a rider. This is a monster intermodal park between Garrett and Willard. I'm telling you, if you end up in that thing, you're not able to get out, and it's about 4 miles long. Well, this is Fostoria. We're about to arrive at the junction and we're slowing down, which is what a train that is turning right would do. Neither of us want to go right. We're going to be prepared to get off. What do you agree, John, right?
Oh, yeah, we're jumping.
Right here you've got a grade crossing coming in from Norfolk Southern. There's just tons of these throughout Ohio. This rail fan down here, foamer, photographing the train. It's
Probably calling us in.
Oh, here we go. This train is pulling off the mains. We're gonna bail. We don't want to go south. You ready to go?
I'm ready, man.
All right. Got everything tied up.
We just gotta get off the
Just do it. We'll do it right up here. All right, you first. Go. I'll get you on tape. Ready? Hit it. Just go. Man's gonna show us the right way to do this. All right. Here, John. There's the cap.
action shot. In flip-flops for the dismount. One flip-flop, one barefoot. Jim Stobie.
What's going on? We're here at Fostoria, Ohio, and I didn't know this actually until I got here, but this is obviously a major rail fan, Fomerville. Massive diamond here. So you got, I think, CSX going that way to Columbus, CSX going that way to Willard. North, I'm not sure where it goes. It could be Toledo. Doesn't matter. You don't want to go to Toledo, so we're not going north. And then we've got towards the west and the sunset. That is back to Chicago. And another good thing about here, different than Southside Chicago, is these gas stations do sell beer. So for the foamers, if any of our foamers watch this show, look at you got two trains going parallel, the same direction right here. And for some reason this coal is actually going faster, which is weird. There's John Kasich's, economic miracle here in Fostoria. It's the darkest hours of the night in Fostoria, and this grim Gothic church is here. But the only real life going on is at the train tracks. The rest of this place is boarded up. It appears moribund. I just want to find a place to get some chicken and some beer. I mean, you got this place, the rail, but it's shut down. There is nothing open at all. It's 10 p.m. Fostoria, Ohio. I am throwing the flag on John Kasich. You've got this rail fan park here, which is probably the nicest part of the entire city. Big triangle. You got the Norfolk Southern track here, CSX going past there, and over here. There's been a lot of rail fans hanging out here, foamers, in the last couple hours. So if you come to Fostoria, this is probably, as a rail fan, obviously you're going to have to come here because it's a very nicely put together situation. Oh yeah, so you got, 3 different tracks, close proximity. You've got this nice restrooms. I don't know why they bothered putting a woman's restroom. You've got this nice radio. You can hear the radio. They've got the scanner of all the channels up there playing. We're definitely discreet about what we're doing here around foamers. Definitely want to keep it DL what you're doing around here with these foamers. You start talking about riding on a train, anything like that, guaranteed you're going to get ratted out. And they've also got this nice map, which is actually very helpful. You can see the directions of all the lines going through here. Time to test the insulating qualities of this sleeping bag. Get this travel train. Nice. Out of Fostoria, peace. Gravel cars. I'm not sure where this gravel is going. Maybe just to Home Depot. This gravel train is En route to Willard, Ohio at least, where we can get another one to Cumberland. The yard is absolutely monstrous. Willard, Ohio. And we gotta get off this train. It's not going through. What's going on? Darkest hours of the night. Leaving Willard. Hoping this is gonna go to Cumberland. We're not totally positive. We're gonna go through the night, wake up somewhere in far east of here, and everything should be fine. Stobe the Hobo east out. Right over there. Right now the train is making its way up this super long canyon from Pittsburgh to Cumberland, Maryland. And as you can see, it's pretty much just total wild back 40 out here. Very little civilization at all. It's just the North Appalachians. Basically, this is just wilderness. We're like more than 100 miles from Pittsburgh to Cumberland. Very interesting. Definitely one of the most scenic routes in the country, I think. Getting ready to go. Going into Cumberland, already in the city limits.
Alright, that makes a little more sense. We're gonna get... Jim.
What?
What do you want to do? What do you want to do?
Cops! Cops! Shit! Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I don't know if you can see them. I gotta run. They're coming. Shit. Dude, there's cops. I gotta turn this off and just run, man. They're gonna think this is a gun and shoot me. Well, there may be a small problem. Getting off that train, the cops arrived. And it was the kind of situation where if I'd pulled my camera out, I could have been shot. That's how it works with live action. I'm cool, I think. I think I'm cool. I've been down here. I ran well off the tracks. I'm a solid half mile at least into the woods. It's been an hour. Stay put here for a while. hardly a lamentable situation. Look at this river. This is the Appalachians. It was 2 CSX police, I believe. I didn't see much. And if I pulled for the camera, I mean, you never know what's going to happen. You know, so that's life. John here, enjoying this Pleasant Creek, Cumberland. How's the temperature in there?
Oh, it's perfect. It's perfect, man. It couldn't be better.
What's going on? We're here in Cumberland. Finally reached the town. We had to hike in a little bit of a ways. Kind of sketch. You gotta watch where you step. So this is Cumberland, which I'd say among the big dogs of the freight train crowd is among one of the top stops for getting off here in the Appalachian region. You got this red brick architecture. There's tons of different churches, like old church buildings going on. I mean, any direction you turn the camera at all, you've got an interesting looking building. I mean, for example, I haven't been to every county in the entire United States, but if you're gonna get pulled off the train, I'd say this is probably the most picturesque courthouse you're gonna see. So, I mean, while you're arrested or in trouble, you also have the privilege of getting to go inside this building on official business. You got this old passenger train depot here. Naturally, Amtrak pulls in on a different track in just this little, you know, prefab building in a different part of the town. So if you're not into modern, boring architecture, this is definitely a good city to come to. You got red brick everywhere, pretty much the whole town. And you've just got unique buildings and old churches and all that stuff all over the place here.
One of the more interesting features of this Cumberland town is that you've got the Great Allegheny Trail, which runs from Pittsburgh all the way to Washington, D.C.
Not that you want to go there.
330 miles of trail that's paved like this that runs along an old railroad bed. So it's relatively flat, but it goes through the mountains. It's a great way to see a lot of what we're going to see riding the train, but you could do it by bike or hiking, which is, I think, is pretty cool. I wish there was more of that.
You got this tourist train here in Cumberland coming out of the canyon. That's a cool thing for rail fans if you're interested in coming here. So for Walmart and rail fans, if you don't have the gusto to take a freight train here, there's other attractions like this tourist trains. Alright, so this is the very kind of west edge of the Cumberland Yard. You got 2 main lines here. These are the ones we came in on. These are going towards Pittsburgh. And then over here, the main line that we're interested in taking tomorrow or the next day, one curving around here. This is going towards Grafton, West Virginia, and then finally Russell, Kentucky. And it should be epic Appalachian scenery we're hoping for. Now it is only 1 train a day, and we're gonna have to catch it moving, so there are some variables making this not a totally certain thing. Rain coming down here in Cumberland on the Grafton line, waiting here. There was biblical level rains going on. It's kind of let up here. And what we're seeing is there's some rust on the track. And the thing is, we're debating if that means it's not being used or if it just means a day's worth of rain. And so if you come down here and look, you see this rust. I think that just means it's been rained on for the last day and that trains still run on the track, but we're gonna see because we're down here, we've been here a long time, and there's no sign of the train. I definitely don't want to have to leave a different route out of here because it's gonna totally snafu our plan. All right, so this is gonna do it for Cumberland. We're definitely ready to peace out of here now because unfortunately, one of the things we've been finding in these historic old towns, for whatever reason, there's like zero nightlife at all. I mean, you look around here, it's 10 p.m. and this place is deserted. there's not a single bar that I've seen here in this. This is the main, like, little touristy square. Additionally, the gas stations, everything are closed on Sunday that sell beer for some reason. There's absolutely zero possibility of finding beer in this hour. 10 p.m. in this town. That's starting to be a turnoff. Yeah, so I mean, in conclusion, this town's pretty reasonable for cool architecture, lots of trains. I mean, this is a good town for rail fans, foamers, tourists. And the downside is just, you know, there's nothing going on out here. So this is like gotta be the slowest train you've ever heard of. This is the speed we've been going for hours up this steep hill. There's gotta be some kind of a mountain pass or something ahead. Straight down on the right, straight up on this side, on the way to Grafton, West Virginia. It's pretty scenic and nice, but it's a major grind, and this is a loud train. Yeah, so basically this train goes slow enough up this hill. I mean, you could get off, maybe go camping and get on the next day's train. I wouldn't make that a hard and fast rule. That'd be a nice meadow right there to pitch a tent. You got a little creek there. It seems like it might be the top of the pass here. We're starting to speed up, and that's downhill. So let's see what happens now. Right at this bridge. Big rain yesterday, got bright blue sky, super green, trees everywhere up here in Appalachian, God's country. This is possibly the steepest mountain pass I've ever gone up or down. All the way up and down this pass, you got double main line. I think the train is guaranteed to stall if it's coming up here and it has to stop to wait for another train. Look at that grade. I mean, this is steep. It's absolute wilderness back here. Absolutely zero civilization except for a couple homes occasionally. Look at that. Virgin forest. This is real history here. I don't know if this was a water tower or what, but modern times has eliminated whatever employees used to work in here. What's going on in here? Yeah, look at all that electronics and who knows. Very musty, pleasant wood smell. So this is Grafton, West Virginia, and I'm not totally clear why there's a yard here where they're actually, you know, doing work. I mean, it's extremely hot, and there's a lot of, you can just tell in these forests, It's, you know, infinite amount of biting insects and snakes and stuff. And God, is this another place that doesn't have beer? Nothing to be found anywhere down here as far as beer. That's where you go if you get pulled off. Kind of grim looking courthouse here.
All right, so we just came into Grafton, which has been a great community so far. Everyone's been really friendly to us. And looks like we've got a beautiful river here. I'm not sure the name of it, but we're gonna head right down there with some cold beer, assuming it's not a dry county, which we haven't figured out yet. And we're gonna enjoy ourselves for a few hours.
This is definitely worth getting off the train here. Let's just see what we've got. Look at all this. We got an ear. Oh my God. It's to just get out of the heat. Nice river, beer. Stop complicating your life so much. You get a 12-pack, you get a river, and you get a positive view on what's going on. Oh, 12-pack number 1 has been cached by the river. Dude, where is the beer? There it is. There's the last one. Introducing Steel Reserve Hard Pineapple. It's $2 at that gas station, and it's 8%. All right. I mean, you're trashed as shit.
Yeah, no, it's that pineapple 211, whatever. You know, I don't know. The mixture of the acidity of the pineapple, you know, the 8%, it all mixes together and creates some kind of a toxic mix. I can't handle it.
This is hours and hours and hours and hours and hours after we got the pineapple, and game over. It's too much.
Game over,
that's all I
man.
can say.
Game over.
Absolute game over. If I can just say there's a limit. You can't just keep drinking forever. It doesn't just stay fun ad infinitum. And that's what we're experiencing right now. Here in Grafton in the darkest hours of the night. What we're seeing here is the general tendency of all these smaller, kind of rustic, historic towns, which is just to basically just be shuttered, with the population definitely moving out of here, or at least not anybody moving here. Interesting old historic architecture like this, but this is done. There's nothing going on here anymore. You know, and while certain guys and politicians may think they're going to bring this back and bring back the blue collar, I mean, this is done. This town is history. I mean, look at this depot. And look at this building. I mean, what happened at these places? These are hundreds of years old. Particularly intrigued by this huge hotel or residence or whatever it is. You can only conjecture what kind of history has happened in this building throughout the years. Not sure if this is Civil War era, but we're right here near the Mason-Dixon line. Here the train yard is totally quiet at night. It's kind of hard to figure out why they've got a yard here. I don't see any industry. I don't see what they're doing with the cars that are getting cut off here. I mean, the railroad has got way bigger operation here than I expected. You got an engine shop. You got a fuel station. You got, you know, random locomotives just parked here. Alright, what's going on? Day 2 Grafton. And after camping here, the problem we're seeing is that the train we came in on, the same train that's going to leave, it's very short, and it's making a lot of stops in different towns. It's unsure if there's even going to be a ride on the train, so we're kind of thinking about some other options. I mean, John here, you're thinking hitchhiking might be a more reasonable solution out of here.
As much as I don't like hitchhiking, we've had a little bit of hassles in the town. And it's kind of a small town, so it's hard to stay covert. But if we were to hitchhike, we've got a lot of daylight left.
All right, we're giving up. We're gonna go hitchhike. This is what happens when you hitchhike. This is where you spend the night. Here. Does this look fun to you? There's camping out. There's John right there on this freaking on-ramp. All day we've been trying to get a ride We started 30 miles north of here, 30 miles in one day. We're still 60 miles from Charleston. In case you don't know what that means, it majorly sucks. And I don't want to be here. John doesn't want to be here. We're out of food. There's no place to buy beer anywhere. It's horrible. This is the worst day possible of this trip so far. This is what the whole state looks like here. We got lakes, woods. So this is Charleston, West Virginia here. Got this pretty pleasant river scene going on. There's some kind of music fest going on here. You know, you got your typical brick, interesting architecture. Some kind of biker rally going on here. So you've got this Capitol here, and probably, honestly, it's the only cool thing in the entire city that we've seen so far. Nice gold dome up there at the top. I mean, we've been in Charleston. We got here earlier today, finally hitchhiking, which was just crazy. There's not much exciting going on here. I'm kind of hoping we're going to be gone soon from here because, I mean, there's a couple old buildings over here, which is pretty decent. You got pleasure boating going on. A couple guys partying out here. That looks kind of fun. You got mansions here on the other side, but for the most part, there's not a lot of wealth in this place. And that's the University of Charleston. I just have to say, I mean, you got some nice architecture, you got decent nature, some cool buildings, but I mean, if you want something exciting going on, it's just not happening. You got Stonewall Jackson here, standing in repose, 100, however many years after he died. 1863, let's see here. Got some sympathizers here. These are nice. All right, so what's going on here? We know that trains come through here. The hop spot is a ways back there. There's a small yard. It's about 3 miles that way. We're going to be there later tonight. We camped out here last night. Only intermodal trains have been just going straight through that we've seen. There's been nothing stopping. The train that stops here only runs 3 times a week. So what we're hoping right now, that engine there and that string of cars just got pulled up. We're hoping that the train that does stop here is going to be here sometime and pick those up. It's like 4 miles from town. It's a long distance to go do anything. Although the beer, there's a grocery store with beer and a Burger King fairly nearby, and I'm considering making a run right now, which means the possibility of the train showing up and me missing it is there. What are you saying?
If the train comes, we got cell phones. Hobos with cell phones. We got technology. We can get you back here in time. The train's gonna do work. No big deal. Get some nice cold beer.
So I think I'm gonna make a run for it. Really interesting seeing what the deals are in different towns. I mean, same as the other gas station, Labatt Blue tall can for $1.19. Beer is hard to find anywhere in Canada. Here, I mean, you buy 3 of them, that's a 6-pack worth of beer for under $4. It's crazy. It's about the only activity going on here, just switching these cars, tankers back. Situation is not looking good right now. I'm not sure what to do. There's not really any way to leave this town in a train. I'm really sick of hitchhiking, so I don't know what's gonna happen. John's fixing to get an Amtrak here. Oh, what's going on? We've got the train that looks like this is the westbound, right here. pulling in to like switch cars and stuff. Those road power units right there, those big engines. We have to get out of here. This train is only 3 times a week. It's Friday afternoon right now, so obviously there's not going to be another chance till at least Monday. I was just walking up on this overpass to kind of get a look at the train.
But there's definitely a crew on. 2 guys in there with neon shirts on.
They're pulling a train, guaranteed. Those aren't.
Oh yeah, the train goes all the way down to that next overpass.
Just to stay out of sight of the train, we're going to cross under the tracks through this culvert. Special ops right here. Got to walk down this road. We're probably going to be seen. They're cutting something off. This is the train. Unless it isn't. It's cutting off. So we're going to go pick up another string of cars. Look at this. You can't walk through this with these packs. Impossible. It's crazy. Get on now. I mean, it could be 20 minutes until...
Well, what I want to do is get some more beer, but standing around here is not going to accomplish that or get
We've got no... I mean, this is a bad zone if a cop shows up. Get on?
Yeah.
Let's get on. Officially trespassing on railroad property. The cleanest ride I've ever been on. I don't know what this chute here does. Look at this thing. It's probably some kind of super toxic chemical or something comes out of there. Debating now if John should go get beer while we're on the train. It just seems to be sitting here. We're talking about it. It's one of those choices that, I mean, it's gonna make the train leave if he goes and gets beer. It's guaranteed. Right now, the train's not connected. The engines are still shuffling cars around in the yard. So, I mean, it's doable. I think this is some glorious thing. It's not. It's just a lot of waiting. We're out of beer. I don't know where the beer store is. It's not worth the risk to run to get one. Alright, it looks like we're finally out of Charleston. Got going on here is a very substantial classification yard and just a pretty small, quaint little town. This is a little more common with CSX and out on the east, where you've got a pretty huge yard that's fairly important, but the town nearby is tiny. I mean, you can think of Selkirk and up in Albany. I mean, it's way out in the fields. You got Hamlet, North Carolina, once again. Enormous yard, tiny little town. It can be kind of an issue because there's definitely no other way out of this town than on a train. So, you know, if you get pulled off by the bull and you're frightened and you don't know what to do, I don't know how to get out of here. There's not an interstate, there's nothing. Which actually I kind of like. Here, over to here, a couple other streets is basically the whole town. I don't know what the cops are doing here. Isn't that sweet? Usually, I thought there was like a bank robbery going on because you got these squad cars here. It's just a little community race here in Russell, Kentucky. It's definitely clear from the amount of cops here that there's more than enough in case you get called in. These small towns, it's pretty much a fact you're going to get on the shit list of the police. The instant they see you in dirty clothes with a pack. And a bunch of cops just saw me walk past. And I'm pretty relaxed about it, but I'm pretty sure I'm on the list now. They don't have my pack, and they can't really just stop me for doing nothing. That's why I'm kind of nonchalant, but I could tell I'm on the list. Hopefully be out of this town today. And, you know, get off that list and onto another one in some other small town. So probably the most scenic part of this area, there's Russell, there's the Ohio River, and over here you got Ironton, Ohio. Quick walk over here, and interestingly enough, there's also a busy main line over here. This one is Norfolk Southern. So this is Ironton, and pretty much nothing going on here. There's very few people under 50, and most of the shops and everything are already boarded up, like a lot of towns in more rural Ohio. But the one positive main attraction I would say is that for rail fans, if you want to do a rail fan trip to this area, right on the other side of the river you got Russell with CSX, and then coming through town here you got a pretty busy Norfolk Southern main line. Could do maybe a 3-day rail fan trip, get Fostoria the first day, then come down here. So in Charleston, it was Labatt Blue, which surprisingly, it's actually here in Ohio. But what I've seen in Ohio for the best deal, look at this. 24-ounce can, honey brown, 99 cents. Just another sign of how moronic things are getting today. The pedestrian part of the bridge has been closed over the river. For some reason, it's, you know, people walking don't matter. It's assumed in this day and age that everybody's got a car. Pedestrians prohibited. Well, fuck you. Not sure who's gonna give me the citation on this bridge, being that it's dividing 2 states. Look at this, they cut the stairs off. They got this fence for no apparent reason whatsoever. Not any sign of some kind of architectural issue. Alright, so we've covered Russell, Kentucky, as well as Ironton, Pennsylvania. We found that they're both quaint little towns just across the Ohio from each other, mainly inhabited by septuagenarians. We've also found some good deals on beer in Ohio, and that, you know, things look pretty community-oriented here in Russell. So now let's talk about the plan here. What's going on next? Well, first, first plan is to enjoy this cold beer on this 95-degree day here in June in northern Kentucky. It's hot, got to maintain hydration, and the first thing is just going to be to chill and relax at this nice little park right here. Look at this. I mean, this is nice. So as far as the trains go from here, I haven't actually decided if I'm going to go east or west. So I'm going to post at some point over in the yard where the stack train stops. I saw one last night. It only stopped for about 5 minutes. And it appears there's only about one per day here. So if that doesn't work, I'm looking at getting a train west to Cincinnati or Columbus. Well, the lightning bugs are out here on the Ohio, and me and John are discussing. He's got to go, he's got stuff he's got to do. I got stuff I got to do. And we may split up this evening. So I'm looking at, again, I mean, I may go east, I may go west. It depends on the train, being a reasonable train. John's going west towards Chicago. And that's the way it's going to be. It's been a good run here. It's a reasonable town, $1.19 Ice House. Negative as things could seem with my clothes that basically smell like an open grave. You got all these nice glow bugs out here, just seeming cheerful. Right here on the Ohio. It's the darkest hours of night. Russell, Kentucky.
Hey, what's going on? I'm about ready to catch out to Chicago. Got a train in the middle of the yard here. It's about 7 over. Go jump on and get my bag out, crash out, maybe get humped around for a few hours, but eventually I should be getting up to Chicago.
That's right, folks. It's time to split up here. Darkest hours of night, Russell, Kentucky. I'll be continuing with the camera. man is out. Going on Stobe the Hobo on board this single stack container train. I believe it's going to Norfolk, Virginia, hopefully. Going east, should be going back through Charleston. It's about 4 in the morning. I'm just gonna hit the hay, but I think we'll get some decent scenery on this train over the Appalachians. I'm not in the best car. It's called this is a Viking ship container car, but it'll have to do. Gotta get out of here. Go back through Charleston. The only better way to see it, full speed. Passing through the foggy Appalachians. Through these woods. This is wild country this train's passing through. Big, super deciduous woods. Look at the size of that river. What river is that? Wow. Look at this waterfall. Massive. Nothing but railroad tracks through this canyon. Winding canyon up here. Crossing some kind of big old lake or river out here. Look at this thing. This guy's John boat up there fishing for something. Whoa, look at that bridge. Train stopped next to this river, a little outside of Clifton Forge. I'm gonna just get in and try to take a nice swim, see what happens. It's a little ways from the road. I'm not exactly sure where we're stopped, so I may get left here, but it's a pretty nice spot. Well, there it goes. But I gotta get in here. It's just so hot and miserable on the train right now. That is nice. It looks like it's about to rain, and I'm gonna get soaked. Good thing to be in here. This is what you've got around here. Very near Clifton Forge, Virginia. Just wild rivers, which you don't expect to see if you don't know about the Appalachians, but usually it's out west where you see this. That was refreshing. Look at that river. That said, it's going to be a fairly significant hike back this direction to where the highway crosses. So that's what you got to deal with. It was just so hot, I just had no choice. What's going on here in Eagle Rock? About an hour-and-a-half walk from that river spot. And faced with a couple choices here. The first option would be hitchhiking south to Roanoke on 220. Roanoke's got a busy Norfolk Southern yard with tons of trains going in a bunch of different directions. The other option would be to hitchhike north back where I just came from to Clifton Forge, which is a crew change. I think I'm going to choose Roanoke. Hopefully I can get a ride today and be down there waiting at the yard tonight. What's going on? Just got one ride all the way completely into town from that isolated spot up in the mountains to Roanoke. The positive news here is there's a lot of trains. I mean, look at this. You got main lines here, and I'm not sure yet where they go, but I'm gonna figure it out. I'm trying to go south. So you got a lot of tracks, and there's probably a lot of trains coming through here. I know there's some junctions south here. It's very likely I'm just gonna have to gamble. I don't have any idea how to tell which way the train's going. I'm trying to go south. They all go kind of southwest-ish. There's trains that can cut up to Chicago. There's Memphis trains, and then there's New Orleans trains that are gonna go to Atlanta. It's my understanding they're all gonna be pulling out here, and at some point I probably am just gonna have to gamble and get on a train. So I'm gonna sit it, you know, hope, try to see if there's some way to tell, the same as with any other gambler's luck, like at the blackjack table, if there's a way to somehow get the right train, because I don't want to go back to Chicago. Well, it's nice that in this day and age there's still original Americana style places. Surprisingly good deals.
According to GPS, it's only 9 hours.
This is one place.
Physical traffic if you driving.
Got this convenient little gate here that's open, so nothing's on too much lockdown. This here, right here, this is a westbound. And then you look down there and you got an eastbound parked. So this is the general area. Things are looking reasonable. I mean, I was just trying to get out of here, but it's not bad being a second day. I think in the morning things take on a little more pleasant light. I mean, you got these mountains. Forested woodsy mountains over there. Those are kind of nice. June 13th, 2016. And just kind of running into a couple issues here. First of all, I'd say the main problem is not where to get on the train. That's been determined. It's pretty basic. There's not a lot of security. But it's where is your train going to go? So here, where this is the very east edge of things here. I mean, you got all these mains up here splitting off. I'm pretty sure these ones follow 81 up to Harrisburg, and I'm pretty sure this one goes to Norfolk, maybe Richmond. That's pretty clear. Trains are going too fast at this junction. You're committed. Where you get on is about 1.5 miles that way. This just kind of showcases one of the problems with riding out on the East Coast. The distances, they're not super far. I mean, you could drive to New York City or Miami from here in probably 8 hours, or Chicago. But to get to these places on a train, it's a lot more complicated. West, the distances are way bigger, but I can get on a train, an intermodal stack train in Oakland, and know the train is going the distance to Chicago. So I can just get on, I'll be there in 3 days tops. Here, I'm just trying to get to Atlanta. But between this junction down here, the junction 40 miles west of town that the trains are going to be hitting at full speed. So in conclusion, even though the distances in the west are much bigger, the lines are direct with far fewer forks out right in the middle of nowhere. There's a lot of gambling that goes on. You just don't know which way your train is going to hit the junction at 50 mph. So as far as the plan from here, Roanoke, I may just get some beer and get on the next train. It seems like in the one spot I was looking at, you could probably get a train in either direction. I just think the most important thing right now is getting out of this town. I've been here about a day, not blending in. There's a lot of people seeing me walk around with this handy cam in town. I don't want to be here anymore. So that may mean north or south. Oh, interestingly enough, only about 10 minutes later, unfortunately before I could buy any beer, Look who's pulling in slow. On board the train. Not sure which way we're going, but we're leaving Roanoke, so that's the good news. Out. Alright, we're switching tracks. It's maybe a Norfolk train. Very well, looks like we're taking the right fork of that junction. There's the tracks going off to the left, and we're making a right, so this could be good. It may go to Richmond, and I can get to Atlanta from Richmond. There's a beer store right there. Agonizing. I want beer so bad and I got none. Getting another going off the main onto this freaking track here. What the hell is going on? I'm not gonna do this line again. This is just too much work. What's going on here? So the train stopped here for no apparent reason, and it does that a lot. It's no big deal, but this is a good time maybe to talk about how I can get an idea where I'm going. Norfolk Southern on their webpage, they got this map. Now if you look at Roanoke, you know, you got that north, straight north, that's up 81 to Harrisburg. It looks like you got two eastbounds. I don't know what they're doing. Richmond, there's forks in there. We're going east of Roanoke, all right? Now as far as like what we're gonna do at these, where these cross, the train may go north or south of one of those. They may continue on to Richmond, just looking at the map. But, I mean, some important concepts to point out. I'd say the one telltale thing about this train, you got CP rail greeners. That's Canadian Pacific. No echo at all. They're loads, which means they're coming from Canada. Which means, since they're coming from Canada, they were probably interchanged in Chicago. That's just where CP interchanges with Norfolk Southern. And if they're interchanged there, there'd be no reason for them to take this route to go north. Because Norfolk Southern has an additional route through, Elkhart, Indiana, over to Cleveland, and going up through Harrisburg. There'd be no reason for these cars to be going north here. There's a faster way to send these. So the options are, they're going to Richmond, Norfolk. They could be going to Lynchburg, Virginia. I'm not sure. It's possible this train could go south to Charlotte, North Carolina. I don't know. I don't think it could go as far as Atlanta because I think there's another route that goes down there. But I think this is going to get us closer to where we want to be. Definitely a daredevil move, but right here, just where the train stopped, I don't know why the train stopped. We got a beer store. I've never had anything work out this good, but there's no time to waste. Let's see here. Oh, this is one of those things that works out this time, right by the river. I think the train may be crew changing down here. They pulled it through the yard because we're just stopped. I just got beer. It's like 100 degrees out, and this cold beer is like, it's just amazing. Doesn't get more convenient than a stop like this, folks. It's not gonna happen. Beer store, river, on a hot day, and the train is right there up the hill. Not a moment too soon. We are out of here, heading east. So the train made a turn south at one of those forks. And the indications are we're going straight south down into North Carolina, which is, I gambled on this train. So far it's looking like it's going to be a payoff. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo, well into North Carolina. Some interesting developments. My train is pulled off the mains. It's up there. This is in the absolute middle of nowhere. My train. It's looking like it's gonna dead end here, break up or something. But here's what's interesting. This stack just pulled in on the mains out here in the woods. And I think I can just get on this and continue. This is well north of Charlotte still. This is part of the deal. If you get on a general manifest train, the thing may just, especially out east. I don't know why it's out east especially, where they put these yards way out here. There's nothing out here. So I guess I'll just get on that. It's going to the southeast, guaranteed. Atlanta. I mean, I could be there fast. I'd like to get off in Charlotte and just see what's going on there. I'm surprised how fast this process has been to get down there from Roanoke. I thought it was going to be multi-day. I just kind of lucked out in this instance. I'm already past Charlotte. I wanted to get off there, but I think I just slept through, and it's kind of one of the issues on these train trips. The train shows up, you got to get up at all kinds of weird hours, which means you might, not be well rested, and you might miss something because you're too tired and you sleep through it. Either the train shows up and you're tired and you miss it, or you just sleep through the crew change. So it looks like Atlanta is possible today. Staying on this train, guaranteed I'll be there today. It's pretty pleasant here. Just a lot of woods, nothing real exciting. It's another one of these intermodal facilities way out in the country. This is between Spartanburg and Greenville, and there's nothing out here. Again, you just gotta pray to God your train doesn't pull in here. You gotta make sure you're off the train if it does. The train's got EMP and Hub Group and JB Hunt, which I see none of in here, fortunately. This is just one of the dangers with intermodal that's starting to happen, is they're building more and more of these facilities way the hell outside the city limits. Fortunately, again, this looks like it's only ocean containers. I don't see any 53-foot JB Hunt or Hub Group or EMP or any of those. You're locked in there with major barbed wire. Super cameras everywhere. It's nuts. Going through Greenville, South Carolina. Doesn't look like there's a lot going on in this town at all. The city center over there in Greenville. Sure. Now in Georgia, approaching Atlanta. It shouldn't be too far to Atlanta from here. And the scenery is pretty decent. It was really boring in South Carolina. I didn't see anything even worth recording, but I mean, look at this trestle. That is, and the thing about these trestles is there's no freaking guardrail on these things. Usually out west you can walk. Not here, forget it. Although you do have 2 tracks. But, I mean, either way, I don't know how they work on this trestle. How do you fix the track out here? Look at this. I mean, you gotta be roped in. A lot of country music stars from somewhere around here. Helen Jackson is from close by this area. Leonard Skinner, they're from Macon. That's not super far from here. And I think there's a ton of other, and I can't remember right now, but I mean, this is the kind of environment that those guys are living in. Going into Atlanta on this Norfolk Southern double stack train coming in from the north, and should be getting ready to stop and get off pretty soon. There's a lot of MARTA trains, so I mean MARTA can get you anywhere you need to go in this town. Well, this seems as good a place as any. Here we are. Dropped off right at the Amtrak station. First class treatment all the way from Norfolk Southern. Dropped off right at the passenger depot. That's pretty awesome. What's going on, folks? Stobe the Hobo here in Atlanta, Georgia on June 21st, 2016. Remarkably, this is the summer solstice, and also it's a full moon tonight, which makes for a good time, as good a time as any to be part in this city. So the situation is as follows. I've been in Atlanta at one of my crash pads. I have a nationwide network of crash pads, so I can just travel around and not pay any rent and mooch off other people, and it's pretty nice, honestly. But the crash pad situation here just ended, so now it's time to head to my Rocky Mountain West crash pad, which is in Denver, Colorado. So this is going to be a pretty interesting task. First of all, it's going to be all new rails on the way out there. All new. I haven't traveled Atlanta West whatsoever. You know, in some of the episodes, maybe you can tell which ones. I've been on the route before and I know where the train's going. Well, that's not the case here. So the plan is to head to Denver via New Orleans, beginning from here on CSX, heading southwest through Montgomery, Mobile to New Orleans, and then there to catch a BNSF, hopefully, intermodal train through Houston up to Clovis, New Mexico. And then from Clovis, another train to Amarillo, and then from Amarillo I can get another train to Denver. Out here in the east, it's not quite as much of an incentive to ride freight trains, honestly. I was just looking on the internet, and Megabus, you can actually get a Megabus from here to New Orleans. That's almost halfway what I'm trying to do. It's only $39. Then I thought about it, and first of all, that'd be unworthy of a YouTube video. It probably wouldn't be that interesting. And $39, that's enough for a fair amount of beer. You can just buy beer with that instead on this trip. A recent study, I think it was from the Smithsonian that came out recently, said that unemployed people drink more alcohol than employed people. And being that I'm unemployed, I think the prudent decision would be to save the $39 for that bus and spend it on beer. Pretty simple. Just follow Marietta Street all the way out. You'll cross some tracks and you'll find it. I'm here at the Marietta Street, just a little bit north. And we've got here is the mains. That's going north. That's going to Chicago, I think, that double stack. And then you got this guy here trying to stay discreet, going south. I'm not sure if he's going my way or not. I'm going to try to figure it out And I could just get on the train right here. We got this train airing up right now. I haven't even gotten to the catch-out spot. I guess this is the catch-out spot if I get on this train. It's facing south, just aired up. The question is, should I just get on this grainer and throw caution to the wind? I'm trying to look under here. It's a pretty long train. Folks, let's do it. Don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Stobie Jim Kenobi, peacing out of Atlanta. I can't believe this luck. Wherever it goes, I didn't waste any time waiting at all. I wasn't even to the frickin' place where they usually stop. I think this one was just waiting for that double stack to come on the other side. Didn't even have time to put on my other clothes. These nice shorts are gonna get trashed. It's nice to not waste any time. I mean, no time was wasted. I showed up, here's the train, it leaves. And that's the kind of luck that's been going on so far on this trip. Don't pass up a free train, folks. It could be a while till the next one comes along. As soon as the whole train is on the main line, we're gonna book it. Pretty sure this is the CNN parking structure right here. So that's kind of interesting. It's cutting off towards the west, I think. I think that's good. I actually don't know where those tracks go or these tracks, to be honest. Super dark out here. We're making the turn either to Birmingham or Montgomery right here, and I'm not sure which one. I really don't want to go to Birmingham. Let's see here, engines are going left. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We just hit some kind of junction. I don't know which way we're going. I don't exactly know which direction I took at the junction back there. It's hard to tell. Definitely in Alabama right now. I don't know if I'm going to Montgomery or if I'm going to Birmingham. But I'll find out at some point, obviously. So it's got to be Montgomery because that sure looks like a Capitol building. Well, I don't know if it's the solstice or the moon, full moon solstice thing going on, but the good luck just continues all the way down to Montgomery. And I've never been in a state where at 3 in the morning you can still buy a cold one in the gas station. But here we are, Alabama. Looks like it's the first one. And then you got these chicken tenders are, these are like severely delicious too. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here in Montgomery. So it's a super historic city. I'd say mostly in the regard of going back to the slave trade and then the civil rights movement. The racist governor George Wallace worked right out of here, and all the other racists who were in charge of the state, you know, up until things evened out a little bit in the 60s. You got Martin Luther King appearances here, you got marches, all that kind of stuff. Up and down this, I think this is Dexter Street. You got little informational signs all over the place telling you about the, you know, civil rights movement, all that kind of stuff. So right where this fountain is, just a little bit down from the Capitol building, I guess there was a slave market here. I'd have to say though, I mean, that's pretty much all done, as well as anything kind of interesting or exciting. The place just looks just deserted these days. I mean, I think the fact that Stobe the Hobo arrived on the solstice of the full moon in June 2016 is probably the most interesting thing to happen to this city in years. So this is Montgomery, and you know, I gotta say, I mean, there's some cool history stuff, and the civil rights, and some of the Civil War. This is the first Confederate capital. I'm kind of disappointed because right now in 2016, there's nothing going on interesting here at all. I mean, I thought, you know, looking at it on a map, I thought maybe there'd be a cool restaurant down here, or a cool jazz club, or something. And it's just devoid. State Capitol building and legislator stuff is probably worth, you know, 2 hours. This original Jefferson Davis White House is a pretty reasonable stop. Best of all, free of charge. Overall, this place in its entirety is probably worth one night if you're just like driving through as a tourist. As far as like modern day, there's nothing going on. Nothing of interest at all going on here. So I think you could pretty much knock the whole thing out in one day, which I've about done. So as far as rail traffic coming through here, you got a pretty interesting situation. I'm here north, kind of northeast of the downtown, but right here, it's not a big town. And you got here is this junction. So as you can see over here, any train coming off there is coming from Birmingham, and this track over there that leads to Atlanta. I think it was 2 separate railroads at some point, and you got a yard right up there and right up there. I jumped off last night a little ways up there. These main lines converge here, and then about 1.5 miles that way, where I'm going to be waiting, the rails again split. I'm hoping that the train will be going slow enough at the split. I don't know which one's going which direction. I'm trying to go towards Mobile / NOLA. It's possible the other split goes to Waycross, Georgia, which is way out of the way. Alright folks, well, that's Montgomery. Time to keep going. Just gonna go grab some beer and get in position for the next train to Mobile. Stobe out. I'm pretty sure this is the right train. There's some kind of split, which I'm a little confused by, but I'm pretty sure this is the right train. That is good. What's going on, Stobe the Hobo? Way down south. It's just been going through this for like hours and hours and hours. It's like jungle down here. It's great. This is a great area to go through. You definitely don't want to like hike through this area. This is the best way to go through here. You don't want to camp out in this kind of area. The mosquitoes are absolutely atrocious. I mean, just look at how thick these woods are. If there's not a trail, I wouldn't venture off into these woods. I'm not trying to just toot my own horn here. I really think the best way to go through here is on the cargo train. Just objectively speaking, you know, it's too far out of this if you go through on the road. When you go through on the cargo train, I mean, you can see all kinds of stuff. Snakes, all kinds of cool birds flapping around in the treetops. It's pretty awesome. I thought it'd be a good time to do like a little disclaimer on don't get too drunk. I've been drinking Colt 45 and Steel Reserve, and it's like I don't think it's a good idea to get too wasted because if the cops show up, it's a hopeless situation right now. I'm just gonna immediately give up and cave in to the cops. Additionally, I might miss the stop. Mobile. I want to get off there. Not in a big rush. And right now, I'm so trashed, I don't know what is going to happen. Now, I've got the judgment. I'm not going to climb around on the wheels. I'm not going to do anything crazy. I'm not going to get run over by the train. Just rolled into Mobile Yard. And I got to say, this is definitely the most high security yard I've ever seen of CSX. By far. Cameras all over the place. Now it's dark. It's dark right now, so I think everything's cool, but I'm definitely going to need to find a place somewhere other than just walking in here for the return, to continue the trip out of here. Or I guess I could just come in here at night. This is lockdown. It's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know how it took so long to get down here. It's 170 miles. And it's 3. See, I don't know if you can see on the other side of the train, there's barbed wire. Total lockdown. So I'm trying to figure out how to get out of the yard right now. I may be trapped in here. You got this train pulling out. Here's the yard office. There's the yard office. And you look, there's no way out without getting spotted. So this is impossible in the daytime. And it may be impossible in the nighttime. If I was not out of water, I might just get back on the train. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here in Mobile. Got in super late and currently just kind of figuring out the train yard situation. There's a lot of trains. I guess CN runs out of here, which I didn't know. That's over here. So the main issue going on, it's looking like this is nighttime only to access the catch spot. Because what you've got happening is, I'm here, very south edge of the yard, and what you need is to be up here. As you can see, that stop train there, basically the main lines where the trains are stopping are inaccessible from one side. You've got the Alabama State Docks, which is on some kind of major security thing. They got high-tech cameras, everything. So you can't get in from that side. So to get in from this side, you're gonna have to just basically be seen and walk in front of the yard office. And I'm gonna have to probably do that at night. So this is Mobile, and it's actually one of the more pleasant stops I've found. You've got this nice bay leading out to the Gulf with what I'm sure is pretty pleasant temperatured water. Unfortunately, there's not a beach super close. In addition to being a cool town for trains, it's also pretty cool if you're into ships. You got all these shipyards here. Looks like most of them are pretty busy at the moment. So this city was the original home of Mardi Gras. You got a lot of French influence going on. I haven't been to New Orleans yet, but I mean maybe this kind of looks like that. You know, this little park. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo getting ready to depart Mobile. And fortunately, it's looking like a lot of New Orleans trains are coming out and stopping here on the main lines outside the yard. Behind this one that's backing up, I'm pretty sure that one behind it is the right train. I even think there's a crew on board. Hopefully this other yard train will get out of the way and I can get on this thing and continue moving further west. Taking off out of Mobile. The train I was gonna stay a bit longer, but it was just parked on the main lines outside the yard. So here we go. So it's not a bad town. I mean, you got a nice waterfront, which is probably the coolest part. And it's right near the train tracks. And then you just got the downtown right here. Starting to get into the real swampy regions as we get closer to Louisiana. I mean, look at that. You don't want to try to walk through this woods. You got mosquitoes that are just absolutely beyond belief. In addition to swamps. Pascagoula, Mississippi, that's about as close to the Gulf as we're gonna get. Oh my God, look at that water. That's the Gulf. Right on the Gulf. Mississippi now, which is cool. Another state I haven't been in. And I mean, you've got this. This is great. This is tremendous scenery. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo, Avondale, which is quite a decent distance from NOLA. It's like, that was like a 2 or 3 hour bus trip. 2 separate buses that get down here. So as you got supplies and provisions you can buy right here. And then at the very end of this street is the train yard. So this is a pretty reasonable spot where you got the yard here and then Big Muddy here. It's another name for the mighty Mississippi, if you didn't know that. I'd say the only issue is it's definitely going to be a mosquito central after dark. Also, it doesn't look like this yard is as busy as I was hoping. There's just a bunch of cars sitting around. I haven't seen any activity. So I'm hoping down at the yard throat here I can get on. Up in here it looks like you got security and you got fences and stuff. So hopefully they just pull out slow. So like I said, I'm going to be on this train possibly more than 24 hours. We're going to need extra provisions. This seems appropriate drink for New Orleans. Let's get some of these. So I've got a major amount of supplies. I got fried chicken. I got this cheap wine. I got Hurricane. I got this Four Loko Gold. And what else? It's gonna be at least 24 hours on the train. I've got to be stocked up. Unfortunately, it's probably not all gonna be cold by the time I drink it, but that's life. So now I'm pretty much ready to just head over to the yard and get parked. Next BNSF double stack train out of here I am on. Pretty much the same position as the last report, a couple hours later. And I think what's going to happen is I'm going to divert already from the plan and get on this Union Pacific. I think they're building this right here. Long story short, I mean, the situation on here is absolutely virulent. Mosquitoes. Well, all of a sudden things have got pretty crazy here. I think I want to get on this stack, but this asshole is backing up and doing work, and I didn't see the engines on this. Well, I missed it because of this guy here parked right there. Right as the other train passed. So you can see this asshole turned his bright light on. Quick update. Just because I gotta change the plan due to some, I mean, there's supposed to be BNSF double stacks leaving out of this yard. I've seen absolutely no activity in that intermodal yard. So I'm on UP, meaning I'm gonna have to change trains in Houston, guaranteed. I just can't spend, the mosquitoes are so bad. It's hard to see how they even built a track through any of this swamp out here. This is at least 2 or 3 miles long so far. Because obviously down there the ground is just so muddy, and this is way slower than I thought. I got on this last night and it's morning and it's not gone very far. And honestly, I'm not even sure it's going to Houston. There were some junctions. I'm not sure what river this is. Looks like the frickin' Mississippi. You can see this is still very far inside Louisiana. I mean, it's so swampy and dense out there. I'm just dreading if it's gonna get dark. If it gets dark and we're still in this again, it's just mosquito, absolute mosquito infestation. Once again, I don't get what is going on, but this is the speed. The train has just been going at this speed. I don't know if there's an old woman driving it. I don't know if there's track problems, but I mean, I'm just counting the mileposts. I'm about 160 miles from New Orleans at well over 12 hours after leaving. I really hate to say it, but I'm not having fun so far at all. It's super hot. I'm getting low on water. The whole time you can just jump off the train. It's going this speed. It's ridiculous. This train has gone about 40 miles since we changed the crew at 6 in the morning. You know? Well, here we are again, stopped for absolutely zero reason. I've been on this train about 18 hours and I've gone like 200 miles. It's really ridiculous. It's making me question like what is going on with this. I mean, I've never been on a train that's gone this slow for this long. The problem that's coming is that when it gets dark, there's going to be merciless mosquitoes. Grim times, June 30th, somewhere in the Louisiana swampy areas. Out. Alright, the train is finally in Texas, and finally we're going fast. Hopefully we'll be in Houston before the beer stores close. This has got to be the worst train I can remember being on. It's going to be more than 24 hours New Orleans, Houston, and that's in a car, and that's like a 5-hour drive. It's ridiculous. I'm getting so worn out right now. It's not worth it. This is not worth the time. It's not worth spending a day to be stuck in these swamps. This is this Beaumont, Texas. For whatever reason, they can't go through Longmont at more than freaking 5:58. That's the police station right there. Look at that. This actually looks not bad. I could just get off here. I could just get off. Give up on this piece of shit train. I'm so sick of this thing. Some kind of huge junction here. I don't know what it does. Seen so many cops anywhere than in this town. This godforsaken train is finally going a little faster. The train is stopped in one of these just, jungles of swamp, here. And the insects, I mean, I don't know if you can get the real impression of what's going on with the insects, but you can hear. You hear those? There's just like, hundreds of thousands of mosquitoes per acre here. And as long as the train's stopped, just got to deal with the situation here. I'm done with the South. I'm done with this. This is exasperating. I long to be away from insects right now. And it's so hot you can't get in your sleeping bag. Forget it. Because you'd have to completely cover your face with the bag. I could have brought insect repellent, but I'm totally exasperated. I'm just getting bit all night long out here until this train gets going, and that could be another hour, could be 3 hours the way this thing's been going. All right, pulling into Houston, just pulling right, there's the UP hump yard right here. Cars, a lot of different tankers getting humped on that. So what happened is a BNSF train on the same line came up and stopped and then started going again, and I'm on that. So now I've switched railroads and I think I'm going south. I'll end up at a BN yard, which is what I want to get to. There's the cityscape and all that. I don't really got the energy about going and seeing another huge city. This is the kind of crazy BS you gotta deal with sometimes. Fortunately, I'm really glad that it's nighttime. Looks like that train just went straight through town. I'm hoping we're just gonna keep on going. Coming into a stop here in Temple, Texas. Completely out of water and food. So definitely a good time to resupply. Definitely looks like it's quite a walk into town, but absolutely no choice at this point. Don't want to go through the heat of the day like this with no water, food, nothing. Look at this sky right here. Look at this. Right here in Central TX, folks. I'm down to get some beer, hang out for a little bit. It's gonna be so obvious to the sheriff when I get by walking from this direction like this, what's been going on. It is mega hot. This is also an area I guarantee if you're walking around with a big pack on, you're gonna get too much attention. So I had to ditch that. I'm probably still, just the fact that you're walking just gets your attention in places like this. Look, there's nobody walks at all. If you're not in a car, it's suspicious in towns like this. You know, a lot of people have that Texas pride and that just proud to be Texas and all this stuff. Well, clearly those people aren't from here. This is one of the most pointless places I've ever seen. And from there to there to there to there, I've already walked, and I can't find any place to buy beer, or not just beer, but supplies. You know, I gotta keep going here. There's nothing I can find. It's really frustrating. It's super hot. It's pretty much just totally miserable here. And to make things worse than I thought, I didn't know this till I got here. We got a junction, and this junction is going to be a problem. Up that direction, that's Fort Worth. I just realized I went into the library and looked on the internet a little bit. I don't want to go to Fort Worth. And if you see here, it looks like you got 3 tracks going that way. And I think just this one is the one to Clovis, which is where I want to go. And I mean, the yard is way back there. Train's going to be moving when it hits the junction. And I mean, it's possible I'll just go to Fort Worth. I definitely am ready to get out of here. I mean, I can make do if it goes to Fort Worth, but it's going to be a bigger pain than if I go to Clovis. So that's what's going on. Temple, Texas, July 1st. Cannot wait to get out of this place. Out! Alright, so here's the deal. You got northbound coal empties, guaranteed these are going the entire distance to Denver. What's the problem with these? First of all, basically, look at these coal cars. They're empty, so you're not going to have to ride in the coal, but this is not a great ride. You're going to be lying down somewhere in there. And yes, you can ride in that. But look at that. You're going to be so dirty. And look at that wall. Are you positive you can get out of that? I'm not totally sure you can actually escape unless you're really tall. So if you don't do that, you can ride in the DPUs, which are down here, which is a good ride generally, but your problem is that people come and check in those. See, those are right in the gas station. I don't know if they're getting refueled right now, but they're in the gas station. People come in those once a day at least, and they do this little check. And from here to Denver, that could be 3 days. It's ridiculous how slow these things go. That means at least 2 times from now, guys are going to come in there. What do you do then? I don't know. But the fact is, this train, both of them, there's 2 of them there, side by side. These are going to Denver. I can be on that train somehow and get all the way to my destination. That's what I'm trying to decide right now what to do. First thing that will veto this, I'm not gonna ride in the empty coal car. It's dirty, you don't see any scenery, and honestly, I'm not sure you can get out. So that leaves the DPU. Recently, BN has been locking all the DPUs on these things. For whatever reason, this begs a more fundamental question about this. Is there time to go get more beer or not? Because I'm out of beer right now. And if I'm gonna be on this thing for a day and a half to Denver, I'm gonna need beer. This overpass, if you go left on this overpass, it's not super far to the gas station with beer. So I could wait around, definitely get the train, or I could go get some beer, maybe miss the train. I'm just gonna take the advice that somebody in this situation thought. I'm gonna go get some beer. Not write that on the car. The thing's been written there, it's been on there for years already. It's the perfect advice for a time like this. Light's the beer store. Here's the yard. Why? Why is it not here at this frickin' intersection? What the hell, man? Alright, we got a 12-pack of ice cold beer. Now it's time for the train to leave. I've never kissed a woman with as much passion as I'm sipping this beer right now. Oh, what a shot. Well, let's just say a little later on, the right train has showed up. I'm in the rear engine of a coal. It means it's going to Fort Worth. I ran out of patience. The bugs, the mosquitoes, everything. I got a 12-pack. Passing through this crappy town. Definitely not going to miss Temple, Texas. There's just nothing interesting or exciting about this place. This train's making the left. This is a coal empty, but we're making the left to Clovis. Guaranteed. I'm really interested to see what the final result is going to be with this train. The good news is there's a lot of beer left in that 12-pack. And this train is about to start booking it. So nothing really to complain about here. Oh my goodness, we got a major problem here. The train is dead-ended. Look at this, we're dead-ended here. Oh my goodness, we got a major problem here. The train is dead-ended. Look at this, we're dead-ended here. It's really clear that this is not near any town at all. There's the engines from the train that pulled them off. I've been walking around for a little while. There's no town here. There's nothing. This is not the crew change, that's for sure. Gravel cars. I'm not sure where this gravel is going. Maybe just to Home Depot. This is bad, bad, bad. Right now. I gotta find out where this is and if there's a town or a road. Because this looks like being marooned. This is marooned here. Brownwood. Does anyone know where that is? I don't. Because I'm a moron and I'm unprepared and I don't even have a map. We got trains just booking it through here. There's obviously no way to get on this thing. Well, this is looking like a possible extreme problem. I mean, it's not an extreme problem like, you know, getting run over by the train or arrested. But other than that, this is possibly going to deal break the rest of the trip if there's a bus station out of here. There's no train stopping at all. I got the one train that stops here in this yard. And it dead ended here. And I just don't know what to say. I don't want to wait around in these bushes for a long amount of time for something to maybe come and pick up some cars out of the yard. So I'm gonna hike into town and kind of see what the bus situation is. And if there's a bus, this may be it. This may be game over. Well, this is absolutely disastrous. There's one bus a day to Fort Worth, and it leaves it's already left. So that's the emergency scenario. I think I'm just gonna go park by the tracks and hope something stops. And you know, if it ain't here, if nothing stops or comes by tomorrow, I'll probably have to puss out and get that, and then puss out and get another one, and this is just horrible. I don't know who came up with that saying, but they weren't talking about coming here. Marooned, Roundwood, Texas. Basically the plan, I'm just gonna have to hang out at the siding. There's a siding, so there's a place where, you know, there's two tracks so a train can pass the other one. Pretty close, and I'm just gonna have to wait there until something stops. That may mean it's going the other direction, because the bus doesn't leave till tomorrow. Hitchhiking's impossible. There's just no direct roads. It's a miserable way to be spending today, I think. This is not what you want to be doing here with your life, folks. It's definitely not what I want to be doing with mine, but it's what I'm going to be doing. So I'll get this little kids railroad. That's one thing you can catch out on around here, I guess. Here at this little railroad museum here in Brown Hole, or whatever it's called. Grim times, folks. This is possibly the worst instance of being marooned that I can ever recall in 10 plus years of traveling around on cargo trains. Basically, there's, you know, the tiny chance of a train stopping on the siding here. There's also a minor chance of one of these cuts of cars getting picked up by westbound here at some point. The daily bus out of here does go to Fort Worth, which is basically, that's deal killer time. I ride that bus, I'm just going to go there and have to ride another bus to get out of here. Game over for this trip. I'm absolutely out of energy, and I don't even want to try to figure that out. So, look at these cars parked in the yard. Look at that wheel. That thing ain't going anywhere, and it hasn't been anywhere. Unreal. That is... I did that tag, folks. I don't know where or when, but KFC, Colonel's Freight Crew. That's a good sign. Maybe that's a sign of something positive. Very interesting signs here. I don't know if that's good or not, but my tag has got these ones on the same car. Look at this place. I got burrs everywhere in my leg here. It's just horrible. One thing we can be maybe positive about is we got this cut of cars. Right here, this is the siding. There's the main line. This cut of cars was shoved here early in the morning by the yard goat, the yard crew. And this is where you would put a cut of cars that's going to be picked up by a westbound. All the wheels, there's no rust on those wheels. These are not here for storage. And that's goes for all the rail cars in this whole string. It's pretty likely that this string of cars is going to get picked up. The question is when. Tomorrow's Sunday. That's never good. But this is something I think will be picked up by a westbound eventually. Just have to say, I mean, this would be a great trip through this area if you had fast trains, no stupid mistakes like the one I did getting on that train, where actually, having looked at it, it's pretty clear it's not a long distance train. I mean, this could be great under those circumstances, but under these circumstances, this really sucks. And I'm starting to question if I'm going to do this again after this trip, how much more of this I can endure. The amount of time just going down the drain, sitting around here, it's starting to be very problematic. The whole summer is starting to go to waste. This place is definitely super run down and dilapidated, I'd say. Absolutely no activity whatsoever, like a bar, anything. I don't even know why people live in towns like this. Look at this, it's Saturday night. Nothing. Pretty much every place here is shuttered 100% in the downtown area. This town probably will not exist. Sporting goods. Yep, it's pretty much hollowing out. You see this kind of stuff. I'm just gonna get a little philosophical here. What is the point of doing all this traveling when this is like the main deal in a lot of these towns? There's nothing here. There's absolutely no reason to come to this place at all. And I kind of think that's depressing. I mean, this is a cool building. What used to happen up there? I have no idea. It looks like an apartment. You got this sporting goods store. You know, and so I don't know what it means. I don't know what this means as far as the future of the United States, but just town after town after town is just emptying out here. I mean, this place isn't even going to exist. If this is your Saturday summer night here, which is like one of the real popular topics with today's country songs, you can't even find a bar here. I mean, this town's history. Absolutely zilch right here. Brown Hole, Texas. Just when things were looking so down, we got a westbound pulling in. He's on the siding. There's a red signal on the siding, meaning he's going to stop. Meaning that unless some BS happens in the next short amount of time, I'm out of here. It's about midnight and I was getting so dejected. Come on, pull up and stop. Please. See right down there, double reds. Oh, what do we got here? What's Daddy bringing home? I just want to thank the train gods or whoever for saving me from this situation. This was really getting miserable, and now it's over, hopefully. Safely on board out here. Thank you, train gods, thank you whoever for this train showing up. Like to stay humble, stay moving, appreciate it. Out! Adios, Brown Hole, Texas. Not a moment too soon out of this place. What's going on? Oh, don't leave. I'm nice. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here at another apparent dead-end stop off the, not the crew change, unfortunately. This isn't as big a deal because I can at least tell that the train I'm on has not broken up. It's still put together. I think they're just, I don't know why it's stopped here. But it's been quite a break, and I'm starting to really get ready to just not be here anymore. The water tower is this slated Texas, which I think is somewhere near Lubbock, but it's not quite close enough. Once again, here we are, just marooned. I don't think it's as bad. I think the train, I mean, I don't know. You got crew vans here. You got these dokies. That's interesting. So, not nearly as bad a situation as it was. It's a lot further along than it was. I'm wondering if this crew van is going to come put the crew on the train, because my stuff's on the train, and I'm a pretty good distance from the track, so this would be a disaster if it did. Back on board! Leaving Slayton or Slatton, Texas. It's about time. It's been like a 4-hour stop in this yard. It's ridiculous. I hope we're out of here. So the train is finally leaving Texas and entering New Mexico at Clovis. And what's going on here is we got two possible options. I could get off and try to gamble on a train going to Amarillo, which means I'd have to go back through this junction and possibly go the wrong way. Or ride on, and then from Amarillo I could get a train to Denver. And the other option is to stay on this to Belen, New Mexico, and get a bus. There's cheaper buses from there to Denver, and just do it that way. So here's the split. This is the busier line coming in from Amarillo. And now the lines converge at Clovis. I think I'm just gonna stay on this train to Belen, and in the trip there, I get a bus or I can hitchhike back to Denver. I just don't have enough time. Part of the problem is that junction I was just talking about. I'm not positive which trains are going left. So to go to Amarillo, it would be a gamble, and I just don't have time for that right now. I think we're leaving Clovis, heading west, out. Alright folks, successfully just debarked the train in Berlin, or however you say it. That's going to probably conclude this episode. I'm going to get a bus from here up to Denver, and honestly buses aren't really remarkable enough to include in a YouTube video. But I will say, if you want to see a lot of trains, this is a good place. Non-stop trains coming through here. There could be 100 a day. You know, we got it's 4 double stack trains refueling down there, and then just going west. Being here on the BNSF Transcon definitely makes me want to go further west on this. Let's save that for the next episode. Right now I'm fried. So in conclusion, for this Stobe the Hobo episode, we traveled from New Orleans to Berlin on Union Pacific, and then Burlington Northern Santa Fe, passing through Houston, Temple, Brownwood, Texas, and then finally Clovis and off to here. This has been a major grind, and I'm glad it's over. It's nice that the final trip from Clovis out here was so uneventful, and if I could do it again, I know what not to do. Just stay on intermodal trains is the conclusion. Don't get on anything, just general manifest freight, because it's going to stop, or it's going to dead end, or something. So, so long, till next time. Stobe the Hobo out. Well, hell may have frozen over because the Cubs won the series, but Chicago's frozen over just because that's what it does this time of year. It is wicked cold. There's the, which one is that? The Sears Tower, I think? Whatever. It's freezing. Actually, if you're a little more upscale, you might get your train out of this festively adorned Union Depot here in Chicago. I'm gonna have to be heading over to the train tracks, the other train tracks at some point today to get my ride out of here. A lot of folks are gonna be looking at this kind of silliness at this station here. Well, I'm gonna be living it in about 6 hours. I gotta get out to Willow Springs. That's where the BNSF direct to Denver Express is gonna be leaving from. You got snow, you got this river. It's probably very close to freezing over right now. It's just a total blizzard blast going on. Obviously it'd be more romantic or, you know, quaint and touching if it was like the day before Christmas or the day before Christmas Eve, but unfortunately I can't stay out here in this cold long enough to realize that. I'm booking it to the Metro, where I'm going to get short distance train to Willow Springs, and from there the BNSF Intermodal Yard is there to continue. You know, there's always a lot of transient people here in this city, and I don't really understand it. This is probably the worst place ever to live outdoors during the winter, and there's daily trains to Jacksonville, to frickin' LA out of here. It's not a lot of work. to just be out of this miserable cold in a day or two on a cargo train. We're at the Metro. Something that's exciting about a train during the holiday season with snow and ice outside. That's what we've got going on here in Chicago. Once again, the story is, due to having no ID, I have no other way to get to Denver for the holidays than to take the train. Basically, I lost my wallet, and they don't call it Crook County for nothing because it was kind of stolen. Like, it was gone within a minute of me going back to look for it. But it may have been taken from my pocket. Whatever. This is the kind of city that happens in. Honestly, the reality is, even if I had the wallet, I'd probably go back on the cargo train anyway. It's a more interesting way to travel than sitting on Amtrak or whatever else. Fun part's over. There goes the Metro. I've got about 3 hours until it leaves about. They're pretty reliable. BNSF recently, with intermodal, is running a pretty tight ship. With the rest of it, I'd say it's more FNBS. Not sure what kind of supplies they have. Thanks. I have to stock up here. I can't remember if they sell wine or not. I wanted to get liquor. It seems an appropriate choice of beer for the task at hand. They also had a good deal on authentic Chicago pizza at the gas station. First glance, I'm pretty impressed here. Down there's where the beer store is, and there you go. Stack trains getting put together right out of this UPS facility. It's typical of places like Crook County to just not even bother plowing the sidewalk. It's been a couple days since it snowed, but it's like freaking breaking trail on this bridge to get over here. In these woods, this water, this is inhospitable conditions. It's about 20. Honestly, if it was like 0, I don't know if I'd be here, but I think I can chance 20 with a low of 5. You're miserable and freezing outside, which is how most people feel right now. All I can say is you start to appreciate when you find a good deal. 2 pieces of pizza for $3 here. And then here, if you look at that, 2 Ice House, $1 Ice House cans. This is the other gas station. Look at this. That's the train. No freaking way. What's going on there? Another train's coming in. The sun draws nigh in the west. The temperatures are going to do the same thing. They're going to dip. It's getting colder and colder out here. I'm starting to wonder if I'm going to get frostbite. You got this Norman Rockwell style, Christmas scene here in these woods, this Midwest wood scene. That's kind of cool. I think this is the right train. I think this is the LA train. There's a few that come through here. And after experience, you can figure out which one is the Denver train. The majority go to LA. I think I'm going to go back and just sit in that gas station until the right train comes. It's really cold. Quick update. It is cold. It's about 6 p.m. I'm at the west edge of this yard, and this is when that train should come in and pick up a cut of cars here. All right, the train is here. They're doing work. Basically, this is a place where they're going to pick up some more cars. It sucks. This thing really can't focus when it's dark, but it's here. That's not the best ride situation, but I can deal with it. It's going to be time to get on soon and freeze, but tomorrow at this time, probably be in Denver out. Well, I'm on the train. Due to the extreme cold, this camera can't even focus. 1,000 miles to get home on this. It's 10 degrees. It's not that cold, honestly. Nothing frostbite level. I'm going to try to record what I can. However, I'm pretty much just going to get in bed. Out. from the Santa Fe main line, and then we're gonna get on the I don't remember, it's the BN original, I can't remember the original railroad line that goes to Denver. Alright, waking up the next morning, approaching Lincoln, Nebraska. That's a long way. That's at least 500 miles. This train is major priority. It is. So that's good. Unless there's some kind of BS. I'm gonna be hobo for the holidays today. Back in Denver. It's about 500 miles to go to Denver. And at this speed, I mean, that'll happen. This is major speed. Full speed ahead. It's definitely a super long train. And I'm guessing it's just a lot of holiday presents on the back of this. It's got a ton of UPS cars. Going back through Lincoln the other way as I was going last time. You can see we got UPS on the back. Any train with UPS is definitely the top priority train. You don't want to get on those cars. They're not fun. They're too windy on those things. You got to get on one of these JB Hunt cars. There's the state capitol building right there. My God, you got a Casey's through there. I want Casey's pizza so bad. It's really the only reliable train on the line the whole way, so I can't get off for Casey's. I can't get off for anything. I'm riding the same train all the way to Denver. The frickin' road is completely frozen solid. My backpack and it's froze. I'm so glad I've only got another 8 hours of this. Blitzkrieging through Nebraska. The only way to do it, gotta just eat little frozen chunks of ravioli here. It's a couple hours later. Honestly, it's miserable. It's totally hopeless out here. But it seems like it might be getting a little warmer. As you can see, this ravioli is, it's almost back to normal, maybe. Totally bleak Midwest scenery. I can't even get the urge to stand up to get any better shots. I'm just freaking freezing. Here's McCook. I'd say under other circumstances, like it was warm, get off and go to the Casey's, but I don't even want to get out. I mean, if it was there next door to the train, I don't think I can even get out. I'm gonna have to get off the train at the next stop, which is Denver. I'm not even excited about that. I think this is the coldest I've ever been on a train. Times 2, at least. It's absolutely bananas. The good news is there's only about 7 hours to Denver and this is all over. Hopefully. On the home stretch of the trip, I guess, past McCook, I'm gonna just see this Ice House beer. I'm gonna see if it's still got any liquid in it. Yes! Somehow it didn't freeze. Thank God my raviolis froze, but not this. Look at those cows. The cows are freezing their ass off out in that field. The difference between this place in the winter and the summer is freaking stark. I came through here about 6 months ago on the summer 2016 thing, and it's green and it's gorgeous. And you look at this now, it is absolute death out there. It's so cold. It's a complete icy wasteland across thousands and thousands of square miles of the United States for the entire winter. And the fact is really not lost on me when I'm here in the middle of it myself. You know, you're inside with heat, you're in your heated car. You don't always really grasp what this means, these brutal winters we have, but I'm getting it right now. Oh, it's frozen. This is so gross when it's cold. It must be aluminum or something. Colorado. This is Brush Junction here. Up this direction. If you watch these episodes, you should know that's up to the coal mines. Coming into town, we're booking it. Things are looking up. It's beginning to look a lot like I'm going to be in Denver possibly before dark, which is incredible speed. This is a very high priority train. It's got UPS on the back. And we haven't stopped for anything except to put new crews on. Nothing else. It's starting to warm up. I'm starting to feel more positive after that miserable night last night. I didn't really get a lot of sleep last night. Even with this cardboard, this blanket, this tarp, it wasn't sufficient to stay warm. Approaching the Denver metro area. You can see the icy peaks, the Colorado Front Range. A lot of snow up there. This is a legit train. This is going to be 20 hours about the Willow Springs into Denver. There's like maybe one more possible place we're going to stop, and if we don't be there before the sun's down. Tell looking at the exhaust to this refinery here that the temperature has gone up a lot. You don't have any steam at all. And I ain't gonna complain about that. All of a sudden hit Denver, it's gotta be about 45, maybe even 50 degrees, and I am thrilled to be out of that freezing ass temperature. The smell of my clothes is similar in fact when one of those headstones right open right now on one of the fresh caskets. I'm extremely fetid, which would be appropriate if it was Halloween, but it's Christmas. Next month, all these pens are going to be full of animals for the stock show. Right here. Got time to bail. A lot of growth going on in Denver. This used to be a nice spot to hang out, drink beer, waiting for trains, but it's now going to be homes for new transplants to the area. And you got this truck. You can't get off right here. That truck is there, and you got this fence. My name is Stobe the Hobo, and I will be hobo for Christmas. I'd like to thank BNSF Railway for first-class treatment. Willow Springs, Denver, Colorado, 21 hours exactly. Like most other career deadbeats who just travel around, I'm getting picked up here by my mom.
And I just love this deadbeat son. Having a hobo in the family is the best thing ever.
What's going on, folks? Stobe the Hobo here in Denver. About to commence another episode. I've been here at my Denver Rocky Mountain West crash pad for a while, and it's starting to get cold, getting into October. It means it's time to head south. So the plan is as follows. Depart Denver on the next BNSF General Manifest freight going south. Take that train as far as Amarillo. Probably get off, check out the town, get another train to Fort Worth, hang out there for some amount of time, and then continue on to Houston. Unfortunately, this is a line that's definitely got some BS on it. I've gone as far as Amarillo before in the past, and it can be dreadfully slow getting down there from Denver. Additionally, Amarillo, last time I was there, I couldn't find beer. I couldn't find it. I walked everywhere in the town. Obviously, it's somewhere. But just to be safe, I'm bringing enough beer to get to Fort Worth. So I'm packing a 30-pack. It's just been a common theme in a lot of my recent trips that I've run out of beer and alcohol way too soon on the trip. So just in case that 30-pack isn't enough, I've got this fifth of cheap Grand Marnier knockoff orange liqueur. That is harsh. But it's good. It's starting to get chilly out here. It's going to hang out, hunker down until the train comes across that bridge over there, if you can see it.
Well, the first, hopefully not significant delay of the trip, I think, is about to happen. All indications are the train's only going to Pueblo. That's 120 miles south of Denver. Looking at the train, it's pretty clear. It's got just a bunch of hoppers it's got scrap metal gondolas. I think it's got some coke cars. And they're all just going to the big steel plant down here. About maroon here, there's a spot where the ones that keep going south go slow. The main problem is that we're off the track where those are going to be coming through. The main logistical problem is how to get the 30 pack. Yep, here we are. Coming to a stop in Pueblo. Ridiculous. Silly train. Not what I wanted to happen. So as you can see, this train, it doesn't really have the look of the Texas train that I've seen. It doesn't got any lumber, so I gotta walk 3 miles to Pueblo Junction where the trains from the north go slow enough to get back on. Could be a long wait. So this is Pueblo here.
Pueblo is the most dangerous city in Colorado.
Not a whole lot to see. Just walking over to the junction. I gotta say, this idea with the 30 pack, it seemed real brilliant at the time, but carrying this thing around is starting to really get me fatigued. So far, the train gods are not delivering on this trip. The idea was to get one train to Amarillo, and now I don't even know if I can get on a moving train with the 30 pack. So if you're ever stuck in Pueblo, you just get down to Pueblo Junction. I mean, there's I-25. These tracks here, that direction, that's south, that's north to Denver. A little further down there, you got a split where southbounds are going to go to La Junta and then northbounds come in from Trinidad. NSF uses directional running through here, and that means that there's 2 main lines totally separated. Southbounds to Amarillo take La Junta and then Boise City, and then from Amarillo, northbounds go Dalhart and then follow Highway 287 up to Trinidad, and then they converge here. I don't know who left this couch here, but I really appreciate it. That's made this day bearable. I gotta say, a 30 pack, that's now the minimum amount of beer I'm gonna be bringing on any trips. It seems like a lot when you're carrying it, but then when you're here, hanging out on this couch all day waiting for a train, it really ends up not being that much beer. Anybody who thinks this hobo lifestyle is somehow glorious has no idea what they're talking about. I've been waiting here for 10 hours, just here. Does this look like a fun spot to just hang out for 10 hours? And if you leave, you know the train's gonna show up. So I've been here and the train hasn't showed up. And now this guy, we'll see what this is. It's probably just another coal. Well, I'm about to just declare this line out of service. I mean, it seems like you got less than 1 train a day that's rideable going south here. That's just not worth it to me. I don't have the energy. I don't have the drive to just sit around this amount of time. Well, it's freaking almost the middle of the night, and finally here comes a darn train. Got finally out of Pueblo, heading east to La Junta. A couple hours later, pulling into La Junta for the crew change. A very important issue I was going to mention is 1 train a day on this line does go KC. Up ahead, we've got this fork. It's called Las Animas Junction, and some of the trains go to KC. The majority go right and down to Texas. However, it's not impossible that this could go to KC, and I'm prepared for that. The train appeared to be leaving, and then here we are backing up into this yard, deep into these yard tracks, and that means one of two things. We're picking up another car on the back of the train, or the train is dead ending here in La Junta. And the way things have been going, I'm going to guess it's the second option. Quick update. This is La Junta. There's just impossible to get any kind of luck or momentum going on this trip. Here's the train. It's broken in half in the yard here. Eventually, they'll put it back together. But it's clear that this is like the lowest priority you can get. And that these days it just seems BNSF, it's like annoyed. They're annoyed when a train needs to be sent because they sent it 50 miles from Pueblo and now it's broken up here. Got coming in is coal. Well, I don't want to ride in the coal. Although I may have to. I'm starting to reconsider riding in the coal because I haven't even gone 170 miles and we're coming on 2 days since I left. That's nuts. And what does that mean? Maybe I'm nuts. Well, this is La Junta, and I might have made a mistake in thinking that anything other than coal comes through here. There's no reason to ever come to this town, honestly. I can't wait to get out of here, and there's no way to get out of here other than on a train. So I'll be here for the foreseeable future. Alright, it's like 7:30 p.m. in La Junta. I'm still here. And we've got this train that just came in, and looks like the positive luck continues. Not a single rideable car on it. The train gods are not performing so far. 48 hours since I got to the tracks in Denver, and I'm still well inside Colorado. I'm about ready to wimp out, and we may see a new side of Stobe the Hobo, where Stobe the Hobo gives up. I don't need to do the train. If the train is not here, and I mean a train that's going to get me a long distance into Texas, by tomorrow at 7 something, when the Amtrak comes, I'm out of here on there, and I'm just going to wimp out and not ride trains on this trip. Darkest hours of the night. Finally, freaking finally, we got a train that I think is going the way I'm hoping. I gotta be honest, this trip is just not going off to the best start. We got empty hot asphalt car here. It looks like the only ride that I really can choose from is this Grainer with the filthy freaking porch. You can see it here. It looks like it's bentonite, which is used in cat litter. It's covered with it, but it's either this or nothing. Or basically become a home guard in La Junta. Positively too much time here in La Junta. Adios! Never coming back to this town, never on the train. Alright, we're coming up to the fork where the train is either going to go to Amarillo or it's going to go to KC. This prison. Maximum looking security prison here. It's so nice to be looking outside in at that place. Alright, we're in the fork! And I'm seeing that we're turning right, so finally some good luck. Definitely one of the nicer sunrises I've seen out here in the plains. I'm not sure if we're into Oklahoma yet at this point. As you can see, this is a good spot to not get marooned. Fortunately, you have this road, but large stretches of this route are totally out here in the prairie. Nothing but rattlesnakes, antelope, and it is dry. This is about the driest prairie you'll find. Probably a couple inches of rain a year, just barely not a desert. Well, this is looking like FNBS again. Train number 3 not going the entire distance. We got this siding here. This is a one-way only track right here, going through down into the panhandle. And there's no reason we're taking this siding other than to just sit here for a really long amount of time, and other trains are going to pass from Jordan. At least there's a road and I can hitchhike. This is absurd. Well, I just gotta say, I recommend to anybody to take your kids' college fund, your entire life savings, and put them into put options on BNSF Railroad. This is not a serious railroad anymore. So let me explain how this works. This is a south-only line through here. It's called directional running. We're stopped on the siding, tying the train down. What does that mean? We're not waiting for another train to go past, because no trains go north through here. The train is stopping here because there's no hurry at all to get it to the next crew change. In a normal, rational world, the way this has gone is the trains go with one crew straight to Amarillo, on another crew, keep going. That's not what's happening anymore. I would like to point out, this is October 25th right now, and I think 5 days ago, Union Pacific had its quarterly earnings, and they were 5th consecutive quarter of declines in just about everything. The stock took a pretty big drop after that earnings report. And there's something going on today in the economy. I came through here in 2007, and it seemed busier than this. There's the crew van right there. There he is. He's taking the conductor who is putting the train onto the siding up here, and they're going to pick up the engineer, and they're going to leave this train and me for, it could be an entire day.
Now what the fuck are we supposed to do? We're some real pretty shit now, man!
I'm going to hitchhike, obviously, and I got to say, I don't know if I'm going to do any more trains to Fort Worth, and I may just get the Greyhound from Amarillo to Fort Worth. I can't do it anymore. You got to be way more hardcore than I am to keep doing trains in this instance. This is stranded out here. There's nothing here. There's no stores, nothing at all. So if I don't get picked up hitchhiking, that's going to be a problem. And 10 minutes later, getting passed from the back by a stack train. I don't know what this new train is. It's got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16 cars. I don't know how long I'm going to be here, man. I'm really not happy about this. I'm out here hitchhiking. I've had no luck. I've been alternating between just taking naps in the bushes. I mean, the sun is intense out here. You got bugs, dust storms from whatever this operation is here behind the train. It's pretty clear. I mean, this has the same look as the other 2 trains I've been dead-ended on. We got a couple coal cars. We got a ton of tankers. Very little wood. Quick update. Things are moving fast here. I'm now in Stratford. I just hitchhiked down here. And what we've got is a UP main line crossing this useless BNSF. So here, this is BNSF. Oh yeah, here's Stratford. If you can't make it to Stratford, England, here's Stratford, Texas. We got a UP train stop down here. I get on this, and problem solved. I've got to get on this train. I have to get on it. I've got to walk about a half a mile out. This is all happening at a real fast pace. If I get this train, I'm going to just take a completely different route, and it's going to take more miles. But unless it's the same BS as on this other track, it's going to be faster. Oh, it feels so nice to be moving again. Heading now northeast on Union Pacific out of Stratford. Just when things couldn't get worse, they improved. This is the same line I rode the other direction from Harrington and Denver, Salina, El Paso.
been a rough couple of days. I'm super dirty. I'm so tired of those BNSF or FNBS trains, as they're going to be called from now on. This is going to take things quite a distance out of the way, but I think it's going to be on trains that move, and so it's going to be totally worth it. Back in Oklahoma Panhandle here, surprisingly warm for October. It's got to be like 75 right now.
This crazy storm out here in the Kansas plains. It's drizzling, and I've never seen anything like this level of frickin' lightning per second. There's thousands of strikes a minute going off here. And it's gotta all be heat lightning, because it sure isn't making any sound. Wow, look at that. Out here in the Kansas plains. These trains really move pretty fast through here, I'm impressed. It's not like that other crappy line I was on. This is a line where the trains actually have a destination. Very interesting weather here. We actually had a rainstorm last night. You can see it's still wet. I'm wearing a freaking t-shirt, and then you got morning fog. It's like middle of the summer style weather. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo, still going through Kansas. This is day 4 of the trip. It's pretty ridiculous. So I'm about to get into Harrington, and at that point there's a fork in Harrington, and I can get a train south straight down into Fort Worth from there. So I'll update again when I get into Harrington, which was on the Denver, Salina, El Paso episode. I went the opposite direction on that episode, straight that way, all the way to El Paso. Here we are back in Harrington, 22 months after the last time I was here. Basically the plan is to just go get some more supplies and some beer, and then switch to a train going this way. You can see I got a track going straight south. I just came in from there. The days of me having the kind of time that I've needed on this trip so far are numbered. I left Saturday night. It's now Wednesday, and I'm still a long way from Fort Worth. That's ridiculous. It's a one-day drive, so hopefully the pace is going to pick up and I can be down there tomorrow. I am considering getting off in Wichita and checking that out. I've never been there before. Other than that, it should be about 450 miles south to Fort Worth from here. Should be about a day's ride. Definitely not a lot going on in this town right now. It's probably just barely big enough to where I don't stand out as being a stranger. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo. Actually right in front of the yard office. You got this train. I don't think this is the right train, but I think there's another one about to show up. Get out of here. I think that's the train I'm talking about. Or is it that train? And I'm actually just SOL. This guy here, he's making the right back to where I came from. And then the guy behind him is going too fast and he's blocked by this guy. So I'm gonna have to go hang out way further back up in the yard. Oh, it just can't get worse, but it keeps getting worse. 4 days out here, I barely even budged from where I started. We're still here in Harrington, and the absence of decent luck continues. I don't know if you guys saw the other episode, Denver, Salina, El Paso, but in that episode, I waited an entire freaking day for one of these trains, and now I'm here, and they're coming through all the time. These stacks. Now, what does that mean? What does that mean, Jim? What that means
is those are not going the right direction. The last time I was here, I was trying to get to El Paso. Now that I'm not trying to get to El Paso, all these El Paso double stacks are here. And now that I'm trying to go south, nothing. So that's the reality it is. This is not some glorious thing. If it was so glorious, these filthy bushes over here, they would be full of hobos reveling in glory. They're devoid of anybody except me, because I'm the one guy who somehow is nutty enough to be hanging out here. Right now we just got non-stop trains going the wrong way at that fork. All of these stacks out of Harrington, these are making the right turn up there. So for all the people who think their life sucks watching this right now, I'm just saying, I've been traveling from Denver for like 4.5 days. I haven't taken a shower. I haven't talked or had like a conversation with anybody, nothing. I'm going bananas out here. And what do you got? Another train going the different direction at the fork. This is the 4th intermodal train in 2 hours. But nobody made me do this. I'm here on my own volition. I've still got enough beer. I would just have to say, the average person I think would have wimped out on this trip quite a while ago. So I left from Denver. I mean, what is this, a 4-hour drive from Denver? This is really the kind of boredom that I think only maybe military personnel could understand. Anybody who's ever stood on watch over something for hours and hours and hours and not seen anything at all interesting during the whole time. Up here at this graveyard, definitely more souls in the ground up here than in the town down there. These souls, day after day, watch placidly over the train tracks, and I can relate. You can see this is a pretty mega size graveyard. It's got to be several thousand graves in here. Surprisingly green out here. It's almost November, and I mean the general vibe is not that grim. It almost feels like spring. Still got a lot of leaves on a lot of trees. Not surprised what happened to them. It's definitely one of the more convenient spots if you're going to get run over by the train. It could just unstick you from the tracks and put you right into the grave here. Graveyard offers a way to get clean. Here, this nice spigot. It's really milky looking water, but I gotta do something. It's been 5 days. I am so disgusting. Basically, I smell like an open grave. What we've got going on here, this train has been getting put together in the yard, and as you can see, we got engines on it. They just put them on. That can sit here a long time still. And I saw one here yesterday parked for a very long time. And I'd really like to go get some beer. Sure, this is my train. It's got loaded wood. Most wood comes from the Pacific Northwest. It just wouldn't make sense if this was going southwest from here. So that means it's going south to Wichita at least. You could just sit around here until it leaves. It's definitely going to leave. It's got engines. Or I could go get beer. And I don't think I got any option. I think I'm going to go get beer, and I'm hoping it'll be here. It's about an hour trip total to go get beer and come back. Let's try it. There he is. Still parked up there. No time to waste here. Taking a look at the real estate listings here. Look at this. You got all kinds of homes for super cheap. $15,000. Look at this big one here. $60,000. I may not dig this place that much, but I mean, 15 G's and you own your own house? Something to consider. It's really not that bad a place. Biggest problem is just that everything's boarded up, and obviously no young people here anymore. The train is still here. I've got a 12-pack of ice cold beer and some fried chicken. I really can't afford this stuff every day, but I just, for morale. Finally in the yard. I just gotta cut over to that track that train's on and hope that nobody drives up here in some big rush. We are out of here, I hope. Heading south to Wichita. on the cargo train. You got rivers. See that? I think we're pulling into Wichita. I'm drinking this New Belgium IPA, and it's making this trip just a solid trip. This has got to be Wichita. There's all kinds of like industrial centers and factories and stuff going on here. When you've been drinking a lot of beer, it's hard to tell. Well, I shouldn't just say when you've been drinking a lot of beer, but at any point when you've never been to a place before, it's hard to tell if you should get off the train or not. I mean, we're obviously close to Wichita. I'd like to just get an idea of what the city's about. Is this the place to get off? I don't know. I don't know where this is. I mean, this is Wichita. I can't tell if there's any other parts of the town besides these monster, agricultural plants. I don't know exactly which one this is. We got this nice park here, the Arkansas. This is the same river that was going through La Junta. Overall, I'm exasperated, I'm fried, I'm ready to just get somewhere where I can get into bed and not be on the train or sleeping in my sleeping bag anymore. And that's not going to happen tonight or tomorrow night. So this is Wichita, Kansas. It's kind of an odd place. It's a decent sized city, and it's just really in a random place in South Kansas. I've actually got enough beer. So the update now is I'm trying to find a place to get some pizza. And I'm not finding it yet, but I'll figure it out. I don't think I'm going to be here that long. I think the basic goal, I'm going to just go back to my pack and try to get the next train. But this is Wichita. If you've ever wanted to come here, see what it looks like. I gotta be just straightforward. I just don't got it. I don't got the energy anymore for this. This is too much time. Sleeping rough. I gotta get a motel or something, and I can't get one here. This building's kind of cool here. I've got enough money, but nothing's open. So I got this dumpster, and it's looking grim. I'm so freaking hungry, and it's nothing doing. This is the pizza place. You got this millennial scene here in the old town, and then over here you got this elevated train bridge, which I'm sure I'm going to be leaving on. Positive note for whatever band this is, they're pulling off this song way better than the original. Definitely not the worst place ever to get off the train. I mean, you got this guy playing accordion. That's kind of quaint. You got this place here. It looks like it would be interesting, maybe. Stobe the Hobo out of Wichita. Not a bad stop. Better too short than too long. We still got cold beer from that 12-pack. There's a ton of these old silos here in this town. This is called Oklahoma. I jumped on this car moving last night in the dark, and it's the only ride anyway, but I mean, look at this. This is the most gross car I've been on. It's totally covered with this salt. It's not salt, but I don't know what it is. Got it cloudy here at least. As you can see here, Ukiah, there's Oklahoma City. Very good chance of making it to Fort Worth before dark, I'm hoping. Starting to just kind of reach the point of exhaustion. That said, I'm kind of so getting used to this now, I just don't even really care. Look at this. This is awful to be riding it. It's completely cut. Look how filthy my hand is. My face, everything. I don't know what it is. when the train finally stopped. This is infinitely better. Look at all this room. Just exercise, hang out, tons of space, nobody can see it in here. It's far bigger and frozen than that crater out here in Oklahoma. Nothing magnificent about the scenery, but it's not too bad. There's a lot of trees and fields and towns. Going into that water tower, train is not right into the door. I assume that's the downtown. Assuming we're going to stop at some point. I've never been here before. There's definitely a lot of different tracks coming in and out. I think that's BNSF there. Further up there's tons of junctions. Here, I don't know if this one is important or just a tertiary yard. This sure looks like we're here. Not bad so far. Got a nice river going on. You got plenty of leafy nature, which I like. You got decent buildings. I'm getting a cheap Motel 6 a little bit ways from town here, but it's next to the tracks. And as far as the rest goes, I'm gonna go get cleaned up and do some more exploring. This is so overdue. I've never felt filthier in my life. Down here, you've got a really busy junction going on. You got trains coming in from different angles and going in, I think, 4 different directions. You got north, BNSF, and UP, and now he's cutting off to the west. I'm not totally sure all the directions. And it'd be a really cool place to watch trains, and you can do it from the comfort of your car in this awful freaking traffic here. Look at all those different directions with those signal masts down there. You got at least 4 directions out of here. And I don't know how many of the trains go fast or slow. That one's obviously going slow. I don't know if I'm going to leave out of here or not yet. There's a lot of trains and a lot of tracks here. And I've only started to figure it out. Not getting on this thing. BNSF coal empty. Booking it through here. You've got this old castle. That's kind of cool. If you got dirty feet, you got this nice foot bath here. I already cleaned up at the motel, or I would definitely take advantage. And you got this, looks like some kind of jacuzzi pool or kiddie pool. So this is Fort Worth. And, you know, I'm usually, a lot of times I complain about the places I come to, but I gotta say this zone here is very pleasant. Huge green area. It's got bike paths and the Trinity River. And you can just come and drink beer and hang out here. It's awesome. I didn't realize that in Texas they value nature as much as this.
What about you? Come on. Beautiful. I don't know. Just shows you, don't throw pearls before swine. And don't throw cold beer before jackasses. So that was Fort Worth. Now taking the quick commuter train over to Dallas to see what's going on over there. I've actually got a fan of the show who contacted me. We're going to go hang with him. Kind of excited about that. Right, I'm here with Mark. How's it going? That's Mark. He's a fan of Stobe the Hobo, contacted through YouTube, so we're going to go check out the town. This is the spot right here, that X.
Yeah,
We're talking about JFK.
that's where he got shot.
Yeah, this is the grassy knoll. We got a hemp fest going on here right now. Is Texas legalizing this year? I'm from out of state.
I am too. It's not on the ballot. Nope.
Nothing going on here
The
yet?
petition needs to be in January.
From head shots to head shops. They're at the grassy knoll in Dallas. All right, so this garage is where that sniper guy, Micah Johnson, was shooting from. And I'm not sure where the targets were. It's not that important, but this is where that shooting happens. And you got this fountain, you got this. To clarify, Stobe the Hobo only supports civil disobedience level infractions of the law. Basically, Stobe the Hobo is 100% pro law enforcement. Don't have to worry about that. That is the garage though. Gunshots were coming out of that thing back in July. Got this parking garage where the guy was the assailant. And I guess he went in here and this is where the robot blew him up. That's your understanding, Mark?
Yeah. He ran in there. He was like trying to hold out in there.
And they got him. He wasn't going to make it in here. This is the best burger you've had.
Oh yeah, ever. Anywhere.
The Stackhouse. All right. Sounds good to me. So we come to the best burger place ever and you are vegan.
Yeah.
That's the black bean curd burger there.
I used to eat meat.
Gouda something burger. Looks pretty decent. Let's see. That is good. That's really flavorful. Mark is from Texas and
Howdy.
Are you part of the Texas Pride crowd?
Everyone is.
I just put down Texas. Am I risking my life around this place?
I mean, I don't have my gun on me now, but
That sounds like a yes.
we could probably find somebody if that's what you're asking.
I had a feeling about that being the situation down here. What is it like being a Texan? What's that all about?
It feels pretty awesome knowing that you're superior. We have Whataburger. We have Dallas. That's our TV show. We all ride our horses to school, all that.
Are you in the Walker Texas Ranger? That's kind of the guy who defined my impression of Texas.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite shows.
Alright, well, I'm concluding my visit with Mark. Thank you very much for everything, showing me around.
Hope you enjoyed Dallas.
Good example of Texas pride. Even in the final week of October, we still got pretty high temperatures, about 85. And a really decent quantity of freaking bugs and creepy crawlities, which I don't like. Fire ants, different places. Mosquitoes are still out and about. So I was kind of hoping things would have cooled off, but regardless, there's scenery. I honestly can't say there's anything you haven't seen before somewhere else. It's just Midwest looking scenery. It doesn't really look any different than Kansas, which I kind of surprised by. I thought this would have a little more of a out west vibe, but you have to go further west for that. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here in Dallas. Kind of finishing things up here in Dallas, checking out all the sites. And initially what my plan to do was to return to Fort Worth, where you've got a lot of trains going south out of there, trying to get to Houston. But what we have going on here is we got this main line here, and I'm pretty sure this is the Shreveport line. Looking at a couple of maps and stuff. I could save the time and energy going to Fort Worth, and I could just go to Shreveport here and then catch another southbound from Shreveport. It's just because I saw this guy. I don't know when he's gonna leave. I'm gonna just go get some more beer, and if the train is still here, I'm gonna get on this train and go to Shreveport, and then I can get another Houston train from there. This is amazing timing. He's clearly waiting for the Amtrak to pass, and that gives me enough time to get to the beer store and get more beer, which is right down here. Let's do it. Seems like a fortunate day. Let's get something a little higher quality. This beer store. Here's town. And then here's the train parked over here. I gotta run. As soon as that Amtrak clears the block in front of this train's gonna book it out of here. That's Dallas. It's not a bad place. It's not super exciting either, I'd say. I was here, Fort Worth, one night, and then I did 2 nights here, and it seemed sufficient. Honestly, I kind of don't really understand where all like the cowboy stuff is. I know there's some in Fort Worth, but it's not as much as I thought I'd see. I haven't seen guys with cowboy hats. I really haven't seen a whole lot of that anywhere in either of the cities, but maybe we'll see some down in Houston. I don't know. Forgot to mention, today is Halloween, October 31st. And no, I don't have any invites to the party with the hottie in the cop uniform or the sexy nun costume, but I am going to be a hobo today, and I think having some beer and being on this train is definitely going to be decent. If I'm successful and lucky, the train may make it to Shreveport in time for the casinos there. The tag, you don't see that often, but I think it was one of the older guys riding around in the past. I don't know if he's still out and about. I never met him. The presence of this CSX car, I'd say, is pretty much a sure bet that it's going to New Orleans, which would mean it would go via Shreveport. All right, let's do it. Let's check out Shreveport. And here's me getting on the train. Stobe the Hobo, piecing out of Dallas, heading southeast on this nice, really warm Halloween afternoon. We're out of here. Yeah, we're going through some kind of split. That looks like a pretty busy southbound main line. That's probably the Houston one.
And we're curving off to the left. It's a pretty decent left turn. There's another fork. I think that's a KCS fork going off that direction. It's freaking hot. It's like summer mother effing weather out here, and it's October 31st. It's like 85 degrees. It's ridiculous. It's starting to get really swampy, and we're still in Texas. It's starting to look, honestly, just like the Houston to New Orleans line. As it turns out, the train bypasses Shreveport going this direction by about 15 miles. So I'm keeping it going. I'm not sure where this is going to end up, but I gotta get to Houston, and I'll have to figure that out at some point. But out here in Louisiana, total fog. I just jumped off the train, and I'm gonna just have to hitchhike into. I just jumped off the train out here. I'm gonna have to just hitchhike back to Shreveport. I know the southbound stopping there. This would have been a real disaster if I had stayed on this train. This is, first of all, I'm out of water. I just ran out. This train's going to New Orleans. This could set the trip back. If you saw the other episode, that line from New Orleans to Houston is absolutely dreadful. So all I gotta do is probably get 1 or 2 rides on this nice country road in the fog, and hopefully be in Shreveport. So if you, yeah, you can totally see this messed up eye I have. This is part of the reason things got a little bit crazy. I poked my head out of the, just a tiny bit out to look up ahead on the train. And what happened? There's a branch right there. A tree branch nailed me in the face. And I wish I could have got it on tape, because it would have been really reality TV. But I guess, is that a black eye? It's not really a black eye. It's like puffed up though. And that's dangerous. I can't believe that. They really need to maintain the right-of-way better. That's the scariest thing that's ever happened. I thought I was going to lose an eye for a minute. I'm going to start hitchhiking on this road and try to get back to Shreveport. As long as I get there, it shouldn't be too tough to continue. I've never seen this guy's house. Are you a guard pig? What's your deal? Yeah, the thing was just charging up. All right. Stay put. Don't follow me. Damn it. What the F, man? Ridiculous. Go home. I don't want to deal with you right now. Silly animal. Ridiculous. Guaranteed full of swamp crocodiles here. Even in far north Louisiana, we got major swamps. I may be walking the entire 30 miles into town along this. There is absolutely no one stopping at all. You got these swamps here. Honestly, I mean, who's to say a croc couldn't just snatch you out of this thing right now, or snatch you into it. Just got to ride pretty close into town, I'm hoping, from way the hell out there. I've been walking a long time. And again, what happened is, last night, the train bypassed the city entirely. And I wasn't sure where I was, but it was clear it didn't stop in town. And now,
Instead of staying on the train, it makes a lot more sense to just get, suffer this way and get into Shreveport and then get another train to Houston, which I think I can do. Again, this is major hard work. I think a lot of people look and they think, oh, you're traveling for free or whatever. This is major work. Honestly, I would buy a ticket at this point. I'm freaking exhausted. And hopefully I can just be in Houston soon and done with this part of the trip out. Just finally got into Shreveport on slowest bus ever. This is definitely the worst day of this trip so far. I freaking nailed my eye, as you can see, from a tree branch that I have no idea how there's tree branches that could hit your head from the rail car, but it happened. It's so hot. It's November, and it's like 92 degrees here. Got this nasty dog drool-esque Red River coming through town. But I think these are just for show, these boat casinos. This river doesn't look like you could go up and down it. And that thing's obviously taller than the bridge. Anyway, just doing a morale and absolute complete fatigue. I'm looking at getting one of these casino motels. This one's got a direct view of the UP yard. It's a commanding view of the entire city from this room. And you got the UP yard down there. Should be interesting tonight. Just getting ready to check out here. Definitely nice to have enough dough for a motel, and I'd like to thank all my sponsors for pitching in with this. This is fan funded, and it's not terribly expensive. The price of this room before all the BS is $55. And then when you add the tax and the gimmicks, it ends up being quite a bit more, but this is a good spot for rail fans. You got KCS coming through here. There's a lot of trains going through there. And then down here, you got Union Pacific. I think that's a southbound, but it's only got one engine. This is a decent spot. I'd give it a free plug. This is the Horseshoe in Shreveport. The rest of the city isn't terribly interesting. These riverboat casinos, but I don't think they actually leave the dock ever. I mean, obviously that couldn't fit under this bridge. Everything seems pretty dead around here, which means it might be a good time to come down and get a cheap room at one of these casino places. I don't know if it's just the off season or what, but this boardwalk is pretty much activity-less. I don't know if it's just the off season or what, but it's definitely worth one night at one of these casino hotels. The only way you ever get a nice hotel like that is at the casino places. And then here you got Kansas City Southern, which crosses the bridge right here in town. This is a great place to see trains because the UP and the KCS both meet right here by the Holiday Inn. Also got this KCS track here. I'm not sure this is mainline or what, but this is different than these tracks which are crossing the river. Things are definitely more laid back than with the Class 1 railroads. I can't imagine you'd see BN or UP just parked in front of this apartment house. I don't know how much these people like it here. There's definitely a rundown, grim vibe to this place. A lot of boarded up old buildings. This is a big difference from Dallas-Fort Worth, and that's kind of got that cowboy, maybe western vibe, and this is total south. You got soul food going on, and there's not a cowboy hat in the entire town. I can't really figure out why all this cool stuff is all boarded up now. Totally out of business, all this old tourist area. It just offers some commentary. You got pretty much non-stop traffic going there. That's Interstate 20. That's a lot of cars. It's been like that all the time I've been watching. But it's deserted here. Look at this. This is this boardwalk. There's no one in there. Can you even find a person? I can't. This hotel was deserted enough to where I could get a pimp room for that price. Everybody just buying everything on Amazon.com and just staying glued to their computers. I mean, I guess the fact that you're watching this kind of proves that point a little bit. All right, so you got this KCS westbound coming through. That's not the train I want, but if you look through here, yeah, if you see that headlight down there, I think that's my train, so I just gotta stay put till this guy clears. I think that's Dallas this direction, I'm not positive. This is one of the top spots I've ever seen to get on a train. I stare longingly at my room that I stayed in last night. Again, I'm just gonna get on. I'm pretty sure they all go to Houston from here. I feel a real pull towards my room last night up there. The comfort of the bed and the view, but not enough to spend another night. Fortunately, I've got a place to stay in Houston. Somebody contacted me through YouTube, and it looks like I don't have to sleep outside when I get down there. All right, peacing out of Shreveport. I'm gonna miss that hotel. That was the nicest room I've ever stayed in. You cannot imagine how freaking fried I am of this trip so far. Because I've been trying to, I should have been in Houston a week ago. That's how it goes when you travel on trains. The good news is, I got a lot of beer. I got half a 12-pack left still. I don't know if I'll kill the whole thing on the way down there, but with pain and suffering comes a reward eventually. That said, this train made dead end before Houston. Out. Just crawling out of town here. Looking at this mural, I feel like that kid right now. I don't know how long I'm gonna feel like him, but I've had enough beer. It's kind of a grim town. There's just nothing really going on here. You got all these dead-end alleys. All right, I think I'm getting close to Houston. I've never been here before, but, well, I've never come in from the north. But this is a big metro area, and I don't think it's anything else. Still going pretty fast. You can see the skyline down there. The nice Houston skyline there. That's cool. There's the tracks where I just jumped off here. I'm getting picked up by Bill. He's one of the YouTube fans, so nice to meet you.
Awesome stuff. Nice to meet you, Jim. Good to see you, man.
Yes. Thank you very much for picking me up.
You're welcome.
So I'm staying in this cool warehouse right behind these trees, and then just right near everything here in the west side of downtown. A pretty nice spot at this warehouse, not far from anything really. Got this nice bed here, got this warehouse with all this room, and you got the living accommodations here. You got these dogs here. Hey bud. So Phil here, you used to do some trains, right?
Yeah, I've done a few trips.
Going west here, and you're a artist slash painter in the area.
Yeah.
Correct? And that's pretty cool. So how'd you find Stobe the Hobo, the show?
Oh, I was just looking on YouTube for train hopping videos. Every once in a while I'll
search YouTube for new videos, and I found you and started watching all your videos and liked them a lot.
Sweet. And you're native Texas.
Native, yeah.
And are you part of the Texas Pride thing down here?
Hell yeah! Thank you! Freedom and free!
Phil just painted this entire decorative design on the ceiling of this house. It looks pretty spiffy. That's pretty spiffy.
Thanks, Jim. This is a job that I just recently got. I had to build a platform to even get up here, like 14 feet up. And been here 2 weeks, finishing up here.
Waking up here on the train, and I think that we're like in the city limits, possibly. Look at this swamp. I mean, this is crazy. Obviously, there's no way to get off the property that way. Yeah, it stopped here late last night, and has just been kind of sitting here. So I'm getting all my stuff packed up, getting ready to just walk off. But I'm not positive where this is, but I think that it's close enough to get a local bus into town. Time to walk. Alright, I think this is it. The train is tied down here. Definitely swampy out here. There's a lot of mud. I would not venture off the rails due to the guarantee of the swamp crocodile situation. Restaurants like this means you've arrived at your destination. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here in Nolens. Just kind of doing some sightseeing. It's super hot out here. I'm definitely getting fatigued. I'm kind of confused why this is an indoor stadium, considering the weather here is pretty much never that dastardly to prevent playing football. I'd just like to point out that at this juncture in the journey, I am super fried right now. I've been going on very little sleep, erratic schedules the last 3 or 4 days, and I'm just about out of energy, completely. On this trip, I've been thinking of wimping out, just getting the bus or some other way home, but just for the sake of seeing the mission through, I've still got a lot more trains to go, and it's starting to get a little bit disheartening. I mean, I've got to get a train from here past Houston. It's the first train, and I'm not sure, honestly, how that's going to work. I'm pretty sure BNSF will get me a double stack out of their yard. Should be going hopefully to LA. I'm not going to go that far, but it'll get me through Houston at least. I mean, this is serious. This is going to be like maybe a train I'm going to have to stay on for at least 24 hours. I'm going to need a lot of provisions, a lot of beer, and just to be prepared. I think the fun of the trip is just about over, and it's time to just book it to Colorado. I'm burned out. You know, I've seen a whole bunch of new places on this trip. I just don't really care anymore about seeing anything else. Starting to be a rundown vibe to this town. As you can see, you got a lot of businesses just kind of hanging on by threads. A lot of just big, grand, vacant buildings right now going on here in the downtown. You got this building, probably the most interesting architecture in the whole city. but honestly, I think it's getting demolished right now. Doesn't look like it's in use. The windows are all broke up there. It's rivaling the Great Pyramids for architectural, you know, eccentricity at least. Look at that penthouse on top of that thing. At this old former hospital, look at this thing. I would love to get inside this right now. I'm staying at this hostel here. It's only 20 bucks a night. It's pretty decent. It's bunk beds. They've got a pool even. The people are pretty reasonable. There's hardly anybody here right now either. So that's India House Hostel. It's right up the street. Here's Canal, where the streetcar goes. And here's the hostel, so it's a pretty good deal. I don't totally understand why this street has such an amazing reputation. It's pretty much just the same tourist schlock as you find in any other place. You know, you got hard rock, you got drunk people, you know. So pretty much everything's way overpriced down here, and not super recommended if you're on a budget. I mean, this is still pretty weak. It's supposed to be the most powerful drink here, but I could probably drink 2 or 3 and still drive. So this street is pretty much more touristy with all rock and blues kind of bands going. My personal taste warrants going further down to Frenchman, where the guaranteed jazz facilities are. What the hell is going on out here? It's definitely kind of a sinister vibe right now in the vicinity of all these jazz clubs. I'm just getting blitzkrieged, literally, by this super storm going on right now between the main 2 clusters of jazz clubs here. As you can see, this is, wow. This is definitely, I'd say, a good setup for some Eric Dolphy or some Miles Davis Something with that real gloomy sound. This is not appropriate for Errol Garner or Fat Swaller. That's way too cheerful. This is grim out here. Look at this. Kapow! I mean, I'll just say, you know, I'll add my own input to the thousands of narratives written about this city. There's definitely a vibe going on. It's definitely here. There's a vibe of, you know, grave sites, spirits coming out right now, and just all kinds of weird, you know, very gloomy things. And I get it. It's going on here. It's been authentic in the last couple minutes here. I mean, who's this guy? Is that a real guy or is that just some phantom? Yeah, the atmosphere is definitely augmented by this hand grenade drink. Wow! Oh, you missed that. Wow! It looks like things are gonna clear up and I can get down to Frenchman Street to hear, hopefully, some very gloom-infused jazz. So like I was saying, there is an authentic presence. There's something very interesting here that remains despite the presence of so many white corpulent tourists. I mean, this is authentic. Whoa, and there's a train. Where's the train? I don't even know where the train is here, but there's a train coming. The beginning of the main jazz zone is right here. It's just a little bit, this is Decatur, right in the middle of this storm. This is definitely tops right here. This is Frenchman, and you've got about, I don't know, 12 to 15 non-stop clubs here, and all of them have pretty good bands going on. I would just say, don't waste your time going anywhere else if you want to hear serious, jazz music. It's just not going on anywhere else in America on this level. So don't waste your time in, I don't know where else. I don't even know where else. Just get down here. And just when you think it can't get more interesting, it does. Freight trains come right through here. That's Frenchman. That's Jazz Central. Beginning there. There's the downtown, whatever. And this track I'm on, I'm pretty sure they come through. We got Grainers here, guaranteed. Something dropped them off here. Let's go in the east. Taking a couple beers in one of these places. Just kind of thinking about the trip ahead. It's about time to bounce out of New Orleans. And I'm kind of getting discouraged. It's going to be a major trip to Denver for me. There's it's going to take at least 4 trains. There's 10, 15 junctions ahead. Not that many, but there's 5. And if I go the wrong way, I end up in some crappy place like Fort Worth or Lafayette or somewhere else. This is the time of the trip where it's just time to focus. I don't want to sightsee anymore. My morale is kind of low. I'm starting to get lifted by hearing these bands, but I mean, I've been out here getting bit by mosquitoes and sweating my ass off and smelling like a open grave for a solid month. And, you know, so it's going to take a train from here that I'm hoping is going to go well into Texas. It's going to take 3 or 4 trains. First train to Clovis, New Mexico.
So they expedite from the
Second train to Amarillo, third train to Denver is the minimum.
I've seen the way the kitchen.
I'm thinking it's going to take more than that. There's so many junctions. I don't know. I've never done this before. But after hearing all these bands, seeing this situation down here, I think it would just be really chickening out to take a bus or a plane back to Colorado. I've got enough money in my savings I could get a cheap flight. It just wouldn't be in accordance with the situation. All these bands are playing. You gotta stay true. And the guys playing in these bands, I think, would say, take the train, take the A train, or in this case, the B train, because it's going to be BNSF. We're back to Colorado. So I think I'm getting enough energy and inspiration from these bands. I think it's possible. I think I can do it. I'm going to be heading over to the train yard fairly soon and making tracks on the tracks out here. Stobie, Jim Stobie. Yeah, so like I was saying, I mean, my morale, it's low. I mean, I haven't showed that much of what's been going on. We're talking mosquitoes, we're talking incredible humidity and heat, freaking, you know, the smell coming off my clothes like an open grave. And I was really thinking about wimping out and just like getting a bus back or like a plane. But I'm down here in this area thinking, you know, we got a lot of just guys devoted to their craft. It is not my craft to sit on a bus or a plane with a bunch of corpulent tourists. I'm just thinking there's no other option than going back on the cargo train. There's nothing else that can be done. When you look at this, when you hear these bands, there's only one option. And I should just say the spirits, the train gods, they've been with me on this trip. I've never wanted for cold beer. The last 3 trains I've had like a 4-pack of 16-ounce steel reserves right when I get on the train. So I mean, everything's going great on that. I'm going home on the train. And I think I'm glad to have come down here and been able to solidify that decision. All right, folks, well, this is pretty much concluding my time here in New Orleans. It's a pretty nice town. There's a lot of good tunes. There's also a lot of other touristy stuff like swamp tours and alligators and stuff if you're into that. Obviously, I don't really have the funds to just go, you know, spend $100 here and there on tours. Tried some of the drinks, sampled some of the tunes, and it's time to keep going. Tomorrow, the final leg of the trip to Denver from here. It's going to be an exhausting leg. It's going to be a lot of work. I'm really kind of dreading it right now, honestly. Well, folks, had a good time here in New Orleans. Inspired by all this great music. Had some of the food here. Pretty good time. The time's now come to move along. There's Frenchman, and there is the train tracks.
freight train rolling through this friggin' town right here, man. Look at this. It's like, is this really happening? As you can see, this coal load is just pulled to a stop right here in town. Now, if this was a freight train, I mean something with rides, it'd be pretty convenient to get off here or on. Being that these are more or less unrideable coal cars, it kind of sucks. So what they're going to do here is put 3 or maybe 4 extra engines in the middle of the train to go over Bozeman Pass. These are going to be manned, meaning that there's guys in there that will see you. They're not remote control. It's at this stop here in Livingston that you can get on or off. Going on here though, these trains only stop going west to add engines, pretty much. So I'm gonna need, basically, I'm gonna have to hitchhike to go east. It's very sporadic that these trains stop going east because they add helper engines in Bozeman to go over the pass, and those are often detached while the train is moving, coming down the pass. So a lot of the trains coming through here are coal, coming from Wyoming, basically actually going to Canada. And as you can see here, these coal cars don't really have any place to ride in the ends. You could get in the coal up here, but also that's going to be filthy. So it's kind of just sucks because you really don't have anywhere. This one here you kind of could get in. It's got a little area here, but you could, right there you don't really got a lot of space. It's not like a platform. So basically these trains are useless for hobos. Right here you have the Cenex refinery where they turn crude into propane, gasoline, that kind of stuff. So right now I'm kind of just waiting in Laurel, Montana, which is about 14 miles west of Billings. I'm currently in a spot where I think the trains are crew changing going east, which is where I'm trying to go. We've got this one here, pretty much been parked all day. I can't really tell what's going on with it. East of town here, there's a pretty substantial rail yard. Right now I'm a little bit west. I don't know if you can tell from here, probably not, but enormous 5-direction train yard out of there. You can go to Denver, you can go to South Dakota, you can go to Great Falls, Montana, you can go to Wyoming. So there's a lot of choices. So a lot of folks might be asking, how do you know which direction the train's going, Jim? And it's often a good question. There's a lot of times you can't really tell. But I could point a couple of things out about this one. The fact that it's got loaded wood means it's coming from the west. There's no lumber anywhere east of here that I'm aware of. So that means it's coming from Pasco, Washington, Missoula, Montana, somewhere like that. So I guess what that means is you should first know where the train's not going. This train is not going west out of Laurel. You've got to know
the basics about the industries in the country, you need to know where the forests are. There's no forests in North or South Dakota or Minnesota. All the lumber goes west to east, and then possibly south as well. This tanker has got propane or liquefied petroleum gas in it. So if you can determine if it's full or empty, that can help as well. It's a little hard to tell with tankers because they've got double walls. It sounds a little more echoey than a full one, so I'm going to surmise that this is empty and going to be refilled at Billings, where they've got a plant and a refinery. Another indication that this train's probably not going to go east of the train yard without breaking up inside. 3082, 1824, hydrochloric acid 1789. This is all at Laurel. This is Amietol, A-M-I-E-T-O-L. And then we've got a 1760 here. This gray, attractively painted, new-looking one. Another indicator is who owns the car. These grain hoppers here say DME. That's the rail car owner, which is Dakota, Minnesota, and Eastern. That's a short line based out of North Dakota and South Dakota. Therefore, there's a very good chance these rail cars are going to go there too. Box cars such as this one basically have zero identifiable attributes to know where they're going. So obviously, there's a lot more that goes into this as well, but the basics are the type of cargo, who owns the car, and then you can basically determine where it's not going, where it is going, where it could be going, and from there it can give you a better idea. That said, knowing exactly where the train is going is not always possible. Very often it's not. You can't even tell at all because there's not any of these identifiable attributes of any of the rail cars. In that case, it still is a gamble, especially at a junction where the train hits it at high speed. So this is a typical hobo waiting area for the train. This is under the I-90 overpass, or the west edge of the Laurel Yard. Checking it out here, you got a place to sleep. It's kind of dirty looking, but it actually looks pretty comfy right now. My feet are killing me. And then just down here, you got the tracks, and it's pretty nice. Nice spot in here. Besides being a little dirty, it's out of sight. You got plenty of privacy. It's probably warm in the winter too. So I'm probably gonna just chill out for a while. Wait till something else shows up. So people do come through here. There's definitely evidence of it. I'm not too worried about anybody too dangerous. It always could happen, but the evidence around here makes me think there's about a couple of people a month, and that they're just harmless, dirty kids or old timers. I don't really sense there's a dangerous group that comes under here because there's no dead bodies or blood or bloody knives or anything like that, or threats written here. So I feel pretty safe. It's a little dirty, but my feet are killing me. And I just got this deal on Yellowtail Riesling. This was like $6 at the gas station. So I'm gonna drink that and kick back. Wait, what's your guys' names again?
Toes.
Katie.
Katie and Toes?
Yeah. T-O-U-Z.
Oh, T-O-Z-E. Is this you?
Yeah.
Nice.
See?
Okay, so that's Katie's.
I feel like it's.
That's Toes. And then the two dogs, we got Ava and Yeah.
Yeah.
They're nice animals.
Yeah stands for Emilius Edgar Allan Huxley. Emilius is elegant for, Chinese for elegant, and it's Urban Dictionary for dirty boy. So he fits all the
These pooches were not initially friendly because they shouldn't, because they're security.
Yeah, they were barking at you.
They're reasonable.
They usually get offended when people walk up to our cars. But they're like, they know good people.
Yeah, this was a Simon Flu.
Helping get this girl on a date.
Nice.
So, I think that's why she brought us just styrofoam cups.
Yeah, and on the other side, we wanted to like write on the back, and then when they're about to drive away, just be like, "Psych, it's for crack." And to bypass that people, it's just change everything to KFC instead of Kentucky Fried Chicken, and so that kids bypass a bunch of liberals actually.
Yeah, well, you know, there's enough in the trash usually on top.
Oh yeah.
Times have been changing though. They've been closing down a bunch of the good ones by the track. Yeah, ramen. These guys are super generous. I give them some chicken. Look at this, those apples look so bright and shiny.
They are very shiny apples.
Look at that.
They're like those really white apples when you bite inside of them. Not like the big,
I know.
They're like the little...
So you guys are heading off, hitchhiking to Michigan. That's cool.
We'll end up at a perfect spot like this, but then we don't really have time.
If you got a deadline, freight trains are not the best. Well, anyway, thanks for talking on the camera here.
That's cool.
Yeah. Not sure what these deer's intentions are. They're trying to sneak in and get on a train here. What are these guys trying to do? This guy's up to no good. Are these guys trying to do something they're not supposed to? Are you guys trying to catch out of this yard? Wow. Do not have a natural instinct about it. So this is the westbound Sheridan catch spot here. It's pretty much a total no man's land. You got no fence, you got, you know, pretty much a wide open area, which is very fortunate. You got no fence going on, you got pretty much just wide open. This is pretty much as nice and pleasant a catch spot as you can get, because you got plenty of space to hide, which is just off the property. You got basically nobody can see in here. I mean, look at these houses. There's nothing going on here. This is probably one of the better hobo spots I've seen. You could relax all day here with very minimal worry about the cops or anybody being stressed out. And the facts are, what I've noticed is, in these small towns, like Sheridan, smaller, you know, they really don't care about guys who just want to travel through on a freight train. It's not like we're causing trouble. We're not breaking in. We're not stealing. We're just trying to catch some scenery for free. You know, just getting from point A to point B. the gas prices, they're obscene today, and I don't even think there's any issue here, which I really like. It's one of my favorite yards. This green signal should indicate an imminent approaching westbound. Well, this is the main drag of Sheridan, Saturday at 11 o'clock. And what's kind of making me think is all those new faux country songs talking about Saturday night at the bar in the small town is pretty ridiculous because there's nothing going on here at all. They got murals like this nonsense all over the place, but the reality is there's nothing going on. I'm kind of bored and disappointed that there's like not even anything but a couple dive bars going on right now. So probably gonna head back to the train tracks and get the next train out of here. It's the best solution as soon as you start getting bored. Like Kenny Chesney and Jason Aldean and those guys, they're all talking about Saturday night at the bar in the small town. Justin Moore, I think his name is, Small Town USA. Where is this bar with the cowboys? I think it's all contrived nonsense. There's nothing. Where's the good old boys? Where's the rowdiness? There's nothing going on here at all. I mean, you do have a non-stop supply of monster pickup trucks going past, but I guess if you're looking at America and what's going on, that country western, you know, rowdy cowboys at the bar thing, I think it's all contrived nonsense. Because this is as cowboy a town as exists. And I'm not feeling none of that. So it's about, I think it's like 5 p.m. June 15th. This General Manifest freight train has just arrived going east out of Sheridan. And basically it's about as far east as we're going to go after this. It's going to be Gillette. So I'm going to go ahead and board this ride here, and then basically it's another 100 miles east, and then we'll start heading back. Come on! Come on! Come on! Just going back to our lesson about where cars are going. 1265, you look up that placard, and then you notice that it's empty. I knocked on the outside. You've got a decent idea that this isn't just totally a random car anymore. 1265, isopentane, whatever that means. I'm not a chemistry major. I guess that's it for Sheridan. I'll be coming back through here. I may hitchhike back as well. The trains have been kind of slow. So, Stobe the Hobo, getting ready to enjoy a nice afternoon ride through basically totally uninhabited wilderness to Gillette. It's about 100 miles and no roads, no nothing but pronghorns, bighorn sheep occasionally. Should be cool. Gotta get down, we're going past the yard office here.
hobo, top of this tree, going through pretty much the most remote possible area that the train goes through in Wyoming. About 10, 15, 20 miles each direction to the nearest road. So, don't do something stupid like fall off the top of the train. Nice view. Gotta have a good drink. Stobe the Hobo out. Alright, it's 3:30 in the morning, and the best car I could find is this lumber rack out of here, out of Missoula. Right here you've got the tanker refill facility. These tankers connect a pipeline from Missoula to Thompson Falls. Hopefully I can switch to a better ride when it gets light. This is definitely something that's going to be very visible once it gets light. Alright, it's about 3 hours later, about sunrise here. And no stop, so I'm out here, I'm kind of exposed on this lumber rack. But what's interesting, there's got to be there's huge forest fires in the region. You can see the smoke. It smells like smoke. I'm not sure how close that I'm going to get to the fire, but I mean, it's got to be, I can smell thick smoke from here. This is crazy. I've never been this close to a forest fire. I don't know if the train is going to go through the fire, but the smoke is like, it's almost unpleasant right now. It's super strong smell. I'm kind of surprised the train is still going at full speed through here. I mean, the visibility is just not, it's down to definitely under a mile. Starting to clear up as we head through Thompson Falls. And I think this is the last town, so I may be safe on this lumber rack the rest of the way in. It doesn't get better than this. It does not get better. Shake a stick at on this route. I'm coming into Sandpoint, Idaho. I think this is called Lake Ponderay. I mean, look at this. The train is almost to Sandpoint, Idaho, and when we get there, our main line is going to meet up with another main line, the High Line, coming in further north. So then we'll have a bunch more trains to see. And then from there, it's just going to be about another 40 miles to the crew change of Hauser. Alright, this is the High Line coming in here from further north, going to Whitefish. All the tracks join up right here in Sandpoint. The freaking train never stopped. So I'm just sitting out here in the open, hoping nobody in any of this filming sees me, but
It's summer recreation season out here. Hopefully they'll be understanding. Got the crew office here, the Amtrak station. The best part is coming right up. Quaint little town of Sandpoint. Nice marina. Got everything you need here for summer recreation. As you can see, you got this trestle. Look at that. That's an easy dive into the water from here. No guardrail. And one of these days, I'm gonna do this. Look at that. Amazing. The next time I ride this route, I gotta jump into that water. It looks so refreshing. Alright, so the train is approaching Hauser, which is this big old yard kind of just out here in the woods. And when we get there, it's going to be necessary to switch trains from this one, which is going to Pasco, to another train going to Seattle, Tacoma. Hopefully I can figure out the right train because there's a big junction. I just safely got off the train in Hauser, Idaho. There it is right now. It's pulling a little bit more into the yard. I just kind of got off out here because I saw some workers. So what you've got here in Hauser is a pretty substantial fueling station with maybe a little bit of switching yard too. It's really not very close to anything, which is frustrating. It's by Rathdrum, Idaho. And it's maybe, that's a tiny town. And it's got some kind of county road level road coming in, but it used to be in Spokane, and that's a lot better because that's a big city. So out here, I mean, there's not any beer or supplies for a several mile walk. So basically the situation here is you've got this junction coming up. It's in Spokane. I think it's called Lata Junction or something like that. And at that junction, trains are either going to go Pasco/Portland or Wenatchee/Seattle, Tacoma. And figuring out which one is going to go to Wenatchee could be a bit of a challenge. As far as that junction goes, it's a lot easier to definitely go Pasco than it is to go Wenatchee. All Montana Rail Link, BNSF, GM trains, they all go to Pasco, as well as all coal and all grain. So that's a bunch of trains right there that guaranteed go that direction. Some intermodal also goes to Portland and Seattle. Basically, it's going to have to be some kind of an intermodal train. So the Port of Seattle and Port of Tacoma, you've got Hanjin, China Shipping, Hyundai, Costco. There's a couple other ones. Portland does not have Hyundai, but it's got Hanjin, and I think it's got a few of the other ones. So the only certain train that's going to go the right direction for me here is going to have a bunch of Hyundai cars on it. And that honestly might not be even one a day. So there's a good chance of having to gamble on something that's just got Hanjin, China Shipping, that kind of containers on it. And it may or may not go the right way. And look what's pulling in here about 2 hours after I got here. Got a train with a bunch of Hyundai and a bunch of Evergreen containers. Looking at the containers, we've got Yang Ming, a lot of. Further up, there's a bunch of Hyundai. We've got Costco, which is China Ocean Shipping Company. I'd also like to point out that while I've had good luck today, assuming this is the right train, you could definitely be here, 12, 18 hours waiting for a train that's got the right look for the Seattle Tacoma. So just because it worked out this time doesn't mean on another day you couldn't be here, 24 hours looking for this thing. And now we arrive. There's only one set of rides on the whole train, almost SOL. We call these Viking ships. They kind of look like a Viking ship, if you can see. So I just like to point out, the one obstacle we're looking at is it's going to go through this large building, which is the fuel station here. And there are cameras and there's guys watching. It shouldn't be a big deal. Alright, so the engines of this train right now are at the fuel station. The thing about this fuel station is that it's like a huge barn, a big metal barn building, and it's enclosed. So there's a chance of some surveillance with cameras and stuff going through here. I've never had an issue with it in the past. It's been 8 years since I've been through here. Alright, so we're about to go through the big fuel station. Good. Alright, so the train is approaching the junction in Spokane. Right now we're just in the very east sector of Spokane. And I'd just like to point out, when you're gambling, whether it be at the casino or on a train, I've always found that my luck improves. I drink more beer. Here we go. We're making the right turn up here. Good news. So the landscape has changed a great deal, obviously. From Spokane to Wenatchee, it's mostly just desert like this, which is kind of grim. It's super hot. There's not any water. This is the kind of place where you could have an actual real problem if somehow you got stranded off the train. There's rattlesnakes. There's zero moisture ever in this region. It's kind of got some cool geology, but for the most part, I'm really glad when we get out of this area because it's so hot. Well, I'm not going to complain about this. Coming to a stop on this siding here. You've got a nice cool river right over there. As you look at this region, this is pretty clear that it's game over if you get stranded out here. But, I mean, this has got to be like an artificial irrigation canal. There's no way any water whatsoever makes it through here. Definitely not the kind of place to take lightly. There's rattlesnakes. So I definitely say my hunch about the direction this train is going was correct. We got the Hyundai cars, and you can see the rest of the look of this train, and it turned out to be correct. This is the Wenatchee route. That is super refreshing. Got to be positive that the train doesn't start moving. It's not a fact that because we stopped on a siding, that means we're waiting for another train. That is not a fact. This train can start moving in any second. So this is Wenatchee, and honestly, it's a pretty big buzzkill getting off here. I'm just trying to find like a gas station to get some beer, maybe get some food. It pretty much looks deserted. So far it's gets a thumbs down for me. So just as some general commentary, I'd say that I'm finding fewer and fewer reasons to get off the train in any of these smaller towns in America, because you're just finding the same thing everywhere. Just everybody has moved out of town, and there's not a cool restaurant, there's not a place to get beer. It's really frustrating.
Alright, leaving Wenatchee, the next stretch is probably the most scenic of the whole trip, going up over the Cascade Range. Alright, so the train is going through probably one of the most dramatic spots in the United States.
Way up here in the Cascades now, I'd like to just point out one of the nice attributes of the Pacific Northwest that's pretty much more here than anywhere else is going to be nice, fresh berries growing around. You could almost definitely camp out up here. There's a lot of sightings and a lot of places where the train goes slow, like right here. Additionally, lame as it is, there still is a road somewhere through those trees. I think it's Highway 2. The presence of berries makes the Pacific Northwest, honestly, maybe tops. Because just about anywhere you get off the train, be it down in Seattle or you've got a ton of blackberries, or up here, you've got definitely a good chance of finding something yummy like this. I don't know what exactly this genus is. It's not a raspberry, but it's similar. It's delicious.
We're getting close to the Cascade Tunnel, which is a 7-mile-long tunnel up here. I'd say this is probably the most scenic run in the United States as far as just the dramatic nature of these mountains. They're super tall on both sides, and somehow they got the track through here. Cascade right there, 7 miles long. Now here on the west side of the Cascades.
up here at, I think it's called North Beach, Seattle. The train is coming to a stop at the Ballard Locks drawbridge. And my destination is Fremont, which is not too far a walk from here, so that means it's time to get off. It slowed down just long enough to get off. Up here, this is one of the places it might stop. North of the locks or south of there, there's a drawbridge, and every time some Microsoft guy drives his sailboat through, they stop the train for it. So, good thing I didn't wait for it to come to a stop, because now he's booking it again. What's going on? This is Gillette. Probably one of the better, more interesting camp locations I've had while being on, traveling on trains and hitchhiking and all that stuff. It's like these big, I think they're gonna be sewer pipes that are positioned here. So I mean, as you can see here, pretty cool view out there is the train tracks. Was not a bad sleep. Kind of a hard surface, but yeah, I'm rested. So I'm here at the Gillette Visitor Center, and what's your name?
I'm Danielle Wilkerson.
It's going to be giving us an interesting tour of the Eagle Butte coal mine. You used to work there, right?
Yeah, I drove the 240-ton haul trucks that you're going to see today out at Eagle Butte, just north of Gillette, Wyoming.
And she has traded that in for this nice tour van, so it should be fun. This monster coal truck is going to dump this stuff in the crusher, so it'll be small enough to go in the power plant that will then fuel your iPad. It's hard to see, but one guy is not as tall as that red rail there, so it's a pretty big truck. Come on, man, dump it in.
I think that little guy holds about 40,000 gallons of water. Need your swimming pool filled? That is a brand new water truck. They just got that bed on there, that thing on that truck. Now that cat truck is exactly the same thing. A lot of people would like to make you believe that there's no animal life, there's no, that we just scare everything away from this area. But this morning there was a deer right by the train. When the train was coming in, we saw quite a few antelope and different things. It had a lot of studying into it. It's called a breadloaf design, and they've got it to where that their chute will just scrape that off just perfect like that, and they've determined that it will blow off less. Now some of these coal trucks get, or coal trains, they get sprayed with kind of like, I don't know, the way they explained it, the way I guess I got it was like kind of like an Elmer's glue that goes over the top of it. That whole dump there, they over from the edge of the ramp there, they'll work that whole section, and then this is another dump here where they'll work this section, and this dozer, he's kind of working where they dump some of that carting, that coal dirt mixture. And they've got a lot of that over here because of this sand that's going through this, and it's amazing to me last summer, the pit probably was where that backhoe is, I think that's called, track hoe. It was there, you know, it was in this area. And so they've moved it this way, and then you can see the coal jumping up. It's just amazing to see that happen because it does not happen very often.
Does it go...
Range is 50 to 70 feet deep.
Okay. I mean, does it go deeper than this pit? Like if they just kept digging down, is there more coal down in there?
If they kept, they would get down and they would get more dirt and then they would get water again and then there might be coal. There's coal deeper under there, but that isn't feasible to get at this point.
Even in this mine, with all this industry, there's ducks happily playing in this lake. How many coal mines are there again total?
13 in this area, just in that Powder River Basin.
Powder River Basin.
There's 12 in Campbell County and one of them's in Commerce County.
You got 6 trains a day loading here at the...
Approximately, yep. That's what they'd like to do, 6 a day. And like I said, this is a small to medium-sized mine. A lot of trains leaving the Powder River Basin each day.
This kind of coal is good because it's low sulfur.
That's right. Yep. It's got a low sulfur content, so it can burn fairly clean in the power plants. And Eagle Butte, they're unique because they have a couple different grades of coal, so they can blend the coal, and they also can meet the customer's needs for the sulfur content as well as the BTU. So that's how hot the coal will burn.
Does a power plant, they can only use one kind of coal, I'm assuming, or they're configured to use either this kind of coal or a different...
this kind of sulfur.
Yeah.
And it has to do with like EPA in their area too, what they can burn, what their plant can do for emissions and things.
And as a woman working at that mine, that's interesting. It seems like most people just assume it's going to be a big tough guy kind of thing.
Yeah, there's a lot of women that work in the mine. Like I said, that gal driving that blade today was a lady, and I mean, when I worked there were there were gals that were shovel operators and driving those D11 dozers and that chute move. As the next car comes under, the guy in the plant is going to push the button, and the coal flow is going to start on the train, and then you'll see that chute move a little bit.
Exciting city. It's just a stop, crew change for freight trains on the line from Laurel down to Lincoln. Now what's going on, you know, there's been real good luck so far on the trip because we've been on the lines that have like a lot of trains a day. Well, that's about to change here because I'm pretty much just going to start backtracking Sheridan, Laurel, before I can hit some new territory in Great Falls. And what's going on here is there's only one rideable train a day out of here that's going to get the whole distance to Billings/Laurel. Also looks like things are kind of slowing down. This coal load has been sitting here since last night. I got in about 10, and this coal load has just been sitting in the yard the entire time. Additionally, I don't know if you can see it, but way up there, let's see, there's a train coming in going the direction I'm not. There's also an empty grain train that's been sitting here the whole time too. Things are definitely looking slower here, and it's possible this could be an extended wait. I'm also considering hitchhiking because of that. Another problem and reason I want to get out of Wyoming is that basically, in Montana at least, you can get a cold beer in any gas station. And here, you got to go to a liquor store, and there's maybe 3 in the city, and none of them are close to the train tracks. So that provides a real possibility of running out of beer, or having it get warm at least, waiting for the train. And it's a condition I it's not really something I feel good about. I mean, to me, running out of beer or having it be warm because I had to walk so far back to the waiting spot is just really doesn't put my mind at ease. All right, you know, today is probably just going to be one of those days that you got to deal with if you're doing trains, hitchhiking, all that. First of all, there's a 3-hour allotment of time used on the interstate to hitchhike, in which 0 people stopped, as I suspect. And now I don't know what's going on, but there hasn't been a train in either direction in like 8 hours on this line. I'm back down here at the westbound catch-out spot. And what's going on here, I don't think it's a good sign. I mean, this coal train, loaded coal, this has been parked here since I got here last night. It's going west. Who the hell knows what's going on? There's been nothing going on here at all. Again, I mean, this is one of those times where I declare that I am not trying to make this look cool. I mean, if you want to sit around on your ass for 8 hours with nothing to do down here, well, maybe you'd like this, but I'm getting sick of it. Basically, I'm sure if I leave for 10 minutes, the train will show up and pull out, and I'll miss it. Like this tag, I've seen this one on a lot of the coal trains in this region, specifically this line. I haven't seen this in the line down to Denver, where a lot of the other coal trains go. That's the only positive going on here, is that there is a close liquor store, and instead of just having guys in 3-ton King Ranch Ford F-350s driving past, at least I can like wander around with a camera and no one will bother me. So it's not all bad. Stobe the Hobo, June 16th, out. What's going on, folks? Stobe the Hobo. I'm starting to think there may just be some kind of major delay going on here. It's been about 7-8 hours since I got here. There's been nothing moving in either direction and pretty much 0 activity. It's a Monday. It's not some holiday. I don't know what's going on, but I'm starting to think this may just be some kind of really bad luck spell going on here. And if the sun comes up, it's nighttime right now. Okay, it's maybe hard to tell. If the sun comes up and this is still going on, I'm going to be kind of concerned because the hitchhiking's non-existent. The trains may be non-existent, and I sure as hell don't want to take Greyhound. So, hope something shows up soon. Well, it's the darkest hours of the night in Gillette, and big surprise, nothing's here. You know, it's got to be, I mean, it's my luck that like the 2 days a year they shut the whole line down for a whole day, and today is one of them. It's 12, I got here at 1 p.m. I gave up on hitchhiking, which is also a waste of time. And now, I'll probably fall asleep and wake up as the train is pulling out. I'm really getting annoyed right now. And if the effing liquor store is closed, it's really going to be a problem. Out. There's nothing going on. Everything's closed here in town. It's like, what is the point of this place? I'm sure the liquor store probably closes at 12, because who would want another beer at 12? Who would want one at midnight around here? I may have been spotted by a worker. I'm pretty sure he saw me. This is billing, so I don't know if he cared. I don't know if there's a problem, but I have everything packed up and I'm prepared to bail at a moment's notice. If this train comes to a stop any place around here, I am going to bail. So let's hope it doesn't happen. Well, the train is stopped here, about 5 miles outside of the yard. You just can't take any chances. It's only 5 miles. I'm going to walk the rest of the way in. I don't think it stopped because of me, but regardless, I'm gonna walk in, be positive right here. They wouldn't have been able to get a good enough description anyway, so I'm in the clear at least. Out. Stobe the Hobo, I'm here at the East St. Louis CSX yard. This is what it looks like. So the problem going on here, there's a fork. You got this fork at the east edge of the yard, somewhere out there. I'm not sure where it is. Where trains go to Cincy or Indy. I want to go to Cincinnati, however, if it ends up in Indy, I know I can go to Cincy from there. Not sure what's going on at this yard yet. It looks like they're building the trains here. They're backing them in. They're building the trains at the gateway yard, which is somewhere over by the arch. And then they're backing them into these tracks here, and I'm sure they're gonna pull out going east, because CSX doesn't go west out of here. This is the end of their territory. Look at this, you got turkeys walking around here right by the yard. Thanksgiving. I don't know what the rule is on hunting in here, but you got this old, I don't know what this cabin does here at the edge of the yard. I don't think it's, I can't tell if it's in use anymore. Nobody's parked here. There's a lot of tracks and a lot of directions out of here. So go in this direction. This is east. It's either Cincinnati or Indianapolis. I don't know what this is. I don't know what this is. This cabin might still be in use. It looked like there's possibly activity there. I'm not going to try to hang out around that area. You got a stack train going on. As far as I know, these all take the Indianapolis fork to the East Coast, like New Jersey. As far as I can tell. I don't think they would go to Cincinnati. That said, I may just go any direction out of here to get moving, which is better than just hanging out for too long here. Still got another guy who's going to come for some of the trip. His YouTube name is Brian Davis. Maybe you've seen him put a comment on one of my videos before. He's hunkered somewhere around here. There's a ton of turkeys around here. All throughout the bushes. Look at that. So I'm going to be going with a YouTube viewer here. This is Brian Davis. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Yeah. He's got his own channel on there too. So he's commented on some of the videos. We're debating what to do. I was just saying that there's 2 or 3 trains fixing to leave, but I couldn't tell you where they're going. So
figure it out when you get there.
Yeah, I mean, we could gamble and just get on a train. If it goes to Indianapolis, like, we can deal, I think we can deal with that, because you can get a southbound from there. Third air. I think it's the left track. I'm looking at the signal. It's all red. We're in position. We may have to cross over this. On that signal, as soon as anything changes, we get on. So just to point out, we don't know where this train, all right, I know possible places. There's a fork out of here to either Cincinnati or Indianapolis. However, what happened last time I came through Illinois, if you watch Illinois, Toledo, Chicago, the train split off onto another railroad's tracks. And the point is, this could go onto a different railroad's tracks. There's many options that could happen. The thing is, if you look at the one railroad's map, this is CSX, you can kind of get an idea possible ways. But what you can't account for is if this splits onto another railroad's track, which I don't think will happen, but that happened last time I came through Illinois. I started on UP, it split onto CSX, and it ended up on Norfolk Southern. there's no way to account for that option, which means when we wake up in the morning, I don't know where we're going to be. Realizing what these metal things are. I think they're coming from the bridge, but
Quite possibly.
Do you think they're from the railroad?
I don't know. I don't have a clue as to what the hell.
Yeah, I don't
I've
either.
never seen something like this, man.
Yeah.
Put it back where it came from.
Finally, it's like 9 p.m. and this train that's been parked all day is moving forward, so it's going to be a while till I know what's going to happen with this. What?
Did you think I would actually go this far with
Yeah,
you?
I thought so.
Yeah? Cool. I told you I wasn't going to puss out.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I sound arrogant and shit. This
Oh,
is
no worries. It's all good. Just came into the Avon yard, which is the Indianapolis area yard, which is quite a ways from Indianapolis. And got a lot of work to do to figure out how to get south from here, or southeast to Cincinnati. There's a fork to Louisville and Cincinnati. I don't know how to do it. I got no idea. Non-stop cars. I'm sick of these cars. Go to hell! This is complicated. This is a complicated looking situation. All right, we're splitting up here. Thanks for coming along. I'm gonna stay in bed here next to the yard. Going somewhere else. Safe rest of your trip. Yeah, see ya. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here at the CSX Avon yard, which is Indianapolis area yard. It's way out of town. It's too far to walk into town. It's about a 10-mile walk, according to my understanding. And I got to figure how to get to Cincy from here. I don't know how to do that at this point. It's very clear that a lot of trains are leaving. But looking at my maps application on my phone, which is convenient enough, I don't see where the thing even forks off south to Cincinnati. I think a lot of these trains are just going east to Willard and on to New Jersey. Worst case scenario, I'm going to get Megabus. I'll get into town and I can get Megabus to Cincinnati, where I know I can get the train south to Florida that I missed last time I was there. All right, so down here at the East Yard Throat, and basically my understanding, looking at the CSX map, is that you got southbounds to Louisville and southeastbounds to Cincinnati out of here. But just looking around, I don't see any tracks forking off. It all just goes this way east for a while, meaning I can't figure it out of this yard. I'm looking at wimping out and just getting Megabus, 15 bucks. There's just no way to tell what's going on here. And I may just, for 15 bucks, I don't see why I would care that much when I'm just going to be down there in 2 hours on a bus. That's kind of ridiculous. Look at this road. Look at how busy this road is. And tell me why you wouldn't have a local bus. You can see the skyline straight ahead. No local bus here. Ridiculous. It's like an 8 more mile walk. In addition to not having a local bus on the busiest street in the entire city. No cold beer either in the store here. So Indiana is definitely, it's a major gig against this place. I've been walking for about 4 miles. I want a cold beer and it's not going to happen. And that's ridiculous. There's no local buses anywhere. I don't even think they have chicken in this deli at this ridiculous store. What's going on here in Indianapolis? Gotta be honest, I'm not impressed so far. I've never even heard of this concept till I got here. Of no cold beer allowed in the gas station or the grocery. That's downright barbaric. You know, the malt liquor I drink, this stuff tastes awful warm. So, in addition to liking beer, I'm also kind of a snob. I'm not going to drink warm beer. I'll just have to wait till I get to Ohio, which is a lot more reasonable. Overall, I really wouldn't recommend this as like a great stop on the train. Now, if you just ride through, it's fine, but I'm not seeing a reason. I mean, this yard is 11 miles outside of town. I would just say I'd stay on the train through here. You could get supplies, but it's hard to see an appeal to this place so far. I mean, look at this. That's downtown. There's still not a bus. What is wrong with this place? No, what is wrong with these people and this place? We're 4 miles on a busy street and there's still no buses. They don't have a local bus system here. All right, so I'm walking around and I got my new tour guide is James. Right? Yeah. Deal with this place. Why is the bus so impossible to find? Why can't I get cold beer in the gas station? What's the problem? What's wrong with Indiana?
Well, the one thing is there's just a bunch of idiotic people that just don't know crap. I'm not from around here. That's just me.
What about Mike Pence? He's from here.
I didn't vote for no one this year. I especially wouldn't want a liar in this house. I definitely don't want a buffoon.
How many trains come through on this track, you think?
Oh, quite a few. Quite a few. One every 30 minutes at the most.
Why do you think they put the train yard so far that way instead of down here towards town?
Well, actually, the train yard's that way.
There's another train yard, okay.
You cross the street.
You're saying this is a dangerous city here?
Yeah, we're on the top 10 most murderous city in the United States.
It's not good. Not a good situation.
That Burger King got, about a week and a half ago got robbed 2 times in one night.
That Burger King?
Yep. They had the whole corridor locked off because of that. And then just like 2 weeks ago, this bus stop right here, we had a bus there.
This bus stop where I'm about to go sit.
They had a guy threatening with a gun, and they had the SWAT out there.
I'm gonna camp out near the train tracks, near the downtown. Are you saying that's an okay place to camp, or I mean?
Technically no, I wouldn't do it. I really wouldn't.
I mean, I'll check it out, but
I'll say just be aware of your surroundings.
Also, what, a lot of junkies, a lot of... Yeah. James is gonna be my tour guide around town. Here's the tracks. You're saying these are the main tracks coming through town. So that's not the Capitol building, you're saying? Where's the Capitol?
Well, we're further down that way.
Further down, I guess that's just the courthouse. So you got the Union Station, you got freights creeping through here. That looks like you could just catch right here on this bridge in town instead of going to the yard. You got the Colts Stadium, where everybody's still sore about the Peyton Manning thing. So you can get on or off here, we got this fence. So you're saying I could put my bag under this tree, and I shouldn't have to worry about anybody stealing it?
You shouldn't.
Okay.
You put it inside, like inside.
Let's try it. Does anybody want this incredibly, obnoxiously oversized bag? I hope not. Where the hell do we put it in this thing?
Toss that bitch in there.
Guaranteed, right here, we are sharing the same land and soil with Mike Pence at some time. This is basically why Indianapolis hates Denver. It sums it up right there. Is there any point at all to living in this state?
Oh yeah, there's definitely.
There is?
Yes, there's definitely a lot of points. There's a lot of generous people here. We have a lot of food pantries that would help out a lot of the homeless people. We have a really good service when it comes to helping the homeless people. That's just one thing I know of. Nice. And just a couple of years ago, I was homeless, and they have helped me so much that I got back in my condition and actually moved on with my life and actually going to start my own family. So that's why I'm
starting your own family. Does somebody do? Is that what that means?
Yep.
You're gonna be a daddy.
Yeah, 20. Fuck.
I'm gonna be a dad. You're saying there's like a kid. Somebody's pregnant with a kid.
Yep.
Right now.
Yep.
Yeah, so we're going to the bus stop. You gotta We're splitting up here. Me and James, thanks for hanging out. You look just like Jack Black, dude. Has anybody said that?
I've been called that, and I've also been called Seth Rogen.
I see more Jack Black. Have a good rest of your life.
You too.
Get a hold of me and be in a new episode in April when I get back.
I will. I shall.
Peace. There's a decent little hip urban area here with non-corporate restaurants, which is cool. The most exciting place, but it's definitely not the worst city I've come into. I think it's better than East St. Louis, to say the least. There's definitely a kitsch millennial scene here if you're into that, with micro brews and distilleries. So a lot of people traveling through the United States, maybe from other countries or, you know, different circumstances, may encounter Greyhound, and I just like to point out in this video why Greyhound is so awful, with the hopes that they would improve their service. Because as it is, I just think it's a shame that this is what we're offering as our bus system across America. When you come in the restroom, what do you expect? No mirror, nothing. Vomitous conditions in general. Talk about another thing. Have you ever been to a vending machine where it doesn't tell you how much the things cost? There's no prices on anything. How on earth are you supposed to buy this when there's no price? So you probably put in your credit card and you find out it's like $5 for it. It's preposterous. I've never even heard of this. Basically, the impression you get when you come to a Greyhound vending machine is they don't want to sell you anything. Look at this. Look at how filthy this machine is. It's absolutely nasty. And again, no price on anything, so maybe it's $10 for a bottle of soda. This vending machine, nothing. It doesn't tell you how much it is. Stuff better be up here, man. Yes. The hell was that? This is actually, you know, this may seem inglorious. This is a nice bedding here. I mean, look at this. It's like that wood chip stuff. So, as long as we don't get any more rain, I think I'll be all right. Brian left his tarp. I got a tarp. This should work out swimmingly, I'm hoping. I'm giving up on trying to figure out the train. You got prison-style barbed wire surrounding the tracks in downtown. I'm beat. I'm just gonna go to bed. The great outdoors. Look at that. Beautiful. Catch you in the morning. Oh, you wanna talk about a change in the weather fast? Look at this. I had no idea it's gonna start snowing here. This is what I'm trying to escape. Nuts. Good thing I'm just getting the bus out of here. This is absurd. It's like the last time I was here in December all of a sudden. Snow swirling around. Crazy. It got cold fast. Yesterday I was like in the 70s as I was coming in. Now we got a snowstorm going on. We got this guy coming in. I'm just gonna basically say that this I give up on going out of this yard in any direction other than east-west. I have no idea how to go south. I have no idea how to go north. I'm not even gonna try. All right, I'm gonna get the bus. I'm whipping out. Not even a chance I'm gonna get on a train in this weather again. This is the most dramatic weather change I've experienced in a couple years at least. It was 70 something yesterday. We've got driving snow coming down. So $12 for a bus, it's not even a debate versus figuring out the train. About to get on and head south to Cincinnati. The interesting things here, I've never seen anything like this. You got this long shed. The trains go through this shed. They emerge here. It's about 300 yards long. And then they come out. And I think that might be the Cincy branch down there. Oh, pretty slow through this downtown area. I'm not saying necessarily you could get on, but you could definitely get off. So I'm on the bus going into Cinch here. Every time I take the bus instead of a train, it's kind of a disappointment. A piece of me dies inside every time. But again, for $10 to not be out in the cold, I'm not going to complain too much. I'll give a free plug for Megabus. $10 to go 100 miles. So I'm going to hang out here with a viewer for a day or two. Then I'm going to head south and continue to Jacksonville. Not a bad town, honestly. It's a lot better than Indianapolis. Stark contrast to Indiana. You got ice cold beer, and look at these deals on beer. You got 99-cent Ice House cans. Honey Brown, 99-cent cans. That's a decent beer. 99 cents for a tall can. In addition, finally we're in Yuengling territory. Some other stuff, so thank God to be out of Indiana. It's downsized to a smaller pack. I got a lot less stuff in here because I'm going south. As you can see, mission is already basically accomplished to get out of the cold. It's time to go even further south. Tampa is next. This is Jacksonville, out near the Yards, which is a long way from town. Got this nice lake. Finally have arrived in citrus country. There's a lot of these just lying around in people's yards. Grapefruits like this. There's a lot of wildlife here that you're only going to see in this state. Things start to get a lot more interesting because we're approaching the tropics now. Look at this guy. I don't know what genus of duck that is. Got a beautiful face. How close can I get? What are you thinking about? What's going on in there? Kind of looks like my grandma with that waddle. I don't know if you can see this guy here. I can't remember what kind of bird that is, that blue thing there. Oh God, miraculous. The fact that somebody had this basically discarded in their yard makes no sense. Holy moly, we got a train pulling out. I didn't even have time to get here. Not it. See that thing on the edge? See that flag? He's just doing some kind of a move out of the yard. That's not the train. I would imagine that that is the train to Florida East Coast Railway. I don't see anything ready to go southbound. I hope there's one a day to Orlando and Tampa. I'm hoping I didn't miss it. You got power there. That power could be put on one of these strings. Right now I've got time to go get some food. So I've lightened my load. I don't got a sleeping bag anymore. Look at here, this is what's taking up most of the room, is this 12-pack of Yuengling. Got my Atlas. I got a tarp. I got this little down blanket thing. For warmth, that's it. A lot less going on. I don't got my sleeping bag. I don't got a lot of grub. I'm gonna try to go get some food right now. This would make a great campfire here. On an unrelated note, just set fire to this. I would do it, except that would attract attention, which I don't want to do, but it'd be pretty cool. Alright, we got a crew getting on those units, so whatever happens here is going to kind of determine if my train's left or not for the day. I'm ready to leave, but I gotta say, look at this. You got this mattress. You got under here. I mean, this is one of the nicest spots I've seen. Beer store is close, although beer's way overpriced. 12-pack of Yingling, there's $15. I'm used to it being $10.99. J-Rock. I don't know who that is. Highwayman. No Trace. I don't know who any of these guys are. This is a nice location. I got shorts and t-shirt on. I can just lie in it, drink a bunch of beer, and take a nap until the train gets here. Train right here. This looks like it. Maybe they're picking up more cars. We'll sit tight. There's a lot of rides. I just realized that New Orleans trains would depart the same direction out of the yard. I'll find out in Baldwin, which is in about 15 miles. I don't want to go that direction. Here we go. Delicious. All right, we're coming into Baldwin. This is where we're gonna find out. All right, we're making a hard left in Baldwin. That's good news, but we're stopping. I don't think that's a problem. It's definitely a hard left turn. But we've also got some kind of a picnic going on in here. Maybe just stay down. I'm gonna assume we're just stopping for clearance here. Seems like a place where that would happen. Got this four-way junction in Baldwin. Southbound's coming straight through. That's west there. That's to New Orleans. And then I came from Jacksonville up north. That's Waycross as far as I can tell. And then south this way. Joining the main southbound main line here. This is the juice train. I've heard about this train, and here it is. Tropicana, it's going north, full of orange juice. That means I'm going the right way, because I'm going the way this is coming from, which is Tampa, Florida. That's the juice train. There ain't any rides on this train. There's no rides, they're boxcars. Occasionally you'll get a reefer like that, and you could get on it, but overall, not a great situation for rides. This route is unbelievable. You got nothing but swamps and woods on each side. Meaning that if you have to run for it, there's a chance you're gonna get devoured by a swamp crocodile. Next to here, I mean, you got this guy's house here, but he can't see me. It's amazing. This is what it's like the whole time. I thought it'd be crowded, but it's just thick woods. So this is Lakeland. I guess this is the trains don't go to Tampa. Not every train goes through Tampa. I thought the main line went through Tampa. You got a southbound here. I guess it had to fork off to the right to go to Tampa. And some trains just go straight through. My train, I think, made a left up here to Winter Haven, Florida. I'm out and about. It's nice. It's finally warm enough. It's still not that warm, but it's warm enough. I could sleep outside without a sleeping bag and I'd survive just fine. Not impressed with this place so far. I've been walking about 15 minutes. I have yet to find chicken, yet to find beer, which is what I want. I finished the 12-pack. And I'm wondering if this is just one of those retirement community places. There's the lake. Maybe this is the lake for why it's called Lakeland. I don't know. But I'm guessing maybe there's more mortuaries here than chicken restaurants because I'm just not seeing anything at all. And at 8 p.m. it seems dead. Much like what the majority of the population will be in about 3 years, I'm guessing. So I'm guessing this is the lake for Lakeland. It's right here. Got what looks like a rock train crossing this bridge. Florida's interesting because obviously nothing goes through here. Yeah, that's a rock train. That's a rock train flowing through Lakeland. I think that's east from here. I don't know if that's Orlando or what direction that is. Well, this place is officially pointless. I've been walking around about 25 minutes. No chicken, no beer. Basically, it's time to get out of here. I've got a guy coming to pick me up from YouTube, and I'm glad, because if it weren't for that, I'd get on that train southbound parked on the main lines that's probably going to Miami and continue. This is ridiculous. What is the point of coming to a place that has nothing going on? From a distance, I got my hopes up looking at this place, thinking we had a chicken restaurant. But it's just some stupid-ass kids museum. I guess the one cool thing is these tracks really come close in to town here. I mean, you got this square where people are doing whatever, and you got the track right here. And I think that's cool. Mission complete. From the icy reaches of Montana down here in 2.5 weeks. This is Tampa Bay here. It's the city of Tampa. Way off in the distance. This is the Tampa Skyway Bridge. It's quite a bridge. Yeah. We're going north to Tampa, home of the Buccaneers.
Oh, they have it here, really?
So this is the place I've been staying with David, who's a Army vet, as you can see from these stickers. Drives this Hummer, and he drives this as well. He's got this black cat here.
That'd be pretty slick.
It's pretty pleasant here. It's nice and warm. It's not super hot yet like it gets in the summer. So you can see from the trees, Florida is almost tropical level. Not quite. We don't have coconut palms until you get down to Miami. Been here a week, and honestly, it could turn into a lot longer if I didn't have some kind of impetus to get back to Montana, because it's nice weather and he's a super nice guy. It seemed like it was just a few days, but I've already been here a week at this place here in Sarasota, Florida. So I'm going to get a ride over to Lakeland where I got dropped off, and I'm hoping that it's reliable enough that the southbound is there sometime late afternoon to evening. There's only one train a day that goes to Miami as far as I can tell, which is the CSX Q453. So basically I don't want to miss that. Problems that I could run into would be if the train crew changes somewhere else at other times, or if the train doesn't show up. In that case, I may just take the scam track. And here I am back on my own, pretty much exactly where I got off the train. I don't know when the southbound's going to show up, but I'm just going to park it here. I got beer, I got supplies. It's nice enough weather. There's some rain, but it's not supposed to be too crazy. Well, one positive thing I got to say about Florida, it ain't far to get beer. Pretty much just other side of the bridge, you got a gas station where they got cold beer. I'm gonna, stay here as long as tomorrow, and then I'll try to figure something else out. I believe the Q453 to Miami from Waycross. It was parked here last time I was here at about 6 with no crew, right on these mains where I got off. So I'm gonna drink some beer, philosophize for a while. Honestly, ready to turn around already. I'm getting worn out, even though I just slept in a bed the whole time. I'm kind of just, I'm beginning to not be into this anymore. And I gotta be honest, that was the goal. That was kind of the main goal of these final, just massive amount of trips, was to get this out of my system, and I'm hoping that's happening here. It's kind of a good, halfway point of the trip. I get a little philosophical here. I like seeing the country, I like doing this, but 32 years old, I don't really have, my own place, sufficient income, all that stuff to have one. And, I'm kind of looking at that this is hopefully coming to a close, because it's just not, what is the future? What is the plan, And I think the plan is, when I see a little bit more of the U.S., I'm going to be happy with it. I admit I've been a little dejected. I feel like what I'm doing used to be something that was a lot more popular and interesting. And it seems like these days, it's not really a thing anymore. There's nobody under here. You're not going to meet other people under here. People in general don't really care about this or think it's cool. Not that I'm doing this for any kind of big recognition, but I'm just saying that I think the high point has been reached, with Stobe the Hobo, with other things like this, and I'm kind of, I'm ready to start winding it down. If this was really awesome, this underpass, there'd be a lot of guys under here, hanging out, drinking beer, partying. There'd be some chicks. There'd be hot chicks. None of that is here. There's nothing going on here. And I'm guessing the people who write these tags are probably just junkies or meth heads. Obviously still here in Lakeland. I think some guy was saying I should be drinking Schlitz or try it. Well, I found this Schlitz malt liquor. It's 5.9%. It's decent. The problem with malt liquor is it's got to be cold. It's got to be ice cold or it tastes awful. And in this muggy weather, the stuff warms up fast. You got this pair of shoes under here. I might try on these shoes. Somebody left these shoes here. These are not bad looking shoes. They look like they might fit. Try on these shoes here. God, I think these might be a fit. I got socks. I think I just found myself a new pair of shoes. This is the spot. Day number, look at this tag here. This marks the longest period of time with no contact in decades. I wonder if she's even aware of it. Well, I don't know if that's a writer. This is the indications. Crackheads don't eat this. But I'm not seeing that these are definitely writers. Let's see here. Maybe. I don't know. I saw a train stopped here earlier. I'm just going to be here until it shows up. Or I wimp out and get Amtrak out. We got the northbound coming in. Should I just get on the northbound? And we got this guy. I'm tempted to get on the northbound. I mean, it would veto the whole trip. But look at this. Look at this train. Do you not want to get on this train? Oh, it's lame. Racks. I have no interest in racks at all. Because you can't get on them. And here we are. Time to continue south. This train is parked. He's been blocking this crossing for a good 2 or 3 hours. I mean, he's not really on the crossing, but the guards are down. Lakeland. And this is the kind of stuff you got to do if you're into the train. It's 4 a.m. right now. And I had to wake up to get on the train. It seems like 4 a.m. has been a consistent time for whatever reason where I have to get up. And now I'm going to get on the train. I don't know what kind of sleep I'm going to get. And that's just the way it's going to be. So, yeah, I mean, these cars are putzing through here. But this is the first real clunker train I've gotten on from CSX. Look at this. It was dark when I got on this, so it seemed reasonable. Now we've got the crossing. You got a guy parked there. I don't know when the train's gonna go. I don't even feel like I can get up and move around with that guy working on the crossing down there. It's absurd. This has been here 8 hours. I hope this train is gonna go and there isn't some problem. It's starting to seem like there could be an issue. Are we finally out of here? 9 freaking a.m. Generally with CSX, the trains move and don't park. A lot of trains went past in the night both directions. It's a very nice ride in this gravel. However, it's kind of hard to stay out of sight though unless you're down in one of these troughs between these hills of gravel. We're out of here though, it looks like. I'm hoping. There's the split to Tampa right there. It's Tampa Bay, that direction. Coming through Lakeland here. That square I was hanging out in. Alright, in another split. This is the Orlando split to the left. Here in Auburndale. We got trains to Orlando to Tampa going through there. This big old pallet factory or something. I don't know what this is. So these gravel cars, they're a pretty decent ride. Your only issue, you can't really stand up, and other trains are about eye level here, so you gotta stay on the side in case of passing another train. If you're down in here and they're on this side, they're not gonna see you. But they're comfy. This, you know, I got this little foam rubber thing here. It's a pretty comfy ride. And you gotta just be careful peeking up in case there might be guys watching. But overall, it's pretty reasonable. Train is doing work. I'm debating running to get food. I'm completely out. I can get some more beer as well. Here in, I think it's called Auburndale, Florida. They cut the power. What I'm thinking they might do is they may back up. Because the yard was back there. And if they do that, it would be fairly safe to go and run into the store. Because what I'm expecting is going to happen is the train is going to back the cut of cars up this track here and a ways up there. And if that happens, that's basically guaranteed that you wouldn't lose the train, because as long as the engine's up there, these cars aren't going to move. Here it comes. Is there a guy on there? I don't know. They're backing it up. I'm going to try to go get food. I mean, it's guaranteed. You can't get left here if the train's backing up. And there's no engines. Let's go. Might just be leaving it here. If that's the case, I can't risk it. Stobe the Hobo. I'm hungry. I don't have any food. This particular one, you got this nice porch. And it's a little safer to get up because you got a intermediate ladder here. And then to get all the way to the top, you You're never climbing above the rails or anything. I've only seen this on CSX, this particular hopper car. We got these palmettos. That's the closest thing to a palm tree here. You got this guy's ranch right here, and right over there you got goats. I've been seeing a lot of cows as well. So this Central Florida location is pretty pleasant, I gotta say. I wouldn't mind maybe having some kind of a spread out here at some point. It's pretty rural. I keep hearing about, you know, overpopulation, all that going on. Well, I've been seeing just wide open land from Lakeland all the way down here. You've definitely got some stark contrasts in the state. I mean, out on the coasts, you got a lot of retirees, in other words, old people, and then you've got beaches and palm trees for the ecosystem. But here in the middle, this doesn't really look anything like that. This is still pretty rustic and rural. Been going through a lot of orange groves, citrus groves. There's really not any palm trees anymore out here. You can't really tell that you're in a very far south latitude. It doesn't look a lot different than Georgia or Alabama. That's a serious looking hawk flapping around up here. You can hear an interstate nearby, which is lame, but at least, you know, the population of the state is 19 million people. I'm glad to know that that doesn't mean the whole thing has been paved over already. Gorgeous blue sky day here with puffy clouds. The rain from yesterday is gone. Well, in typical fashion, the train is now tied down here. I can tell because the train came from the back and I saw a crew van up ahead. Train is tied down here on the siding. I'm going to hitchhike. I don't know how long this stop is going to be, and I don't want to spend the night here. I got no food. According to my map, I'm pretty close to West Palm Beach. It's like 16 miles, so probably pretty fast. I can just stand by the train. If the crew van shows up, I can get back on. Apparently got picked up heading into West Palm Beach. Maybe I'll be able to see Trump's place. So this is West Palm Beach, about 8 p.m. I'm glad that the things turned out the way they did, because among other things, now I figured out Donald Trump, or President Trump, his winter White House is, I just looked on my cell phone, it's 2 miles from here. I'm going to check that out tomorrow. You got the Florida East Coast Railway comes through here, which I anticipate riding home from Miami on. This track right here. Here we go. Right. interesting consist on that train. You had basically a full rock train, and then you had intermodal behind it, which is something you don't usually see on any other railroad. This is supposed to be like a major hedge fund, you know, high wealth kind of area. Which means I don't know what the deal will be with finding a place to just crash. I'm trying to find the beach. Just sleep on the beach. I don't really see the point in spending any money. It's already 9 p.m. It's all fenced off. I don't know what the deal is with that. I've heard that because Trumpelstiltskin is now the president, things have gotten way more, you know, uptight in certain parts of the city here, especially across the water over at his Mar-a-Lago estate. So I'm just taking the commuter rail down there. It's $6. Basically, I would think it's pretty difficult for any freight to make it up and down this corridor in the daytime. Going on, just got off the train here. And, well, I think I'm a little ways out of Miami proper here. You can see the skyline through there. Essentially, if you want to ride the train every mile of the trip, you're going to be waiting a really long time. So modern hobos now, you got to have money on hand to get a bus ticket or a train ticket when the need comes up. Thinking for tonight, I'm just going to go to the Florida East Coast Railway train yard, camp out, and then start checking out the area tomorrow. I'm pretty tired. I didn't get a good night's sleep last night. All right, what's going on here? I'm at the yard throat north here of the Florida East Coast Railway yard. And I'm going to basically sleep. You got this wall. I'm going to sleep behind that. This wall goes around the yard. And on the other side, there's a moat over there. And obviously in Florida, any kind of moat, you got alligators, mega-sized snapping turtles, all kinds of stuff. You don't want to get in there. So the train has to be going slow enough coming around at this point. Now there's cover behind this wall, which is convenient because besides there's no other way to get in this thing. Look at this. There's no way you're getting in because it's got this wall. Forget it. Hoping to God the mosquitoes aren't that bad. You got a moat on this side and this side, which spells for disastrous mosquitoes possibly. And I don't have any spray because I'm an idiot and I didn't think about it. Now I'm drinking this 12% for Loco. This should help me get to sleep. Hopefully I can watch a train leave at night and get an idea how fast they're going. Looking at this situation here, these are kind of yard looking tracks. I think the train will be going slow at this point, at least the front of it. I sure hope so, because if it's not, I mean, obviously it just got here, so I'm not leaving today, but I may have to figure out another option if it's not going slow here. And I don't want to have to do that, so I'm going to hit the hay. March 15th, going to sleep in Miami, out. Coming into town here, it really looks like everything's super new. Which I'm not really into brand new anything. It's reminded me of Dubai when I was there. So I'm riding around on the metro rail, just kind of looking around. I gotta be honest, I'm not really into this place so far. Obviously I haven't seen the entire city. I'm just saying I haven't seen one beer store, cool looking restaurant, anything from this train. I've been on it for about 10 miles. And that's, you know, that's a long enough distance to be able to determine this stuff. It appears to me that outside the beach area and the little Havana, Cuba area, I just don't think there's anything else going on out here worth seeing. This is the Coconut Grove Marina. It's actually called the Dinner Key Marina, whatever. Maybe that's Dinner Key over there. That's Coconut Grove. This is a little south of the downtown area. The only thing I'm into here at all, and really in Florida, is the water. I mean, this is cool. You got sailboats going on. You know, I'd love to have a sailboat. Other than that, though, really not into once you get off the water into there. It's just flat. It's boring. There's not really anything interesting going on. It's a really new city here. I don't think this city even existed 120 years ago. I think it was 1895, basically started. You got this ugly ass looking goose here, but you don't see those north of here. You know, that ugly ass grandma's waddle the thing has all over its face. Nasty. Oh, he's got a little dish to eat out of. I see. That's why he's here. To point out that Trader Joe's, I don't know why there's any reason to go to any other grocery store. This is a 6-pack of this beer for $4. And it's pretty decent beer. I got a lot of beer because where I'm camped out at, it's ridiculous. It's right on it's the complete opposite end of the green line. There's no place to buy beer. There's no place to buy food. And except for a gas station, and it's more expensive at that gas station there in the freaking slummy area than it is at the Trader Joe's. It's ridiculous. This is the situation out here on Miami Beach. Take a dip. It's not terribly warm yet. It's still March, but a lot of people are in, so. It is very nice. So here you have the Atlantic side beach. It's definitely rougher here than north in Palm Beach. Compared to the Gulf side, I'd say the swimmable nature isn't quite there with this. I don't know if it's like this all the time, but right now it's kind of tough to get out in there. There's a little hobo tip here. You got this shower at the beach. A lot of beaches have showers. If you had some soap, you could get your clothes clean as well and probably hang them up on those ropes. If you got here early in the day, be your laundry and getting clean. You know, I'm looking at all these luxury condos here, and I just can't help but think most of them are just mega rich people's extra condo. I mean, look, there ain't any lights on in any of these places. I don't know where everybody is, but I'm thinking, I mean, look at this. Where is the occupants of this place? These balconies, you don't see a single person outside enjoying the nice evening, drinking beer. This, I imagine, is where Scarface lived, somewhere around on one of these tiny little islands between Miami and Miami Beach. Mega yachts. I'm really surprised there's not a gate here that I can just get down and look at this guy's huge old yacht out of the water. Got the usual tourist beach strip scene going on down here. You got this guy playing Cuban style music, which I'm not really into. Absolute bedlam in this tourist zone right here. It seems like just a little tension or anger and this would turn into a war zone. Until then, you got that chick. There's some cool cars to look at, and there's just hot chicks to look at. I gotta be honest though, this just isn't my kind of scene. It's mayhem, it's college age kids running around. There's a lot of rich, bigger kids driving around playing extremely bombastic rap music in their dad's car. One positive I will tell you, there's the beach over there. You can camp out in there, guaranteed. Midnight curfew, but I guarantee you could just go in there and do it. Nobody's checking. Extremely, there's bushes. There's no point to being here. If you're not dressed exactly like everybody else in the group, there's no chance anybody's going to want to hang out with you. And I don't know anybody here. Nobody wanted to come on this trip. I wasn't going to just not come because of that reason, but I may bounce ASAP. Didn't want to have to do this, but gonna have to crash here on the beach because the silly bus, I misread the schedule. I'm crashing on the beach. There's a curfew at 12. It's past then. I'm hoping the cops aren't gonna show up. I'm hoping Horatio Kane and his team isn't going to come up, if anyone understands that reference. It's good to do this once. I'm kind of just not feeling it. You look at all these condos, you know, people having a good time in there, and I'm down here basically being a bum. It wasn't terrible. It's actually a lot colder than I thought. I only had this little down blanket thing and it wasn't quite sufficient, but at least I didn't get hassled. There were guys driving around. You can see the traffic patterns here from the security patrol or whoever, but they didn't see me or hassle me in there. This trip is majorly getting long in the tooth. I think I'm gonna finish up what I can today and then I'm out of here. So there should be evening trains, and I can't imagine that I would want to stay longer than one of those things. So I hang out at the beach a little bit more. I'm going to try to find my Cuban sandwich. There was a viewer who offered and sent me money for a Cuban sandwich on PayPal, so I'm going to follow through with that. And here we are, Robert. We're sending some bucks on PayPal so I can get this sandwich. Specifically earmarked it for that. That is good. And you got these plantain chips as well. They said they were chips, but pretty tasty. Wrapping up here on the beach. You know, I haven't seen every aspect of the entire city. There's some more neighborhoods and stuff, but I'm content. I think this is what matters. It's got to be by the water in order to be interesting here. So later today, I'm going to return to the yard and board an evening train north, which should go to Jacksonville. I mean, really, you look at all these chicks or whatever, and you're walking around looking like a home bum. It just doesn't work. Coming around on trains. Alright, this is the time. I think this is the train. Darkest hours of the night. I just gotta wait for rideable cars. And it's not gonna happen. By the time I got up, no rides. There were a couple up front. I gotta be honest, fatigue wins here. I just didn't have it to get up. I tried, I was moving, I sandbagged. This train ain't happening. I'm so tired. It's because I haven't slept. I haven't slept at all in 4 or 5 days. For the second time, we're out of here. You got to be a pro to catch out of that yard. That is not an easy yard. Speed. Going about 15. Out of Miami. It's the darkest hours of the night. And I'm on this train. See this EMP? That's owned by Norfolk Southern / Union Pacific. This train's, at least this part of the train, guaranteed will make it the entire distance up to Jacksonville. A little disappointed the whole trip. Most of the trip's going to be in the dark. This train is going to rocket up there as soon as we get out of the limits here. And I see what, it's so faint, it's freezing here, it's in the camera, but I think that's where they launched the rocket.
about the scenery anywhere on here, it's just kind of woods and swamps and stuff. And another thing I wanted to say, it's not warm. You know, people think when you come to Florida that you're going to be warm. I got this on, I still got this stuff out. It's probably only about 50 degrees here. Last night was legitimately cold on it. I believe we're coming into the yard. Pretty impressive time. The train left about 2 a.m. It's mid-morning right now. We're arriving in Jacksonville.
Well, here we are. Kind of an anticlimactic finish to this Florida trip because, you know, I was expecting, I don't know what I was expecting, but we're here. That's the whole trip. It was a fast ride up from Miami. And I'm off here in the woods in Jacksonville. Impressive. Florida East Coast Railway. That's about 300 miles. I'm guessing it was one crew. We left at about 2. It's about 10:30 right now. That's pretty reasonable, you know. Nothing amazing scenery-wise. I got to point out, it seems like in comparison to other regions of the country, it seems like these towns either weren't built on the rail, or if maybe there was other rails that have been ripped out, because we didn't really go through the town. St. Augustine, Daytona Beach, I didn't even really see anything of those towns. But it could be more fun to go south and have kind of the goal of Miami Beach and that beautiful water. There's nothing exciting here at all. I'm basically gonna hang out a little bit. I might go into town. I'm about ready to continue north. These are the FEC proprietary domestic containers here. Now I have not seen these up north as far as on NS or CSX, but I'm gonna start looking for them. I can't imagine that these terminate here in Jacksonville. It wouldn't really be logistically sensible to just send them that far. So I'm gonna start looking for these on the trains north of here now. Now, what are the differences between FEC and a lot of the other railroads? Well, first of all, it's smaller. You've just got Jacksonville to Miami, 300 something miles. All these trains that I've been seeing, they're all running with stacks, auto racks, and general manifest all on the same train, which is pretty unique. Usually when you see on BNSF, CN, you know, UP, CSX, Norfolk Southern, you're not going to see a consistent mix of cars. You're either going to get intermodal or you're going to get all GM. That's not the case here. What's going on? Stobe the Hobo here in Jacksonville, Florida, preparing for the return trip to Missoula, Montana. Been out in Florida just enjoying this nice weather. When I left Montana, essentially it was frozen rivers and all that stuff. Look at this. It's like 70 degrees out here right now. It's great. Drinking a lot of beer, enjoying the sights. It's time to return, and it's going to be pretty much a big grind getting back. I'm not terribly excited about it, but I'm going to do it anyway. So the plan is as follows: depart Jacksonville on CSX. Hopefully just one train to Birmingham, Alabama. From there, I haven't totally hashed it out. I'm either going to get BNSF or NS West to either Dallas or Tulsa. I haven't decided on that yet. And then from there, I think I'm gonna go back down to Tulsa or up to Dallas, depending on which one I get to first. And then somehow or other back to Denver. And then from there, I'm gonna get another couple trains up to Missoula. It's gonna be a massive amount of work. Hoping it's gonna be nice and warm. This train here, this is crossing the bridge going south to where it's warm. And it's not gonna be freezing up there because I'm accustomed to the warm weather now, and I don't really have any desire to go be cold again. It's March 18th. So hopefully this nonsense is done further north in here. The next day here, they're building this. I'm pretty sure this is the right train to Chicago. That should be leaving about 4. I'm hanging out with Travis, who's one of the YouTube fans. Drinking a few beers. He's not going to be able to go because he has a job. He's part of the work-a-day world. And he's fortunately helped me out with the ride up here and stuff. We got beer in the cooler. I'll update in a bit here when it's time to go. So we got to do walk up to the throat. That train's gonna back up and pick up these strings here. And then he's gonna depart north. This is a high priority Chicago train. This yard, it's a pretty active yard, I guess. I mean, we're thinking all the activity out of Florida kind of comes through here. In Florida, 19 million people. So that's a lot of intermodal coming in and out of Jacksonville. Some of it's going further south, the Florida East Coast Railway. A lot of it's getting unloaded as well at this ramp, which I think is interesting because Jacksonville is not that big. But this ramp is unloading a good, couple hundred containers a day. A cooler of beer. You shouldn't be out in the open like this, folks. This is a little more sensible, walking in these woods. I don't think we're in gator territory, right? What? Dangerous reptiles in here. No. All right, he's putting another cut of cars on, and then he's gonna pull out, and I believe is gonna put another cut on after that. And it's when he stops the first time that I'm gonna try to find a ride. All right, he's picking up the other string. Now I believe he's gonna stop soon and then back up, and then I can make the move to get on. See the worker? He's switching the train. They're gonna pick up one more cut. And when the train stops again, backing up, I've got to be on board. That's going to be the last time I can get unstopped. Hey, dude, thanks for everything.
You're welcome. Good meeting you.
Yeah, you too. We got a cooler of beer here. This thing, it seems romantic, this styrofoam cooler, but they just fall apart. Got all my stuff. Time to head north. Next stop, Birmingham. There we go. Travis. Should be an interesting ride. It's got trains going in all kinds of directions. This train's going all the way to Chicago. There's no reason it would mess around here. Outskirts of Waycross. This is Waycross! That's Thornton. That's the way to Savannah and Charleston. That's the big old yard there. There's a huge old yard right down that direction there. And my train, we're just blitzkrieging through. We're not messing around here. Alright, the train is going through LaGrange, Georgia. If you watched Atlanta to Alabama, I would have gone through and crossed over this track. It's a four-way junction. It's somewhere right around here. It's the darkest hours of the night. This is the same place I went through on that episode. I don't know if I can even see the junction. For the last time, I went to Montgomery from Atlanta. This time I crossed that junction. I'm going to Birmingham from Waycross. Must be Birmingham. Never been here before. Big old abandoned, train station here. Doesn't look like anything's coming through here anymore. Smoke snacks. Alright, off the train here. I'm just gonna camp here. It's one of those things, you never know if it's a safe spot to camp or not, but this is what I'm picking. It looks pretty reasonable. Up here, this is a very far north edge of town, is the CSX yard. Not a lot of activity at the second. Main line's coming in here. Here in the darkest hours of the night, and I'm gonna have to walk and quite a distance into town, and then I'm gonna have to transfer to the Norfolk Southern yard. And that's a good 8 miles east of town, so that's a mild annoyance. I need to be over there in time to get the Atlanta to Dallas train. I think it leaves Atlanta around 9-10 p.m., which means it should be pulling in here. I need to be in position by midnight, and I'll be there sooner than that. For the southeast, I'm really impressed. This is a clear river. I may have to jump in a couple hours when it gets hot. Folks may be thinking, oh, you gotta be dirty and gross all the time if you do this. It's not actually the case. I just got pretty clean. I got these. You can get a pack of 3 of these at the Dollar Tree, these wipes. And then I got a bottle of water. I was able to basically get clean with not even a full bottle of water and those wipes. And then I've got this clippers. These are a good deal. I'll give a free plug for this. It's battery powered. You can charge it up. It's good for 3 or 4 times before you got to plug it in. It keeps you looking, reasonable enough. And long story short, I feel very fresh and clean right now after camping out in this zone here, which at first glance maybe appears grubby and disgusting. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to head into town, and nobody will know that I was on the train, and that's kind of the goal with me. I don't want people to look at me any different than anybody else. All right, so this is Birmingham. There's a lot of trains through here. You got NS and CSX. You got them crossing right about there and coming through downtown. If you look at the directions on the maps, I think this may have more directions out of it than any other spot. Because you've got, let me try to list them here. Nashville, Jacksonville, Montgomery on CSX, and then NS, Macon, Memphis, Meridian, Atlanta, Chattanooga. So that's 8 directions. It's old brick going on here. We're always into the old brick. So that's a good sign so far. It's Publix chicken special. It's pretty much as good a chicken as you're gonna find around here. I was trying to find some local chicken, but I gave up and just got Publix, and it's pretty good. So there's a pretty decent main line coming through here. Both CSX and NS are joined up coming through town, and then further up there, CSX branches off, NS goes straight. There's more forks further down there too. This place was big in the civil rights movement. If you didn't know that, back in the 60s, and a lot of that southern stuff, southern history going on here. Right now, there's pretty much nothing interesting going on around here. While it looked like there used to be jazz clubs and blues clubs and all that stuff. All that stuff's pretty much shuttered now. Going on out here in this park in Birmingham, and I've got the tour guide for the occasion. I've got Michael here. Tell us all about this park. What's going on?
Well, Michael's just not going to tell you about the park. Michael is going to tell you about the legacy, about the museum, about the church, about the park itself. We have true history here. This is very true history.
This park, this
park, the museum, the Civil Rights Museum, the 16th Street Baptist Church.
That's that one over there.
16th Street Baptist Church. It's really, really true history.
How long have you been here in this city, you know?
I've been here going on 25 years. I came here from New York, and I find it very, very interesting. How y'all doing? Young people, word of advice here. Word of advice is you don't mind your man. This is a serious matter here. We have to obey our parents. When you obey, you will live a long, productive life.
Reverend King's, he's up here.
Yes, that's him. That's him. He was no taller than me. He wasn't a tall.
So he's like 5'10".
Yeah, he was just my size. And people talk to me about Reverend King. He was just a powerful speaker. And I look at my leaders these days. They just don't get it. They just don't hit the message. What happened there that day on May 23rd when we were sprayed by water hoses? You see a water cannon there.
I just see people getting hit by water, but I don't see any.
The actual scenery.
Like fire hoses?
Yes.
Like fire trucks?
By Birmingham Fire Department. That's what happened.
That's a lot of force in those things.
It was a lot of force. Bull Cannons told them to turn the hoses up. Yeah. That's after the first day. That's the second day this happened.
Yeah.
Because the first day it happened, on May 23rd, he had jailed all of us. He just didn't put us in jail. He put us in the prisons, where we didn't have a lot of. He actually put us in cow pastures.
We're talking about the bomb. The KKK guys set off a bomb here.
1 sticks of dynamite.
Where did they set it off exactly?
I'm going to show you.
Let's check it out.
I'm going to show you. The 4 young black ladies. Look at that picture.
So the KKK blew up these 4 girls here. Wondering what this was. Okay.
The 4 young ladies?
Yeah.
Look at them. Just having fun.
At least they got the guys who did it. So it was here, you're saying?
Yes. Look at the mayor. That's the mayor. That's Bull Connors.
Bull Connor. That face there. People have seen that face before.
People don't understand why. And you know something? I talk to white people, and people don't even realize why this building was bombed. And I'm going to show you in a few minutes why it was bombed.
We're going. Is this stuff going to be safe over there?
What? My stuff? They call that Michael Smash. Nobody mess with
Michael. I got our beer is over there.
Nobody mess with Michael Smash.
Got a
They
pour
know who Big
6-pack
is.
of cold beers.
Nobody knows who Michael is.
All right.
Hey, sugar. The bomb occurred where we stand at right now. Blew half this church away. What happened was the 3 white men who blew it away, they eased into this area with 21 sticks of dynamite, walked up to the stairwell, and planted the bomb. The bomb actually was supposed to ignite that Saturday night, but it didn't designate until that Sunday morning. And it brought Birmingham to the map where President Kennedy said this: what the hell is going on in Birmingham? What the hell? Why is this mayor jailing all these kids? Why is this mayor sending these kids, sicking the dogs on these kids?
And you're Jordan, the first female I've ever had on my show, which is cool.
Actually, all these young people at the ages of 18, 19, 21 years old are out here on these streets. They don't have no morals. They don't have no kind of issues about themselves.
The young people.
They walk around here with their pants hanging all off of them. The young ladies got their hair looking like a rooster. They don't have no kind of respect, no remorse for themselves. If you go down here to these churches that feed people, that actually feed people.
Well,
no, you're not. Let me finish. That actually feed people. That actually clothe people. That actually let people get their haircuts free. If you ask me something about Birmingham, I don't want to tell you nothing negative. I want to tell you things that's going on.
Where is the jazz club?
The jazz club.
That's what I'm into.
Is right here on.
I'm letting him answer it all.
Good, because you don't know where's the nearest jazz club.
You know.
Well, I saw one here, but I couldn't tell if any.
Don't say nothing. Don't
He
say
said
nothing.
don't interrupt him. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Where's the nearest jazz club, young lady?
You know.
Go ahead. You know. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
The nearest jazz club, sir. The nearest jazz festival is the Carver Museum, right here.
Yes, and down the street.
Now she know. Now she know.
Who doesn't know about the Carver Museum?
Now, is this a swimming pool here? It's really hot. I'd like to take a dip. What is the policy if I just get in this pool? Is that a problem?
Yeah, that is.
That's a problem. I mean, look at this.
Actually,
it's like 95 degrees out here. So I'm down here at the NS Yard. Now, the NS Yard is actually a ways out of Birmingham. It's here in Irondale, it's called. So, as you can see, decent amount of protection if things go nuts.
Good?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks.
All right.
Cool. He seems like a nice guy. That's the yard I'm gonna get on. There's only one train a day that goes the way I want it to go. Basically, NS from here just goes out of this way. It's either going New Orleans, Memphis, or Mobile. On NS track, however, there's one that goes on to KCS track in Meridian, and that's the one I want, to Dallas. I think it should be the only container train that comes through here. All right, here we go. The signals, the crew is on. As soon as one of those turns, namely the one, I think on the right, I gotta get on the train. Absolutely fatigued beyond belief right now. I'm so tired of just getting up at these hours. It's like, again, it's 4. It seems to be very consistent whenever I get on. I have not slept, but I've got a good amount of cold beer. So that's the good news. This train is going to go to Dallas. I think I'm staying on the train. I'm not doing anything else. I'm staying on all the way there. I'm just going to run up and get on. So I've got too much stuff to wait till he starts to move. All right, I'm going. I'm so tired. I'm fatigued. The pack's too heavy. I need a real legit break again. I've been gone from having a bed I don't know, 8 days. I left on the 13th from my bed the last time, and I need another major break in a bed again, and I'm not gonna get it. In Dallas goes Irondale, the police station, at this cute little downtown that looks deserted. I'm about to hit the hay, I'm exhausted. Creeping through downtown Birmingham again, going the other direction this time. I'm starting to think I might have not got on the right train. It barely left Birmingham. This is like 4 hours after I got on that thing. And I'm going past this yard right now, which is game over, obviously. I'm going past it. I don't know if this train is going to back into it or what, but there's something wrong. Something's not right now, I can tell you. I cannot possibly understand how this could happen, and I don't know about it, but this fucking train is not going any further. And it looks like this yard is extremely far from anything. I don't know how I'm going to get out of here. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm starting to think I might have not got on the right train. It barely left Birmingham. This is like 4 hours after I got on that thing. And I'm going past this yard right now, which is game over, obviously. I'm going past it. I don't know if this train is going to back into it or what, but there's something wrong. Something's not right now, I can tell you. I cannot possibly understand how this could happen, and I don't know about it, but this fucking train is not going any further. And it looks like this yard is extremely far from anything. The kind of nonsense I just don't care about anymore. Yeah, the conductor's way back there. They're gonna back the thing into the yard. Look at this. What am I supposed to do? Why do they do this? Why does NS do this? It's so ridiculous. All right, so my train's backing up. I'm gonna get off the train at some point. This guy just pulled up and stopped, and he has 4 yard goat engines. It's a long train. I'm debating getting on this. I'm pretty sure the line would follow 20 all the way to Meridian, Mississippi, which is where I got to get to anyway. I just get on and hope I don't. It's the only option that I see, and I'm hoping that that's not some just total local, but it could be. But this is terminating here. Ridiculous. Terminating here way west of Birmingham. Well, I don't know why this guy just pulled in and stopped. I'm gonna get on this. I'm not really happy about the engines. It's got yard goat engines, but as far as I can tell, the train's about 70 cars long, and anything this direction should be going as far as Meridian, at least. So I'm gonna get on, and that's where I gotta switch anyway, so I'm just gonna get on this train. Here we go! This was good luck that this train stopped. I sure hope it's going the distance. I couldn't tell you though, it's got yard goats on the front. Northern Alabama right here. Well, I had a negative feeling that this could happen. The third train may be breaking up in Tuscaloosa, which is backing up. I think we're completely breaking up the train here. Completely off the mains. I mean, I can leisurely get my stuff together and get out of here, but This is ridiculous. I'm gonna guaranteed be delayed by at least a day. We're going. I can't tell if we're taking it apart or we just added some on the back. Maybe just added them on the back, you know? We're going forward again. I haven't broke air. I haven't heard the air break on. The air just broke. This is going no further. What I just saw though, Amtrak. I'm right by the Amtrak station. I checked the schedule on my phone. I can get back to Birmingham or up to Meridian fast, and both the trains are coming. I'm gonna get off this train and pick one of those. Well, thankfully I've got enough dough to get a Scamtrack ticket. It's only 20 bucks. I'm just gonna ride back to Birmingham and try again tonight with the same train. I pretty much think I know what the problem was. As I was watching last night, the right train came past. After mine had already left, it kind of overtook the train I was on. It had KCS units. So that's got to be the indicator. It's about the same time. Ridiculous. The train I was on would have been the 22Q, which is going to that yard, and whatever, we all make mistakes, but my mistake is going to cost me $20 and a day, which in this case isn't that big of a deal. Little deserted town of Irondale, and then here's the tracks. There's a lot of trains. There is a ton of trains coming through this area. We got the main line a couple tracks over. This guy's putzing into the yard. If you want to see trains, this spot here in Irondale, you will not see more anywhere else. Again, this is the Irondale little. It's really a railfan area. It's not called that. This is one of the top railfan areas I've seen. Trains just creep in and out of the yard here. And then over there you got main lines. That's a UP led train. I'm not sure which one that is. The police station is right on the other side of the tracks, but they're nice. And how would they even get over here when you got the crossing just non-stop blocked by these trains? So highly recommended. What's going on? Waking up here on Wednesday morning. I ended up staying another day because I realized that I haven't really enjoyed anything here yet. And then I was walking around the basically the west leads going into the yard, which is here. Believe it or not, that yard area is just right around that curve. Well under a mile. Look at this camping here. I just decided to camp out. Get a legit night's sleep. I didn't realize that it's so close to Birmingham you'd have this mountain park atmosphere. There actually is a mountain park up there I'm gonna go hike around in. These tracks here go into the yard, and then this here, this is the main. It's kind of hard to figure out. I mean, you look at this and you would not expect a big yard right around this corner, but there is. And here you got pine woods. If you know anything about the South, once it gets a little warmer, the bugs and everything else gets out of control. Mosquitoes. So here it's March 21st. It's a good day to be out here. It's nice, cool breeze still, and nothing out of control. I'm gonna hang around another day, and then should be on the train to Dallas tonight, barring any more unforeseen issues such as this. I'm giving this Irondale Yard one of the top votes for hobo-friendly spots in the country. It's just, look at this mountain, can't remember exactly the name of it. This park. The train yard is like literally a mile that way. You got hiking. Look at this, it's probably more pretty in the summer with green leaves, but at the same time it's overridden with mosquitoes. So I'm pretty glad I'm here right now. The thing I haven't spotted is a river. That's what we need. And then the beer, it's close enough, but it's not super cheap. A 12 pack of Yingling is like 13 bucks, which isn't awful. There's not really any good deals on beer, but I'm happy. I could stay here a week, honestly, if I had time. Yard's down the hill, and then you've got the, cold beer and the liquor store is another mile past that. Look at this. This is a place you could stay for a solid week and still probably not even be ready to get on the next train. Here at the yard entrance, I mean, you just wouldn't expect that this yard, this is a big yard. This is way out here in the woods. Look at this. Right up here, you got that park. Well, here we are. Attempt number 2 to head west. God, police station is right there. There's the train tracks. Anyway, my train should be coming in the very, very darkest hours of the night. And make sure I don't misidentify it this time. So I get in position again, get on, and hopefully stay on to Dallas. 90% sure this is the right train. It's got a KCS front engine. I cannot overstate the fatigue right now that I'm feeling. Extreme fatigue. Far too late to switch trains now. I got a darn flat spot too, damn it. No way to tell. Anyway, I'm going to bed. Downtown, it's a little area. I'm out of here. Train's approaching Meridian, Mississippi, and basically this whole line all the way to Dallas is just going to be paralleling I-20. I think that's it over there. You can hear the sound of a road, and it's not anything amazing scenically, but just woods like this. I imagine this is basically what it's going to look like all the way till about Texas, because I've been to Shreveport. I've been that far east. And you got occasional swamps going on. You got, we've got birds now showing up. Spring is springing here. It's second day of spring. These are the kind of woods where you walk in about 30 feet and you're lost. Maybe not this exact spot, but you can see this is thick stuff. And again, I've been saying this. This is the time to be on this route, or maybe earlier in the year. The mosquitoes, the bugs become impossible to deal with in these areas once it gets a little later on. I'm kind of surprised they're not already here, you know, and I'm glad they're not. And we've got the heat starting to show up. It was chilly last night, but the heat that's showing up right now, it's making me realize it's starting to be time to start heading further north, because this place in the summer is just, it's unbearable. Meridian, Mississippi. Maybe on a different trip I'll stop off and check this town out. I don't really have time or motivation right now. It's super hot right now and I'm just worn out from the trip. I think I'll make a point to stop here again. There's a lot of industry going on here, but I'm just gonna stay down and we'll be out of here shortly, I hope. So now we're splitting off Norfolk Southern, which is there, and now we're taking, it's going to be Kansas City Southern track the remainder of the way to Dallas. The Meridian Speedway it's called. I don't know if that means that it's really fast or what, but it's called Meridian Speedway, here to Dallas on KCS. So far, nothing fast about this. This is ridiculous. It's called the Meridian Speedway, but I don't know why. There's no speed. Look at this, it's like 20 mph at the most, all the way from Meridian. I mean, going at this speed for hours. Look at that nice river, though. I wish we'd stop so I could jump in that river. It is extremely hot, and the train is just creeping. This is like, I don't know, 45 minutes after the last update. Look at this speed. Maybe they've got track worker going on or something. As usual, I didn't bring enough beer for this. Look, there's not enough beer. You need a keg of beer. This is like 4 days to Dallas. I just brought a 12-pack. I'm already down to like the last 4 beers. I'm just gonna run out of beer. That's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna run out of beer. Again, ridiculous. We're crossing over the Canadian National Main Line. This is Jackson, Mississippi here. Doesn't look like there's much going on in town. Finally, the train started making progress. The train is well inside Louisiana. The landscape, we had a lot of pine trees, and those are gone. It's not a sign of those anymore. That said, I'd say the landscape here is not really any different as all the way down to New Orleans. And also up to the other end of the state. When I came through Shreveport last time, and that big pig was chasing me. That was just like this. I get going soon. That is guaranteed mosquito central right in there near Monroe here. I'm just gonna stay on board into Dallas, so it's gonna get dark and I'm gonna be on board and probably get to Dallas sometime either in the darkest hours or tomorrow morning. Here, this is Louisiana. Again, it's not really a terribly exciting place to see. That bridge I was pointing at the other time a little bit. Boardwalk right there. There's the horseshoe where I stayed last time, I think. Look at all this. This time I'm just going straight through. There's the Red River. It doesn't seem like there's a big crowd at any of these riverboat looking casinos. Not much going on there. Well, according to my cell phone, isn't that convenient to have a cell phone on the train? I think I should just get off here. The KCS yard is up there. I'm on this bridge. I think there's a guardrail. Not a guardrail, a walkway on this side I can manage with. That should be the whole trip into Wiley. I'm gonna get off and hopefully not end up in that lake. And if I do, hopefully it's deep. Well, fortunately, I've got a viewer here giving me a ride from this dam. This is not near any, like, you know, store as far as I can tell, or bus system. But it's close to a pickup spot here at this parking lot by Owen. So this is Owen. It's dark. his shadowy figure. Owen, you're all of 19 years old, and you're a fan of Stobe the Hobo somehow or other.
Yes.
We're in Wiley, Texas. This is near Dallas, somewhere close, right? I mean,
yeah, we're about 15 miles to the east.
And how'd you get turned on to Stobe the Hobo?
Well, you know, just started hanging out around the Wiley yard about 6 months ago and started looking at videos on hopping freight trains, and you were the first thing that came up.
Nice. And now he's been converted. On Stobe the Hobo, I'm here with Owen. Look at how cute and young he is. Yeah. A young sprout who's getting into trains. This is the south side, I believe, of where the Tulsa train should be coming in. I'm not positive. I just saw one leaving, going that way. That's south. This is Irving. This is not Dallas. Not much going on. It looks pretty basic. You could just sit in that grass with some beer, hang out. I assume it'll be going very slow. Entering track warrant control territory. Now, what does that mean? That means no more signals. That means all switches are going to be thrown by hand, like this, even the sidings and everything on the main line. And that indicates, you know, less priority, not as fast. Honestly, it seems like I could just park in this grass with some beer and wait till the train comes. What's your assessment, Owen? What's your assessment? I think just waiting right here.
Yeah.
Where's the nearest place that sells beer? That's the only thing we got to figure out. And chicken. I could go for some chicken. And I'm not doing it today. This is going to be probably tomorrow or the next day. Be going along the young sprout some of the way. The intermediate crew change is Madill, or I don't know how you say it. Maybe the Tulsa. You don't drink beer. That's kind of ridiculous.
Hey, I can foot the bill for it though.
Whoa! Whoa! He's invited. He is now officially on the A-list for this trip up to Tulsa. Up here at the north end of the yard, it's kind of confusing. That's a train. We got 2 road power units on there, led by BNSF 9714. Why would a northbound have wood? You got wood there, and you got that wood there. That's Sierra Pacific wood. It makes absolutely no sense that this would be going north. Unless they've got wood that comes from somewhere else in the country I don't know about. In order to be totally sure what's going on, I need to determine what kind of wood that is. Spruce, pine, all that. I thought Sierra Pacific is all from the West Coast, Pacific Northwest, etc. But this is an apparent northbound train in Dallas that's carrying it. So I don't know, maybe there's some weird routing that it goes on. But this yard's pretty basic. There's not a lot going on here at the moment. I don't even know if anybody's in that yard office. What's going on? Owen took off. He's got stuff to do. And a nice viewer got me this motel. I've had a final chance to get a good night's sleep, which is about time. And the plan, it's time to get out of Dallas. I haven't even really gone into Dallas. This is on the outskirts. There's really no point in dealing with this because the traffic here is so atrocious. I don't know how there aren't more road rage incidents going on here all the time. So the plan is to go down to Irving, and I'm hoping the Tulsa train is not as scarce as it looks. Waiting for the bus to get to the train yard, and here we go, pack number 2. This just ripped completely off while I'm wearing it. I don't know what to do anymore. I don't understand why everything is such shit quality today that I get. And it's, granted, I've gotten a few secondhand items. I don't know what to do. Look at this. How does this happen? How on earth does this happen? I now have no pack, and I'm a long way from the train yard. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do. This is frustrating because this is the second pack on this trip. And I just wonder, like, why can't this be done? Is this something that can't be done to make a pack that lasts? I mean, look at these. This is on there. This is on there. But the straps are attached to this garbage, which is like junk. Going on a little bit later here at the spot in Irving, and there's a lot of trains going the opposite direction right now, which is a little annoying. I've got cold beer, which ameliorates the situation, I'd say, because I'm getting a little impatient. I want to get on and over with this trip, and I think I'm just gonna go get some chicken right now and come back here. I'm just pointing out again, I think people get it. This is not some glorious thing. This is where I'm hanging out. Look at this. You want to hang out in these dead leaves for like, I don't know how long. It may be tomorrow before the train comes. Enough about that. I'm here on my own volition. To add some commentary on this, you know, it's not that this isn't cool. I mean, this could be cool. Cool is what people think is cool. I think the problem is that it's very isolated out here. And people in general like to be around other people. I'm a person as well. And I wouldn't mind some company occasionally. There's never anybody out here. Do you see anybody here to hang out with? No, it's me drinking beer by myself as usual. And it's kind of lame because, I mean, this could be cool. There's far dumber things you could be doing right now. So it's a little disappointing. It'd be cool if more people were out here. More interesting, cool, intelligent people traveling around. We're checking out the country. It's your country. It's my country. There's nothing wrong with this. Always just me. I haven't met anybody on this trip by the train track. You know, it's pretty much resigned to just having to throw that garbage backpack on the train with no straps. Look at this. Army Navy store. This is right by where I was waiting. This is the new Stobe the Hobo pack. I got the new Army, whatever it's called, pack. I'm gonna try it out. This guy got me one for 70 bucks and it's in pretty good condition. I'll give a free plug here. Porter's Army Navy. That's a good price. That pack can hold a lot of beer and a lot of gear as well. I'm gonna go swap everything out into this pack and continue waiting. Just got to switch out all this stuff from this pack to this. There's a lot riding on this. This is the military, maybe it's the current issue pack, you know, and I'm testing it out. I'm going to determine if our troops are getting something that's good quality or garbage, because a lot of mil-spec stuff, I hate to tell you, is garbage, even though the troops are using it. Most important question about this pack is, how much beer can I put in it after I put in all my other stuff? I'm thinking you could put probably a 30 pack in there. Following morning here, and welcome back to FNBS territory. I've been waiting here, I don't know, like 18 hours. You got this little depot here. This is Irving. This is where the yard going to Tulsa is. There's nobody in there. There's been no sign of activity in this office at all. Can't say much more. It'd kind of be redundant. This is very common with FNBS. If you notice, basically it's been a long time since I've had a wait of this length. And here it is. FNBS, as soon as you get back to them, it's the lamest railroad in the country by far. I'm going to risk going getting some beer and chicken right now. It is a nice location. This isn't outrageously miserable. With green grass. It does look like it might rain. I'm gonna take this time to try to do a makeshift load of laundry here. A bucket. I don't have a bucket, so I'm gonna try to use this box that I pulled out of the trash can at the BNSF yard office. Nobody's in there. So rule number one, keep your eyes glued. Clothes here. I got nasty, disgusting clothes in there. I put a little soap in there. This cheap dish soap should be fine. Turn on the water, dump a little bit in there. Not gonna last long, obviously, because it's cardboard. I'll just kind of work it all around in here. One thing about being out here, I don't like being dirty and having dirty clothes. It's often unavoidable, but I don't like it. So when I got the chance, you need warm weather to dry it out. You need soap and you need water. And I may use this to actually bathe myself. He's actually working out pretty good. Do a quick rinse. Yeah, I've had is having a really durable plastic bag that you carry around with you. And basically, you can put the clothes in there with some soap and water and just shake it. And I've been looking for a bag like that. The last bag I found like that had ashes in it from the mortuary. So maybe I can find something like that. But it's got to be warm and a breeze helps so that stuff can dry out. So I got everything staged on this prickly bush. Finally some use for these malicious freaking bushes that go around here. We are officially 24 hours sitting on my arse in the vicinity of this yard with nothing going north. And I've seen 4 southbounds. I saw a loaded coal and 2 general manifest as well as a local all come through here. So I don't know, maybe they got directional running. I don't know what's going on here. I think FNBS is almost not worth traveling on. This only happens on one railroad, and it is FNBS. At some point, I'm going to get a Greyhound. However, I'm not ready to do that yet. This guy coming through. God, he ain't stopping here. He is not stopping here at all. They may be going slow. Down at the junction down here, I'm going to walk down there. No sign of them stopping at the depot. I'm down where they're going slower. They're going slow here. That's my train. I got to get on. Get on this thing, man. This is the last chance of my wits to make up for what's going on. I don't even have any beer either. It sucks. So, I'm on the train. I don't like this pack so far. It's too wide. Ordinarily, I can throw the pack up here. It doesn't fit. Stupid, man. Stupid U.S. Army garbage. So far is my opinion of that pack. Little north, train stopped. I think they're doing the crew change up here. And I just looked on my cell phone. There's a gas station that probably sells cold beer right up past the front of the train. So what we're going to do, you know what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get some beer. And basically, I'm going to look if there's no crew on the train when I get up here. I'm going to make a run for it. And if they're on, I'll see how close the gas station is. Taking apart a plane in that scrapyard. It's kind of interesting. Don't see a crew on there. This has got to be where they're putting the crew on now. Way north here. That means I've got at least 20 guaranteed minutes to go run and get beer and be back. Stuff is on the train. So, we know what could happen if I F up here. So I got to get up here, take a look, and then I'm going to make sure there's not a crew van in sight. From the crew van arriving to the train leaving, 15-20 minutes. Here at the crossing, there's the train. It's on the mains. He's gonna book it when he's not pulling out of the yard track. When he goes, he's gonna go. Gas station's here. Let's go. Really further than it said on the map. It said a mile from where I was standing. Got here. I got 3 pretty big tall cans. Could ever tell how much to get. Maybe the train's gonna sit there all day, and then I'm gonna have to make another trip. And what do we have here? Slowest, least priority railroad you can get on for once pays off. We got no crew on the train. I've got a bunch of beer. Not have enough beer. I'm wondering if I'm going to need to get another amount of beer at some point. What if the thing's here at dark? Then what do I do? If I'm looking at this train could be here all day. I'm not happy about that. I thought I'd be in Tulsa already. I haven't even left town. I was waiting here more than 24 hours for this. This is absolutely something I don't recommend. Is unless you've got unlimited time, which I don't. I'm just trying to ride FNBS on one of their shorter lines. I'm gonna have to make another beer run because I think this is a train that's gonna just sit here again for 8 or 9 hours. So I got a book I'm gonna read. I'm reading The Martian, right in my little log book and everything. But this is it. I'm sitting on here. It's getting dark. It looks like there's an extreme storm brewing north of here. Could be in for extreme conditions going north. I heard there's a tornado warning and all that stuff in southern Oklahoma. That was a really long wait. Yes, Texas. Semblance of sense is now over with FNBS. I'm only 25 miles north of where this thing stopped last. And now we're backing up, and we're legitimately backing up. I don't know why. We backed up a long way. I'm wondering if we're backing the train all the way home. Making this up, we are legitimately backing up. We backed up about 2 miles. So maybe the engine's broken? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I hate FNBS. After sitting all night, we're backing up. And we're headed north again. I'm gonna guess the switch up here was broken, so they had to back out of the thing and get in from the backside of the siding right down in. Northbound. Far too long to wait. I'll never bother with this nonsense again. Above and beyond what I was expecting for Oklahoma, going across that huge lake. And then you got a lot of woods and, you know, that kind of red dirt thing going on here. It's not just like boring plains like it was in Texas. No, it's a really long wait for this train. I'm glad it stayed over last night so I could come through here in the daytime. This is really cool scenery. Look at that. All the way up here from Dallas about. This is the Madill, Oklahoma crew change area, and it'd be nice to get off. Look at this. But unfortunately, I wasted so much time in Irving, and until basically I started to get up here. I just don't have the time, and this underscores kind of one of the concepts with cargo train travel is unfortunately a lot of times you end up wasting time at these crappy spots like Irving, and then you don't have the time for this. This is awesome looking. So again, if you somehow have intelligence on how to get on the train and get out of the crappy areas fast so you can get to here, you need to figure that out, because this is way better than Irving. Alright, I can hear what they're doing. They're tying the train down right now, which means I think there's time to just run up, just to go not too far. make a quick run and try to get some more beer and supplies. Well, here's Madill or Maydill. Pleasant little town. These towns are really out of the way. There's not much going on here, but that's a good thing. It's a pretty small town. I think it's only about 1,000 people here. Southern Oklahoma, right near Lake Texoma. Entering Oklahoma, I think one interesting feature is these woods you start to get into. See, this is almost has the appearance of like the northern pine forest, but we're very close to Texas here in southern Oklahoma, but you can see this is thick, kind of near that Ozark area. I don't think we're in it, but you see these aren't really total pine trees, but they're kind of a hybrid. I mean, look at this. Look at this vine thing snaking up there. This Maydill or Madill yard is one of the nicest spots I've seen to wait for a train. It could just be in those woods. Just due to the way things have been going right now, I think I'm gonna leave. I waited more than a day in Irving. I don't know how frequently this Houston to Tulsa train runs. That's the one I'm on right now. I'm gonna keep going. Well, I don't know what else to tell you. This is the worst train. This is the worst train by far margin. I can't comprehend how they can be this slow, and it doesn't matter. Now we're stopped again on the main line. We were stopped. We took about 3 hours to pick up some cars about a mile back, and now we're stopped again for absolutely no apparent reason. This train isn't going to make it today up there. It's still like 150 miles to Tulsa. 3 days. 3 fucking days from Dallas to Tulsa. That's like a 270 mile drive. It's unbelievable. I don't understand how they can pay, because they're going to have to pay for another crew to take this the rest of the way up there. This crew ain't going to make it up there on 12 hours. It's impossible. We've already been gone 6 hours and we've gone about 20 miles. I don't get it. I don't know how it works. I don't know how the railroad is in business. I don't understand it, but there's only one railroad that does this, and it's FNBS. I'm done. I can't take it anymore, and there's no way to hitchhike. There's no way to get a bus. There's nothing. I am trapped until this thing gets there, and I'm running low on water, and I'm out of food. All right, so I'm up here. I walked up a little ways from where I was sitting on my car. There's obviously some kind of problem. Definitely if you're these guys, because your company is now completely blocked off from access because of this moronic BNSF train. So my confusion is with this railroad. I'd just like to explain a few things. This train has used a bunch of different crews just to get up here from Irving, because we went forward about 25 miles, stopped, and another crew was put on to Madill. Another crew was put on to here. Crews can only have 12 hours on the clock. Just 12 hours on the clock, which means that the chances of this train's crew making it the whole distance are getting pretty small. We left at about noon, and it's about 6:30 or maybe even 7. So FNBS, the railroad, has to pay for the crew that took it here, and it has to pay for the crew that takes it to Tulsa. This has to cost extra money. Additionally, you've got the line completely backed up, meaning southbounds also may have crews running out of hours coming down here. You've also got this ridiculousness here. You notice through here, there's a quarry, and that's building trains. There's outbound trains out of there. Any trains coming out of that quarry are blocked as well, meaning this has to be an issue for somebody. And yet it just seems to be always what is going on with FNBS Railroad. The problem for me is that I'm completely out of supplies except for 2 little bottles of water. This road doesn't go anywhere. You know, this goes nowhere. I'd have to give up and hitchhike back to Madill. I don't have any food. I don't have any beer. It's crazy. It's beginning to be an issue. Now, again, if there's an emergency and I just completely ran out of water, I'd run up to the front engines and I'd, you know, hopefully someone would be in there and I could get some water from them. Point being that this is the most absurd train from hell I've ever been on. This is the train from hell. I've gone basically 130 miles in well over 24 hours. My theory about why this railroad is definitely the worst in the country, it could just be that it's privately owned. You can't buy stock in BNSF. It's owned by Warren Buffett. Here's some more nonsense going on. This car is just leaking a bunch of sand out. How much of that is just going to totally pile up here while we wait? It's a very big hourglass. I wonder when time's going to run out. This car will probably be empty of sand before the train leaves. Look at that little white shower on the ties there. Thing you've got to realize about this with trains, if you don't get on a line that runs, you're risking spending all your time in crappy spots like this and not at the cool areas. For instance, I've got a viewer in Tulsa who's offered unlimited beer and unlimited food while I'm there. Well, he's got a few days that he can do it. One of those is today. Today's not going to happen. I'm spending the night somewhere around here. This is what southern Oklahoma looks like. It's not bad. Later, some Hudson out of there. And stopped again. Less than a mile later. Marooned till the train leaves. I've got a train. The train's got to be broken down. We're tied down again. A little bit further than where we were. See right in there, there's no crew on board. This guy's here. I think he may be trying to fix something. That guy's railroad, he's got the stripes on his car. There's no crew. So I mean, this is a long time from anything being fixed, and I gotta figure out, I don't know if there's any place to get food. I have no food. I'm almost out of water. I don't have any beer, obviously. And this is what it looks like. I mean, eventually something's got to give. We're on the main line. We're not supposed to be here. This is not supposed to happen. They're going to have to fix this, and it's got to move. We're blocking up traffic from both directions. It appears they're showing up with another unit faster than I thought. That's the crew van right there. You can't even see me. And we have another engine coming in. Please, may this be the end of this nonsense. It's hard to focus because it's dark. He's backing the engine up. Alright, they're attached. I'm going to make my way back to my car. Stobe the Hobo, darkest hours of the night. They got a new engine on the point. I'm really hoping we're out of here. I'm just going to sleep. I'll wake up wherever. Out. Alright, I believe the train is coming in the very extreme darkest hours of the night into Tulsa. I don't know where to get off. I'm just gonna, if we stop, I'm gonna get off. Probably. That's it. That's the train from hell. And that's it. I've had enough of it. So I got to the spot in Irving at 3 on Saturday. I waited 24 hours just to leave on a train going north. And this is ridiculous because there were 4 going south in the same period. I got basically a little bit north of town where the train waited another 7 hours. At that point, the train took off and then spent another 8 hours further north by about 20 miles. Finally, the train left in the morning on Monday, and we got to Madill. Everything seemed okay, but then we had to stop because of some kind of engine trouble for on and off another 8 to 10 hour waste of time. It's now 3 in the morning. I've just arrived in Tulsa. The line isn't that bad. I just don't know what to tell you. I think you got to get in here and go south. The southbound seem to run. I would not recommend that spot in Irving at all. So this concludes the train from hell. Out. Alright, Stobe the Hobo, long story short, I'm getting a ride a little further up than Cheyenne and hoping this train, we're following this train, I'm hoping it's going to stop at the Chugwater sighting. Stobie Mike Kenobi is giving me a ride, and we're in pursuit. Basically, Cheyenne, I don't know, you got the Air Force Base there that the train runs through, a few other things. It just wasn't happening today, so I'm hoping this train is going to stop at the Chugwater sighting and I can get on there and go north. There's the train, if you can see it. Yeah. I'm gonna hope, again, we're stopping at Chugwater and I can just run up, get my stuff on the train, and continue north. Track warrant control, what that means is that basically all the switches have to be thrown manually, which is good in this case. That means if there's another train up there that's gonna pass, both trains are gonna have to stop completely and throw the switches manually. Come on, this guy's gotta stop, otherwise I'm gonna have to hitchhike. Ah! Hitchhike from Chugwater, you know, if this train does not stop up here, and I don't want to do that because Wyoming is probably the worst ever for hitchhiking that I've ever experienced. I've got some interesting stories from this place. Very long story short, we jumped off, my friend hit his head and his memory disappeared for about 10 minutes. That was back in 2006, I think. So I've got my stripes from this track for sure, coming up from Colorado State University. Right, here comes the train. Oh, I don't think he's gonna stop. I'm effed. Nope. Might stop at the north siding. This is the siding. He's really going slow. He's going very slow for what you expect on this line. Last time I came through, I was going about 40, 45, 50. Maybe he's going to stop at the north edge of the siding. I don't know. No, he didn't stop here. I don't know why he's going slow. He's going 25. It doesn't make sense. These trains used to go 50 through here. Dad likes driving around anyway, so I don't feel too guilty about getting a little bit further north. There's a place where they stop a ways up here. It's called Wendover. And I'm gonna get some of the way in the car. We're almost there on this back road. That is where the trains have always stopped going north, and even if they don't, that's where I'm getting off. It's wide open spaces, albeit not on a train right now, but I will be soon. Getting dropped off here. This is Wendover, Wyoming. That's a southbound. It doesn't help. It's kind of a remote location. Kind of. Yeah, but the trains stop here. Yeah, not really excited, but I mean, this will last. I've only drank 3 out of this 30 pack here. All right, well, thanks for the ride. Adios. I am out here, but my knowledge of the rail network says I'll be able to get on a train up here. It's a nice place. It's very remote. There's no supplies. There's nothing. But it's actually pretty cool to hang out. Definitely good that it's night. Even though it's basically completely deserted, there are a few houses around here. I'm walking around with a 30 pack and a huge backpack. It's just not going to make sense. So this is a pretty remote area. It's close to Wheatland. It's north of Wheatland, and it is a little bit to the west of Guernsey, Wyoming, Wendover. It's not a town, but what you got here is a 3-way junction where these tracks coming from Denver, BNSF Front Range Subdivision, come up here. They meet the Canyon Sub. That's where a lot of coal is going. Coal from the south end of the mine district takes the Canyon Sub to Guernsey. I'll show it in the morning. I've got enough beer to last at least a few days. That's the good news. I got tons of food as well. about to hit the hay. It is, you would think, to be very peaceful and quiet out here. There's some kind of military base. There has to be. There's the moon. There's non-stop helicopters, machine guns going off. I don't know if you can hear it on this camera. It's absurd. It's not peaceful here at all. Can you hear those guns? Absurd. They must be getting ready for something out in the Middle East. What the hell is going on over there? It's got to be some kind of aerial gunnery range it's too loud to be small arms. Look at this. Wow, that's nice. You're gonna see this place is kind of spooky when I get up, but I've drank enough beer and I just don't have the energy to worry about the moon coming through those treetops. Out. So this is one of the more remote but also interesting spots on the BNSF, I'd say. West Wendover, Wyoming. You got Guernsey is the town. It's about 10 miles that way. Wheatland is about 20 there. And you've got this fork. It's a three-way fork. This is the North Platte River. So it's a little chilly to swim in today. However, I may attempt to get across to the other side. This here is the canyon subdivision that goes through Wendover Canyon, which is fairly scenic. And then there's a split about 30 miles up here at Orrin, where most of the trains, which are coal, empty, and loads, are going to turn off to the right to the mines. And then BNSF, Front Range subdivision, will turn left towards Casper. This here is, again, the bulk of the traffic here is from the coal mines to Guernsey and then to either Denver or Alliance, Nebraska. But you've also got this fork to the right, which is where Denver trains are going to turn and come from. So this is a decent place if you wanted to get off the train. A lot of them stop here pulling onto the canyon sub off of the Front Range subdivision over there. Because once you're here, if you've got supplies, it's a pretty nice spot. Trains are guaranteed to stop here, but this R, that means restricted limits. Generally what that means is it will be going pretty slow as long as it's in the restricted limits. Now when the head end passes this sign about and gets there, train is going to speed up much too fast to get on. That was my observation last night, watching a couple trains go past. Had supplies, you could definitely post up here. There's a couple property owners. These ranches here, they rarely drive past. You've got these historic cabins going on. And then over here, you've got an actual house that hasn't been lived in quite a long time. Checking out this place. This is many years since this has been inhabited. Got a mattress there. There's kind of some evidence of train riders having come through possibly, but nothing recently. I don't think a lot of people know about this spot. In fact, I don't know how many people at all know about right here. Checking out this. I don't know the function of this because this house is surrounded by tracks on each side. Let's see what's going on inside. Yeah. I was here, I think, it must have been about 10 years ago I was here. And this is kind of what I was seeing then. The house is, maybe could be fixed up. I don't know if this is vandalism or just natural wear and tear on the place. Let's see. Alright, well, if people find this camera, later down the road, feel free to use the video of me collapsing through the floor. Would you spend the night in this place? That's the question. Looking out here to the fork. Be a very peaceful place. And then out here, we have a lot of trains going past all the time if you lived in here. There's more coal through here. Well, there's as much as I've ever seen. I've been coming in this area at least 10 years. Used to be an old refrigerator in there that had some hobo tags on it, and it's gone. I don't know why anybody would bother taking it, but it's not there anymore. Just at first glance, I don't know why, you know, this is a nice spot. You got a river. I mean, maybe the trains are annoying, but this is a decent spot. I don't know why, you know, no rancher or anybody would still be living in this little area. This looks like, you know, some form of an old double wide trailer or something, and just nothing for hobo tags. I haven't seen one anywhere in here. It's not really obvious what this place is if you're riding through north to south or south to north. And the coal, that doesn't stop. That line never really stops over there. But being that I came up here a lot in college, I've kind of got the idea, and I know about this place, that this is a decent spot to hang out and get off, and you're not marooned usually. You better bring a lot of supplies. You know, I've got a 30 pack, which isn't really a 30 pack anymore, because there's nothing here. You got at least a 10-mile walk to Guernsey on the train tracks to get to any civilization where you could buy more beer or food. Let's see what's going on in this one. And again, you know, this is a shelter. At least mattresses. I may try to throw one of those on the train if I can. It's a decent idea. Look at that face. It's stupid animals. Look at how big they are and how small I am. I can scare the entire herd off. Here's one hobo tag. I think that's the whistleblower down here. It's the only one I've seen down at this bridge. Now on the other side, I don't know what this is. There's a lot of different writing here. A lot. But I don't think these are hobo tags because they're really carved in there hard. And there's a ton of them, and I don't see that that's what they are, but I mean, Michaela. Is there any hobos or hobo Michaela? It's a pretty decent spot for recreation, hiking around, jumping in the water. It's not quite warm enough yet to really partake in this North Platte. But you look over here, got another abandoned homestead over there as well. Might be interesting stuff there. That place. It's probable that at some point this was a crew change between Cheyenne and Casper. Now the trains don't guarantee to stop here, but it's pretty much exactly halfway between each of those cities. The American West. The American West that hasn't been invaded by hipsters, land developers, any of it. Up here, this is wide open spaces. Look at this. Incredible. Box Canyon here. There's a lot of box canyons. We're walking towards the big canyon up here. You can't even really tell, but there's a canyon right over there. It's pretty decent. That's where the train tracks are. We're going to explore that next. This is Wendover Canyon. I'm at the south. Whoa, that is see the tracks, the North Platte River. And it's almost getting warm enough. I may take a dip down at the camp spot. This is a very complicated canyon. It's basically cuts through, you know, just this prairie hillside kind of thing. I don't even know how you'd get up the other side. It's almost impervious to getting up. The water, that is super low. This has not been a very, you know, moist spring. We got track work. This is stopping everything up. I think it's tire replacement or something. So I'm not gonna miss the train being up here. So one of the more interesting spots I've seen with this canyon, absolutely no access other than the tracks right through here. I'm hoping I'll be able to go through the entire canyon in the day. Although right here is probably the most dramatic part of the entire canyon. It's right out of the Clint Eastwood movie or the Old West movie where the Indians are chasing you across seemingly endless plains and you ride up and then what do you do? God, that is not a joke. This is a steep cliff all the way up and down this canyon. Alright, well, I've explored Wendover here. The wind is just terrible. It never ends through here. There's a lot of trains. I have a stopped empty right here on this leg of the Y. I'm just going to go get in position to depart. I'm going to move up the track about a half a mile and I'm just going to sit there until something stops. I'm a pride in that hike. So I'd just like to point out, if you can bring a 30 pack, bring a 30 pack. It's still got about 20 beers in it. And I'm telling you, it makes a difference to have beer out here. Because this is nothing. There's nothing going on out here. There's no stores, but I have cold beer for a while still. So I'm going to try to clean off in this pool. A decent little creek running through here, down to the Platte down there. You got to stay clean or it ain't that fun. See, there's so much mud in this water. That is refreshing. I feel very clean. The wind is terrible. I want to get out of here soon. It's starting to get lonely. I haven't seen a person or talked to a person in 24 hours. I hope a train comes. I hope it stops. The train I want is here. It is really short. And I don't know if he's going to stop up here or not. He's creeping through. God, the train is so short. I could see it. It's like 10 damn cars. It's a double stack. Now right there, he's going slow enough. Do I care if he sees me? I don't know. It's either this or, you know, I could be here however the hell long. I don't know if he can see me or not. There he is. I don't even know how long the train is. He's creeping through right now. I could get on at this speed. There he is. I don't know if he cares that I'm here, but I gotta act. I have got to act. Here we go. And I hope there's rideables. I really hope he stops. I don't know if this is gonna happen, man. If he doesn't stop, I ain't got a chance. And stop, I'm not gonna make it. But if he does stop, I am gonna make it. Please stop. Stop, you asshole. This would be really convenient if I can catch out of here right now. I think it might happen. We got the pig here. I can get under there if I have to. Do I have everything? I have beer. I've got the camera. Oh my God. I thought this was gonna be days waiting here. It's not. Jesus. I gotta be really careful till I'm in front up here. Careful. Okay. It's not great. This is not great, but it'll work. I hope. I had to do something. Stobe the Hobo heading out of Wendover. As soon as the train stops again, I can get to a ride. I mean, this is a ride. I'm on the car, but I can deal. There shouldn't be any people at all who are watching anywhere for a good 30 miles through here. Let's do it. This is an amazing feeling. FNBS has not worked out for me at all recently. But it worked out here. This is just the time I wanted to get on the train and be out of here. There's the house. I wonder if the guy saw me and wanted to be nice, because he only stopped for about 10 seconds. There it all goes. Gonna get a good view of this entire canyon. Let's go. We're out of here. Fall down there. That's pretty obvious. That's where I was hanging out earlier, up on those cliffs. Now we're cruising right down underneath them. We come to the next set here, and this is Sewu. And again, looking at the architecture of these missiles, the ballistics on these, I can think they're probably some kind of anti-aircraft system that was set up. And then towards, obviously guarding this, which is the main rocket, which should, looking at the top, I mean, I think it's got 2 stages, at least. And as you look at this rubble lying around, I mean, it's probably, it looks to me like evidence of an enemy airstrike. There's a lot of rocks, they're just scattered around. I guess something took this out, something big. So again, you've got the entrance to the silo here, where technicians ready the ordnance for deployment. We now approach the entrance to the main missile and the general blast platform here. As you can see, the ancient techniques were actually pretty reasonable for building something like this. This door leads to the engine room. Let's see what it looks like in here. Let's see. Yeah, as you can see, it's kind of hard to see in here. There's a lot of pipes. There's a lot of things. Very fancy advanced technology things powering this 280,000 horsepower motor. First stage, that's the first stage motor. I think as you come in here, you're looking at the crew quarters. And then further up there, it's hard to access. I think they use some kind of a scaffolding system to access the cockpit. And it's a good, 20 meters higher than here, and it's off limits to tourists, unfortunately. Now here, even further inside the machinery room, it's really too bad you can't see in here because the technology is very advanced. You've got a lot of different computer systems. There's a guidance system in here. You've got the extreme power fuel delivery system. And unfortunately, because it's so dark, you can't see any of that stuff. Turning out here, make sure to watch your step around on this platform. And one thing I'd like to point out is these ancient peoples, they were really into, being on budget and saving money, while some of these groups thought it necessary to have lifeguards. These guys, they just employ these motionless stone guards right here in an effort. And nowadays it wouldn't work, People would say, oh, that's made of stone. But in the old days, things were more primitive, and these were sufficient to ward off the hostile villagers from the surrounding jungle. I believe the damage to this is the result of an airstrike. Definitely looking forlorn here, 2016. As we meander through this complex, we're also impressed at the level of artistry just for the decoration, I mean, modern day programs like this, they don't put the effort into this kind of decoration. I'm impressed. It's not really a good use of money. It shows an attention to detail and a level of artistry that's not currently present, even at SpaceX. Seems sketchy by Western standards, but situation here, and you've also got
biasa dipanggil Mary juga.
Dan ada asal Maria?
Asal Jawa Tengah.
Jawa, okay, from Central Java.
Hai, saya Mukti, asal dari Joglo, Kembangan, Jakarta Barat. I'm from Jakarta. I'm from Betawi, okay?
Pak, berapa lama
kerja di sini, tempat ini?
Kira-kira
15 tahun, that's 15 years. Di tempat ini? 15 years right here. At this very spot in front of the Alpha Midi in Maruya. Okay, kita siap dua pedas makan di sini.
Aringin. Goyang dong.
Alright, so we're talking about the veggies used here. Again, this is 100% vegan for the health crowd. It's a recipe maybe you could try doing in America. Sayuran, jagung, corn, timun, cucumber, kentang, tahu, tempe, itu aja atau sprouts. Alright, so one of the flavors that's going to be a little difficult to add if you're trying to make this in America is the flavor of these micro limes. Berapa porsi sehari? Okay, berapa pelanggan satu hari?
Kira-kira antara 80-100 kan?
80-100, so 80 to 100 customers come here every day. This is a very busy location. It's time to try. And there we have it. That's what you get. Pak Mukti.
Yes.
Silakan makan satu gigitan. Okay.
Mantap. Sangat mantap.
Amazing. So good. And then it comes with these. These are little crunchies called krupuk. So it's just like a crunchy little chip. So just to elaborate a little bit more on the flavor, it's definitely something it's different than like Thai, Chinese, any of the other Asian food. It's got that peanut flavor, which is good. It's got some sweet taste, and then it's got a very unique character to the tofu and the tempeh. For instance, by American food standards, people would say, oh, that's spoiled. But believe it or not, all this sitting out gives these tempeh and tofu pieces a very interesting, kind of musty character. Bagaimana mulai masak gado-gado?
Dari pagi jam 5. Mulai jam 5. Rapi jam 9. Jam 9 kita berangkat.
He begins at 5 in the morning, preparing all the ingredients, and then at 9 pushes the cart over here. And kenapa pilih gado-gado dan tidak nasi goreng?
Lebih mudah memasaknya, ngolahnya, dan keuntungannya lebih banyak.
So just saying, kita sangat puas. Kita akan kembali secepatnya. Terima kasih atas semua. You know, the big problem in America late at night, honestly, there's not that much going on for you to eat. I mean, when I was in Seattle, nothing was open past like 10. It's absurd. Fortunately, here in Indonesia, we don't have that problem. There's a lot of choices. They're all usually pretty good, and we're going to talk about satay ayam tonight. So let's head over to the restaurant and get started. Bu, berapa lama Bu
Jualan di sini?
Ya.
15 tahun.
Masak sate dan tidak nasi goreng ketoprak. Kenapa sate?
Nggak bisa ibu, repot. Kalau jualan yang lain-lain repot. Sate aja repot.
Jadi itu sebelum masak sama kecap dan bumbu atau
Kalau telur gitu.
ada sate seperti ini di Amerika.
Di Amerika.
So we can fit about 30, 40 kebabs on here. So inside this is called sambal.
Sambal.
It's just sambal.
Sambal.
Yeah, and it's basically hot sauce made from. Ada yang dibuat cabe ini.
Cabe.
Ini, yeah, like this. They're spiked. They're super hot. So we're talking about the peanut sauce. Ini kacang aja atau apa isinya?
Kacang aja.
Kacang aja dan air?
Yo, iya direbus di rumah.
Boiled peanuts dicampur sama sambal dan kecap. It is very hot in there, if you haven't noticed.
Sekarang batok kelapa dibakar.
It's made with coconut husks. So if you're thinking of doing this yourself, you may have trouble getting this smoke flavor with. Then juga dijual sate kambing.
Kambing.
It's also goat. We can get goat satay here, which is okay, but it's got that goat flavor. Some people are into that. I prefer this. I mean, look at that. Can you wait to eat that or what? These are off the grill. Putting on some more kacang or peanut ketchup, which is just like molasses, pretty much. Yeah. And it's gonna be. We're gonna be ready to eat. We're makan di sini. Kita makan di sini. We will eat here.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. We're siap. I apologize for the noise. It's like motorcycles just non-stop. I don't know what to do about that. Pak Mukti?
Yes.
Selamat makan.
Yes, thank you.
Silakan makan satu tusuk. Please eat a tusuk. What do you think?
Very delicious. Mantap.
Ayo makan.
Bagaimana rasanya?
That is mesmerizing. I would say. That is super delicious. It's got that peanut flavor. It's spicy, and it's got a very smoky character to it from that coconut husk. It's a flavor I don't know if you can duplicate in America with the materials available. So we're talking about the price. This is about 32 skewers, or tusuk as we call them here.
Berapa duit?
Berapa duit untuk?
Ini.
Yes.
Katanya 50.
Yeah, 50.
50.
It's 50,000 rupiah, which is like $4. I'm telling you, man, it's a good value. Jika saya bisa ambil dapat perizinan untuk kerja di Amerika membuat sate,
Iya.
itu ide bagus. Ibu mau ke Amerika?
Nggak mau.
I was asking if she would like to come to America to make satay for us. And she doesn't want to because her family and kids are here. And for all we know, maybe she can't come there based on the new Donald Trump ban. Look who's here. Look who's here to get some satay. Are you? Look who's here. Let's see what the cat thinks of satay. Come on, punk. He likes the look of this place. Because they have fish. Oh, they're closing up here. It's about 1. Even though it's 1, there's still non-stop motorcycles going past. But I want to give special thanks to Pak Mukti.
Yes.
Thank you for helping film.
Yes. Sama-sama.
All right, well, that's it. And interestingly enough, there's no evidence that this is even here in the daytime. It's just a sidewalk. So, I mean, again, maybe this wouldn't be, you know, maybe American snobs would have a problem with cats everywhere and a little dirt. And I mean, it's probably unlikely you could do this in America because someone might poke their eye out with one of those skewers by mistake and sue the place. Okay, so kita sangat puas, kita akan kembali secepatnya.
Thank you. Terima kasih.
Right, so I'm Jim from America. Jim Stobie, America. I'm Sebastian from England.
Saya Gondrong dari Indonesia. Dari Tegal.
Ready to talk about tasty food and all of that. Pak, kalau ini makanannya nasional di Indonesia?
Iya. Ya ini makanan nasional favorit orang Indonesia.
Di sini ada nasi goreng gila, ada nasi goreng spesial juga di sini.
Ya, di sini menunya penuh komplit. Ada capcay, ada nasi goreng gila, nasi goreng biasa, nasi goreng ayam, bakso, sosis.
Ada berapa customer satu malam?
Kalau dalam jumlah satu malam itu bisa hampir 150 orang.
150. Menarik, banyak.
Banyak ya.
Kalau nasi goreng gila apa isinya?
Kalau nasi goreng gila itu nasi digoreng sama lauknya ayam, bakso, sosis, sama ati ampela, sama petai, sama sayuran.
It is so loud out here. I hope you guys can hear this. Talking about the ingredients. Nice. Jadi tiga nasi goreng gila makan di sini.
Siap, siap, Mister.
Siap.
Siap.
Oh, the crowds are putting in. Right in front of you. You can't find in Western countries cooking right in front of your face.
Sambal, Mister?
Sambal?
Ya, pedas.
Wow.
There's your nasi. Nasi is rice, so that goes in next. You got 3 of them. Now adding the sweet midget bunnies, which is kind of like molasses. Now getting a nice golden brown texture. Flames torment of those grains of rice. Loading up the plates.
Namanya nasi goreng gila, kenapa gila? Apa gilanya? Nasi goreng gila itu aslinya terlalu sakit pedasnya. Terlalu pedas. Terlalu pedas. Jadi gila. Iya, jadi gila. Bisa bikin orang gila? Iya. Tidak, termasuk good.
Dan ini sosis dan
sosis bakso ayam dicampur. Akan masuk rumah sakit gila gitu.
this is yeah. Take a bite, Sebastian. Sample this. That is good. So if you're really adventurous, you can eat these green peppers that come with it. Or just make someone else eat it. Yeah. Well, I feel super satisfied after that delicious plate of nasi goreng gila. Hariri is a frequent diner at this stand. He's going to tell us why he enjoys nasi gila here.
Ya, sebab ini murah. Terus merakyat. Merakyat, semua orang suka. Semua orang suka. Satu minggu 3 kali.
3 kali. I said, how many times in a week? And he comes 2 times a week. Same as me and Sebastian. All the time. Sama dengan Sebastian and saya. Dua kali minggu.
2 kali 1 minggu. 1 week.
Yeah. Well, I think all of us here, Lena too, that's Lena. We're all very satisfied, so say that in Indonesian, Sebastian.
Kita sangat puas sama makanannya. Oke, terima kasih.
Ya, terima kasih. I'd like to say terima kasih Pak.
Sama-sama.
Kita akan kembali secepatnya.
Oh iya.
That's okay. It was kind of a sketchy mount. I'm saying no more Crocs. I'm missing a shoe, and that kind of hurts. Stobe the Hobo riding through Montana right now on this flatbed. I got bicycle, I got blood, I got no shoe, but it's a nice day and I'm having a good time. April 25th, I just got on with my bike down there. Don't wear Crocs. I wish I could have kind of got this on tape, but it was really intense. I'm missing a shoe and my foot's covered with blood. This could be interesting in the future, but it's a nice day and train's going decent speed. I got about 60 degrees. It's worth it. 25th. Just cruising through Arlene, Montana. About to cross a really nice trestle with a really nice view. Just get on roads. Stobe the Hobo. The train may stop outside of town because of this foot, and because I've got my bicycle, I'm thinking I'm just going to get off here and bike the rest of the way in. It's not going to be fun without a shoe, but I don't really want to deal with the train yard ahead because this is kind of just indicative of somebody doing something they're not supposed to. Yeah, let's get off here. About 6 mile ride into town, but I'll survive it. Cool. So it's Stobe the Hobo. We're stopped about 2 miles west of the Missoula yard at De Smet. Just like a little junction area. And, just because my foot, I mean, look at that. It's kind of indicative of, you know, you're not supposed to be doing something and you're doing it anyway. And if I'm near the train yard and they see that, it's going to be hard to explain my way out. So I'm going to just get off here and bike in. It's not going to be a fun bike ride, but I kind of feel like at least I'll be not in danger of being arrested with my foot like this. So this is Missoula on April 25th. Beautiful day. So it's a pretty grim looking foot and I'm missing a shoe. What I'm going to do is improvise some kind of stopgap measure out of this leather glove. Put my foot, pretty much just put it over things and, you know, make it into town at least on the bike. Kind of, yeah. Let's see how I can do it. Yeah, it's about as good as it's going to get. What's going on, folks? Stobe the Hobo here with a little holiday update video as to what's going on. First of all, Merry Christmas, happy this, happy that. Honestly, I'm a happy solstice guy, but whatever. Number two, thank you, all of you people who helped out with my latest voyage and the new episodes that are forthcoming, from everybody who donated, to those who let me crash at their place, to those who showed me around their town, just gave me a ride in their car even, and got me some beer. All of you guys rock. and I appreciate it, and I really mean that. A lot of people helped out with the cost of the last trip, and in return, I'm going to be producing episodes. We should have about 4 coming soon, including 2 touching Christmas style episodes. I'd kind of like to just talk about the future of the show and how that's going to work. The current format of producing standard length episodes, 24 minutes for YouTube, and having them public for an indefinite period, that's probably not going to be how it's going to be in the future. And a couple of reasons why. So there's a few ways that YouTube creators move towards a sustainable channel. The main one that most people do is to get as many subscribers as you can, do as many videos as you can, put ads on the videos, and all of a sudden, maybe not all of a sudden, but you've got some money coming in from that. My goal, I want to be clear, is to make a sustainable living off doing videos and other art type projects. I should be clear about that. Well, here's the problem with that, with this show. I don't want to get this audience nearly the size required in order for that to work. Yes, we got a stack coming. Is that stacks? Looks like stacks. Look at that, stack train. Not want to be riding on this train right now. So some viewers have mentioned and complained that, you know, videos like this are blowing it up for everybody and they're making it too visible and all that stuff. And I gotta say, right now, it's not the case. I've been out and about for the last 2 months and I met the cops on 3 occasions. None of them know who I am. None of them know about the YouTube thing. It's nothing to worry about now. But the point those people make is actually a fair point. There is a time where this can get too big. And I don't want that to happen, believe me. I never want this show to get to where somebody inspired by the show tries to get on a train and gets run over. The point is, the show can't get to the level that most YouTube creators want their show to get to. One impressionable viewer could go tell people about how they love this show, try to jump on a train, and get cut in half. And all of a sudden, there's a major problem. That could happen anytime. One of those impressionable viewers, do not have that happen. For your sake, and also for my sake, please do not go jump on a train unless you really know what you're doing, and please do not tell people you did it because of the show. So what I'd like to start doing at some point is taking these videos from the public YouTube forum where anybody can see them and putting them in a spot where the right viewers and the right people can find them. So I have 2,000 subscribers. If 500 of them would pledge $1 per episode on Patreon, all of a sudden, this show is sustainable. Because I'd like to get an idea of how many subscribers are even real people on this channel. I got 2,200 subscribers. How many of those people even watch the videos or even pay any attention to this? This will accomplish 2 goals. First of all, I'll get paid, which is of course nice. And second of all, it will put the videos out of the public eye on public YouTube to a point where it's more underground and really in a better spot that they should be. This stuff is illegal. It shouldn't be glamorized that much. All I want to do is deliver entertainment to the people who want it. That's it. So to sum this up on this bitter cold holiday evening, Thanks everybody who supported. I appreciate it. Anybody at all, please leave a comment with your input about what you think should be done with this, or if anything should be done. Once again, if you want a DVD for the holidays, 15 bucks each, postage paid in the United States. I can get them sent out ASAP. Have them there under your tree before Santa comes down the chimney. I'm obviously still happy to accept any donations on PayPal. I'm not making the poverty line level wage off doing this show, so feel free if you still want to. Take a look at the Patreon page and decide if you could part with $1 per episode for these. Because if that's all it takes, you know, believe me, when I'm making like enough money to actually sustain a lifestyle, you're not going to hear these videos anymore. Which leads me to my next point. I want to start doing some other kinds of content on my channel, and I'm going to start doing it soon. Well, I like the trains, and I'm going to keep doing that topic. There's other stuff I'm interested in too, and you'll be seeing that shortly. Watching, stay warm, and the new episode should be out almost ASAP. Stobe out. Hello, my name is Jim Stobie. I am here today to tell you about a new method of travel that is becoming more and more popular in today's young and fashionable folk. Let me tell you a little about myself before we get to our main topic. I'm 27 years old, and at my age, I've kind of come to a point where when I travel, I want to travel in style. I want to get there fast, and I want to feel very comfortable. And so therefore, this new method is something I will now showcase to you. As you can see, I have an upscale apartment with a piano and generally chic atmosphere. My apartment has a 60s debonair feel to it. And my ride, well, at the minimum, it's very classic. So here's the situation. It is today, December 20th, 2011, in Seattle, Washington. On the 23rd, I'm required at a social event in Colorado, a gathering of hoi polloi and society types, my family. And so, the question is, how to get from here to there in such a time. I will now go into detail the methods I will use and the routes I will take to arrive on time, or at worst, fashionably late, in style, in a good mood, not stressed out from traffic, and having my shoes searched for explosives. For short distances, of course, it makes total sense to travel in this elegant 1989 Jaguar XJ6, something you might have seen Frank Sinatra in. However, for interstate travel, I am left no choice. The method of travel I plan on using is known as cargo freight train riding. I will now detail the various accoutrements I will be bringing along with me on this trip. A reasonably warm sleeping bag. A crude and yet fashionably colored pack. Just pair with a little green, i.e., and we fit right in. A comfortable one-piece fleece jumpsuit to be worn underneath this one-piece cotton jumpsuit. And while this one-piece cotton jumpsuit does come off as a bit crude and forlorn, might I add that very many famous movie stars and musicians have worn this exact outfit in a lot of halfway decent to pretty good music video. A Tommy Hilfiger down vest, both elegant and warm, to be worn both upon arrival at the destination and also to be donned in the case of accostation by the bull. We take off the coveralls, put on the vest, and voila. You look like a totally different dude than somebody called the cops on. I'd like to add that this jumpsuit is but a chrysalis to be removed, revealing a metamorphosized person with an entirely different outfit on under it. Who knows what could be under there? As I'm sure you may have guessed, not everyone finds this activity quite as elegant and interesting as others. And for those humorless souls, we must adapt enough to have a simple disguise. That's all. A wino who looks like they just climbed out of a trash can metamorphosizes. An entirely new person emerges. That more or less concludes what's going in the pack. But what really makes this trip fabulous and worthy of the Steve Wynn signature, or perhaps Donald Trump's, I would say would be the culinary choices, which will be brought and enjoyed throughout the entirety of the trip. An assortment of fine cheese, snack meats, and crackers, a mid-grade French red wine, a delicious Italian grapefruit soda, a fresh baguette, Milanos, a smashable milk orange, and Galliano. Later this evening, in the darkest hours of the night, I will steal into the Union Pacific Argo train yard and board a train that will proceed south to Portland, where it will change crew and then make an abrupt 90-degree turn along the Columbia River Gorge to Hermiston, where it will then proceed southeast. Like a large steel worm burrowing into the interior of the country, the train will rampage through Boise and then snake its way along the Snake River Plain to Pocatello. At this point, the trip will be about half over. This should take about 30 hours to get to Pocatello. The train will then cross into Wyoming and roughly parallel I-80 for 350 miles to Cheyenne. One more train south will have us safely in Denver, I estimate in the morning of the 23rd. Right on time. I have now given you the basic details of the task I will undertake once darkness has completely covered the landscape on this solstice night in one of America's most glum cities. Until then, I've been invited to have an aperitif and canopies at the local martini bar. 2,100 hours. A decent selection of private rail cars await being hooked together to depart south. I got down here a little bit early, I don't like to rush, but all indications are that the train that usually leaves at this time is being pieced together right now. In the darkness of this yard, there are so many different private coaches to choose from. Take the look of this one. A hiss of brakes can only mean one thing. This vacation is about to start. I have upgraded to a sleeper car to ride in comfort through the night. Look at this. It's gotta be nice. Get the interior. This place. It was a tiny bit chilly last night, so I got in the unmanned pusher engine. A little bit more luxurious style ride. But now it's about time to commence our day of Epicurean adventure. Got everything out. Pop the top on this French wine. Just kind of enjoy a lazy day winding through the Columbia River Gorge. Today's cocktail hour features Galliano served neat. And we can see that when held in the sunlight, this excellent liqueur from Italy is pretty much the exact same. As a dilettante of flavor pairings, I must declare that these camembert and prosciutto mini sandwiches, International Hotel and Tower, are quite correctly a pairing of flavors with this 2009 French Bordeaux. The scenery along the lower Columbia River Gorge is also decent. It certainly looks like an excellent place for a summer home, or maybe a houseboat. Billions of salmon make their way up this river every year on their endless quest to spawn at the mouth. Before being caught, smoked, and made into delectable hors d'oeuvres. I continue with another mini sandwich of baguette, camembert, and salchichon. The sun slowly makes its way into the western hills towards early evening. We approach a time of the day commonly known as cocktail hour. The imbibement of this delicious sweet liquid, the flavors of both anise and vanilla, can turn an ordinarily dull experience into a positively luxurious instance. As the sun draws nigh to the horizon, allow me to take this time to briefly summarize what has been undertaken on this entire first full day of travel. So far, I have sat comfortably, stylishly, and not in any way cramped for the first 18 hours of this voyage. I have savored several delectable entrees, from camembert and prosciutto sandwiches on French bread to crackers and a very high-end kind of chorizo sandwich as well. After this, I enjoyed fine French wine and imbibed the poignant, hazy liqueur Galliano. At entirely no point today have I dealt with any plebeian riffraff, such as gas station attendants, airline stewards, and guys requesting you to take your shoes off at the airport. In other words, I've completely avoided the constant dangers of insipidity by adding additional splashes of flavor to every facet of today's voyage. As the winter constellations position themselves squarely overhead, I find myself outside La Grande, Oregon. A little bit behind schedule, but I'd rather travel in comfort than with excess haste. The state penitentiary in Pendleton, Oregon. You can look right in the windows at the inmates sitting placidly in their cells. I understand it's almost overfilled these days. A sad sign of our disintegrating society. Yes, what a satisfying sleep in my private coach. Basically a fairly uneventful evening going to Idaho. The most formidable dilemma I'm facing is that, yes, the wine definitely ran out during the night. I don't have another bottle. I guess I'm just stuck with the Galliano. This is Idaho. I have to admit these cotton leisure suits are exceptionally comfortable for traveling in over long distances and definitely for sleeping. It's getting a little bit hot back there in the heated cab, so take a little excursion to the exterior of the car for a little more visible scenery. This is Pocatello. There's not enough time to get off. It's kind of a backwards hick kind of town anyway. Admittedly, this does appear a bit frigid going to be on the exterior, but once again, those people just don't know how to pack. Some salami, the remainder of the baguette, and this double Gloucester cheese will make my midday meal. I decided to take refuge again in the heated car as I was being ensorcelled by snow gusts. So now in this more comfortable setting, I will take my lunch. A poignant western sunset over Wyoming. These local rural folk must have difficulty staying warm in their huts outside. What a shame. At Granger Junction, the train has now joined the famous overland route. 300 more miles to Cheyenne. It is not warm outside. However, in my own private cabin, it's very pleasant. The winter constellations will soon position themselves squarely overhead the eastern part of Wyoming. This monstrous mine outside Green River, which draws millions of tons of soda ash every year. This ash is a key component in the vulcanization of rubber, which, as we know, contributes greatly to the manufacture of the tires of Lamborghinis, Aston Martins, and Jaguars. Green River, Wyoming, not much green this time of year. Frigid wasteland outside the exterior of the cab, but in here it's not terribly unpleasant. Rock Springs, Wyoming. The local rowdies generally don't make it too inviting a place for out-of-staters. It's probably the best view of the city you can get. Just blazing right through. Train cruises through Laramie in the darkest hours of the night, festively lit up by the Westerners. The Dyno Nobel explosives plant is the indicator that the trip is about to arrive in Cheyenne, where I have a private chauffeur waiting to pick me up. Train is arriving at the station in Cheyenne, Wyoming, in the early morning hours of the 23rd. Pretty much a completely successful trip. I've got a private coach waiting to pick me up. So that is about the entire trip. Good Goodbye, my beautiful private coat, and farewell to the train station at Cheyenne, Wyoming. This is Cheyenne. Main fashion here, chiefly being Stetsons and Levi's. It's too early to get into this Western wear store, but as you can see, they have some interesting patterns and such down here. The historic depot and plaza. A new image in clothing. That's right. The name of the state on a t-shirt. The festively decorated neo-romantic state capital. Back in style. And as this trip nears its end, to take this time to conclude. Traveled from Seattle to Cheyenne quickly, comfortably, and with zero inconveniences such as squeegee men, gas station attendants, traffic jams, avalanches. Now it is time for my final ride down to Denver. Soon this trip will be over. Just like to say, I've had a good time showing you guys how this whole thing should be done. There you go. I didn't think I was going to get stuck in traffic on I-25 down at Denver. Alright, so that's West Palm Beach there. Here you've got Palm Beach proper, and I think this is where the bigger mega money is. I mean, look at that yacht. Who's driving that thing? So this is the Atlantic side beach, so like, water's pretty clean. You know, I'd say it's a lot more treacherous looking. You got rocks. I don't know what they put these here, some kind of divider. I don't have my suit. I kind of want to get in. I didn't think about my suit. Look at these seagulls here. I don't know what kind these are. These are, you got an orange beak. It's not the same kind that I saw on the other side. So, look at this, guys. So the two people that are notable that I know of who live on this island is obviously the president and also Rush Limbaugh. And I'm going to try to just go get a shot of each of those guys' houses as close as I can. I have both the addresses. I managed to find them. Despite the size and cost of these mansions, the people seem pretty laid back about security. I mean, you can just jump in that gate's open there. There's definitely an old money vibe on this place. This is all hedge funders and inheritance cases, such as the president. Not a lot of like tech guys or any of that stuff here. It's castle here, that's kind of cool. It's cool, I'm right on the street. Just look right in there. Super rich quality house here. Definitely surprised at the lack of high security here. I mean, I'm sure there's guys watching and there's cameras and stuff, but I mean, there's no gates on these places. I'm just walking right down the street. You can look straight into these people's homes. Apparently this place basically shuts down every weekend now for the president to show up. He's right down here. I'm just about here. I think that's it. It doesn't got a name on it, but if this place says anything, it says working class. Look at that. That's the working man's class, that little turret up there. At the front gate here, I can't believe I'm even allowed to get this close, but so far nobody has hassled me here. It just says something to me about the super rich crowd here, that there's not a sidewalk or a bike path or nothing here. It's treacherous on this road. There's guys about to run me over, just non-stop. finally found what looks like a shoulder. You can kind of get an idea looking in here what kind of place it is. This gate's open. Again, I don't get it. I don't get how there's not more lockdown on this island and here, because I mean, obviously I'm not going to go in there, but I could, you know, someone could get in there. I can really see in here. I can hear tennis balls getting batted around though. So it's $200,000 to get in, and then it's $14,000 a year to be a member here. I mean, they don't even have a golf course. It's not even a full country club. It's just got some tennis courts and a pool. I don't get it. I would think you'd need golf for that, for 200 G's, but evidently demand is on the up because those people now get a direct audience with Donald Trump, who's draining the swamp. The swamp includes people who basically are members at your country club, and then hasn't been drained at this point. So despite this opulence here, you can easily camp out on the beach here. Now it's got a curfew. You'd need to stay DL about it, but it really looks like you could do it down here. It's an amazing beach. I don't have my swim trunks. I'm an idiot and I didn't bring them. These birds don't have to pay admission to the country club that's on the other side of this hedgerow. Say hi to the camera. 10 bucks for this ice cream cone here. So I'm gonna try to go find Rush Limbaugh's house and then get off the island and out of the town. Everything is well beyond my budget right now. You know, I gotta just say, I'm not into the whole super rich thing, but this beach, look at how isolated this beach is. There's nobody out here at all. I'm amazed. I'm out here completely alone for about a half an hour. I've been walking, going up to Rush Limbaugh's house. I'm very into this. There's no one out here. It's awesome. Look at these little, I don't know, they're sardines or some kind of little fish here. Look at those guys. I've never seen anything like that. The silver fish that just got marooned up here on shore. Several huge country clubs on the island as well. Approaching the north edge of the island, we got another massive country club with golf course. The thing I'm noticing that's common with these overly wealthy communities, there's just non-stop construction going on. Always a new addition, keeping up with the Joneses, the Trumps, and the Limbaughs, I guess. Well, I think I found it. Doesn't look like it can really get a good view from the outside. There's a lot of security going on and stuff. It appears that, yeah, I mean, this is the only house where I've seen the cameras. I'm gonna not skulk around too much. I think this is it. Rush Limbaugh may live inside there. It's not, you know, mega high security. You got this beach which you can access here, get right in here from the road, which actually parallels his house. According to an internet site, that's his house, so it doesn't mean that that is his house. But there's more cameras around it, and I actually buzzed the box and just asked if they do tours or anything. Nothing doing, big surprise there. So, but look at this beach. Hikers like me can still access the beach without any big credentials like he has. Another thing you notice when you get this far south is you finally reach coconut palm territories. Look at all those guys up there. Delicious. You got these guys too. I don't know what that kind is. There's a lot of different kinds of palms, but you got to get basically to the tropics before you get to the coconuts. Here on the west side of the island, you got a decent bike path. This little access ports pretty frequently up to the road. You got boats. I'm just saying though, this is the same, you know, climate and everything. You could set up a really cool Bali Island style resort scene here, and it's all it is residences. It's not really remarkable in a tourist sense. I mean, I'm gonna come over here, walk around once and leave, and that's all about you can do. Some kind of miracle, the food is cheaper here than on the mainland. This is a full-size chicken meal, and you got this Publix blackberry lemonade, which is also good quality. Under $5. This is miraculous. Oh my god, it's good. Publix chicken, possibly the top I've had on this trip. All right, there's Palm Beach there. I'm heading back over to West Palm Beach. What's going on, Stobe the Hobo audience? It's Stobe the Hobo with a monthly update video. I'm thinking I'm going to start maybe just doing one every month. Just kind of tell you what's going on with the situation. Things have been positive enough, I think. I've gotten some fair support from people helping out with stuff. Videos, I think I'm going to keep getting more subscribers, all that stuff. Things seem to be positive enough. I haven't been run over by a train. I'm alive. I didn't freeze to death. So everything's basically okay. Which comes to the part about negative things. It's January, which is kind of a depressing month. It's dark out there, it's freezing, you can't even see any sign of summer still. There's some things going on that are kind of bumming me out these days. And I can talk about that, right? What, you don't get depressed in January when it's dark and miserable all the time? No, I've been looking on YouTube, and I'm getting smoked by these shows. There's two shows, I'm not going to mention their names, but they're both have hobo in the name. Somebody the Hobo and this Hobo. And neither of them are even hobos. Basically, both of these are just people who like live in their car and drive around. They both started a lot more recently than my channel. And I'm getting smoked by these channels. In views, everything. Subscribers. One of them's got 30,000 subscribers. When I see something like this, it gives me pause. I admit it's kind of a letdown. Putting in the volume of time and effort into these videos. Disappointing to do that and then see people, you know, basically just doing a vlog and calling themselves hobo and getting 10 times the subscribers. I think that, you know, content like I'm doing just may not really be in demand anymore. I'm seeing other shows, doing other things that people seem to like a lot more. So that's been, you know, a little grim these days. And then there's a couple other things as well. I'm starting to feel kind of that whole age thing creeping up on me. I'm 32 right now. You know, there's obviously a point coming not that far from now where the line between adventure traveler and deadbeat, it's kind of blurred right now. And every day it kind of comes more into focus on deadbeat. I'm starting to think that the culture, just the modern culture, is kind of starting to creep away from concepts like this show. If you've been paying attention to the news, the circus is closing down after 100 whatever years of being in operation. And you think about the circus with all those acrobats and trapezes and elephant trainers and all that, that used to be really popular stuff to do. That's now, you know, gone the way of the dinosaur. It's obsolete. So these couple things have kind of got me down here in January. And I think the best way to do something about it is to not give up and plan something super awesome for the rest of this year. It's time to start thinking positive about what can be done once the weather gets nice. Even though it's grim now, March isn't that far away, and as far as I'm concerned, March is basically spring. I'm considering making a last push across the United States to get done with the routes I haven't seen. And I've got to do it this year. I want to give this a solid college try. And I want to knock out the rest of the routes I haven't done, and I want to just do it in a big blitz, which unfortunately brings us to the issue of funding. In order to do this project, I guaranteed I'm going to need some more funding. Ideally, I'd like to make enough to pay rent on some kind of a place over the summer as a base camp where I could go relax between making episodes about the rest of the country that I and you guys haven't seen yet. Obviously, there's a million ways to do this, you know. I mean, one guy could come in, you know, and cut a check that could solve the entire problem right now, but I don't know if that'd be fair to ask anybody to do that. However, if you are thinking about that, please get a hold of me. The easiest way to do this is very simple. Just pledge $1 per video on this Patreon thing we have going. If 1/4 of those people on here do this, that's all it takes. So right now we've got 2,500 subscribers. If just 20% of those people pitch $1 per episode, that's all it takes to sustain the show through the entire project. Just one little clam. I mean, what does that even buy you? What can anybody do with $1 anymore? Does that even buy anything? Well, it can buy an episode of Stobe the Hobo. I think some people may have been turned off by the fact that I've started, you know, asking for money to do these and stuff. And my reaction to that is simple. Without, you know, fan funding, there's no more episodes that are possible. I think it's good to just see. I mean, who's willing to pay $1 to watch something? And again, what you're getting, I mean, it's non-corporate, non-BS art that you're not getting anywhere else. The nature of this show is non-corporate, non-BS art. I don't listen to an editor. I don't listen